in New York. And we're going to be having a discussion in this interview about the bishops in Canada, the United States, and other Western nations throughout the world. And I'd like to begin by taking an example and seeing if it illustrates a broader point. And the example I'd like to talk about is the recent Human Life International conference that was held in Montreal, Quebec. Did you hear about what happened at this conference, which happened, I think, a few months ago?
Yes, I did, Bernard. I heard about that. In fact, I was supposed to speak at that, but health would not permit me to go. So I spoke to the assembly for about 20 minutes by phone. But I wasn't there, but all my friends were there, and I've seen the video of it. And the difficulty from the very beginning was that the moment HLI, Human Life International, proposed to have a meeting in Montreal to protest against abortion and to vindicate the rights of the unborn, they knew immediately, speaking to the Cardinal and speaking to his Vicar General and speaking to the local authorities, that they were not welcome. Indeed, at one certain moment, it was very highly doubtful if they'd be allowed to use the Basilica for Mass. Finally, they prevailed upon the Cardinal to allow them use the Basilica with closed doors, but it was a very cold and frigid welcome. Besides that, then, as you know, they were beset by a crowd of people, literally demonstrators, whom the police did not hinder at all, by the way. They had carte blanche to scream and shout, attack, verbally, and in one or two cases physically. And if you listen to this video, it's really like a horror film made for Halloween, where the devils are parading. But the point we're making here is that the reception by the Bishop of Montreal, the Cardinal, and his entourage was dreadfully weak. The moment they heard any opposition to HLI, Human Life International, they proceeded to tell them they didn't want them there. They were unwelcome.
For the purpose of our listeners, most of the individuals who were engaged in that mob protest against Human Life International were practicing homosexuals, and they were doing things like hurling glass and shouting insults to our Lord and that kind of thing.
Condoms full of glass, and I don't want to violate the ears of your listeners by telling them the things that were said and done by this crowd of very disgraceful people, both male and female. But it was a disgraceful performance. But this struck fear into the hearts of the clergy, who would not have anything to do with them. Now, the point I'm making, and you're making, really, is this, that there is no courage there. There is no militancy. There is no support for the Catholic cause. They crumble immediately, and no wonder Canada is in trouble. The church in Canada is in trouble, that abortion is available, and that the clergy themselves are wishy-washy, and the dogma is out the window, and confessions, and Holy Communion, and the teaching of children in schools where there's plenty of sex ed, as we call it, but very little instruction, real instruction, why the church is being de-Catholicized in Canada, and the people directly responsible for that are the bishops.
Now, in this particular case, Cardinal Turcotte reacted to the protests of these angry homosexuals by attacking Human Life International.
That's right. He said there were birds of contention. They were just an apple of discord. Why bother him about it all? He attacked them. And we know actually now that that entire protest against HLI was organized by the B'nai B'rith, the Anti-Defamation League, who evidently frightened Cardinal Turcotte sufficiently to tell him, to get him to refuse to help these people in any way, whatever. So it was a disgraceful happening, but it illustrates the point we're making, that the bishops today in the church are weak, and many of them are not even Catholic in their belief. This is the terrible condition of things.
So this example of what happened in Montreal happens elsewhere. It wasn't an isolated example.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. It happens all over the place. There is no support, really. Look, Bernard, here's the truth. We have between North America, between Canada and the US, we have a whole bench of bishops, over 250 residential bishops. And we have also auxiliary bishops. If all of them took to the streets tomorrow, plus the cardinals, there are about 9 or 10 cardinals in North America. If they took to the streets on the question of abortion, we could stop this country and Canada until they modify their abortion laws. But they won't. Why? Because if you get to know our American bishops anyway, I don't know the Canadian ones so well, but I know our Canadian bishops are not anti-abortion. They're not anti-abortion.
Why is it that the bishops, let's say in Canada and the United States, aren't absolutely outraged by abortion, which is something that goes so entirely against Catholic principles?
Bernard, it's a question of faith. A lot of these people, not all of them, a lot of these bishops no longer are Catholic in their faith. They no longer believe. Let me give you an example. There's a thing here called the Campaign for Human Development, the CHD. And they held an annual gathering there this year, in the autumn, at which the present there were 40 bishops. 40 bishops. And at that they had an extraordinary mass with dancers and leotards and with singing and songs and music that have nothing to do with the church at all. They had a huge long table containing goblets of wine. And when they had, so to speak, consecrated, because we don't believe they really consecrated the wine, the guests went over and they quaffed the wine and chatted as if they were at a cocktail party. Now, don't tell me anybody that really believed this was the blood of our Lord Jesus, and they believed the bread had become his blood.
But they would drink this wine just as if it was...
As if it was wine. As if it was just wine or cocktail. There was no semblance of reverence at all. And I cannot believe that the bishops present, there are all 40 of them, and we can call out their names, but I don't want to bring the blush of shame to their episcopal faces. They couldn't have believed that wine had become the blood of our Lord Jesus, and the bread had become his body. They couldn't. They couldn't do that. If they really believed it was his majesty, it was his power, his omnipotence of the Son of God, who died on a cross and who reigns in heaven and is going to judge the living and the dead. No, they couldn't do it. So the point I'm making is that many bishops no longer are Catholic in their faith. They no longer are. And we have to face that fact that they now are in a peculiar transitional condition, and we are dragged with them. And that's why they're suppressing churches and maintaining homosexuals and not cleaning out seminaries with their heretical teachers. This is the condition of the church, the bishops. And what has happened is, that's what we must discuss today.
Now, here's another question I have. There was a situation in Boston where Cardinal Law basically suppressed protests by Catholics at abortion clinics.
That's right. That's right.
Yet, I remember when Cardinal Law was appointed, it was said that he was the Pope's right-hand man, that he was a conservative and that kind of thing. And I've seen this situation happen many, many times when men are appointed over a bishop. They're said that they're conservative, they're going to clean house, and then nothing happens.
No.
Why?
Because from the very beginning they lacked faith. They lacked faith. They're not put in because they're believers. They're put in because they have friends in Rome.
But these people are have reputations of being conservative.
That's merely what it is, merely a reputation. Law is not conservative at all. I mean, remember that it was under him that Ted Kennedy got an annulment for his marriage. And that form of annulment is for us just another excuse for divorce. No, Bernard Law is not a conservative. Bernard Law has only one interest in life, and that's Bernard Law and his advancement. And he hopes to rise higher than cardinal. He considers himself papabile, to be papable, but he's not a conservative in any sense of the word that's worthy of the Christian and Catholic tradition. So Bernard, we have to go back before they become cardinals, before they become bishops. They start off having lost their faith, or never having had it perhaps. I do not know. Each individual case is different. But we have a set of bishops now who do contain some saints. There's no doubt about that. I can think of 2 or 3 in the American bishops, by the way, among them, whom I would consider good bishops, and one of them certainly is saintly. But the majority, no, I couldn't guarantee the faith of the majority of these people. Otherwise, they would not behave as they're behaving. They couldn't behave as they're behaving.
Now, what has happened? Because these men primarily are older men now, having risen to the rank that they have. They probably were trained in good seminaries, let's say the 1950s or earlier. What happened? Didn't they have the faith at that time?
I don't think so. I don't think you lose your faith as easily as all that. There was a loss of faith way back somewhere, and their access to high office only confirmed their loss of faith. Besides that, as you know, the Vatican Council II, issued a document called Lumen Gentium, the light of the Gentiles, and it concerns the constitution of the Church. What is the Church? It answers that question. And it made a huge change. And let me give you a picture. All right. It is November 1964. And there's going to be a big vote the following day in the Council. And that vote is to state that the bishops of the Church share the same jurisdiction and authority as the Pope over the Universal Church as well as over their particular dioceses. That's the vote. And it's an important vote. An aide to the Pope, who now is a bishop, Bishop McGee, not then a bishop, but working at the council, went down to a conference room that had been used by the periti, the theologians, because he had left either his breviary or a comb or something down there. He wanted to pick it up again. And he scuffed on the ground, he scuffed 2 or 3 sheets of paper. And he picked them up just out of interest, and he found that they were in the handwriting of a very well-known peritus, theologian, German, an Austrian actually, and that they outlined the strategy by which the bishops were going to take the jurisdiction of the Pope over for themselves, in virtue of this vote. So he dashed up to Paul VI. It was late at night. Paul VI, typically, Hamlet, said, well, I can't stop the vote now, and the vote is majority for this strange doctrine they have, but I'll write a special note, a nota explicativa, an explanatory note. Now the vote took place, and the vote, the document was approved, and the document states that the bishops share in the universal jurisdiction and power of the Pope over the Church Universal as well as over their dioceses. And that puts the bishops on a par with the Pope.
Is this what is sometimes referred to as the principle of collegiality?
That's right, that's right, that's right.
And does this principle have any precedent in church history?
None, none. There is no college of bishops in the church tradition. There's a college of cardinals, and it is not even apostolic, but there's that tradition. There's no college of bishops. The relationship of bishops to the Pope is one-on-one, individual to individual. But this was introduced deliberately because if the Pope becomes just a bishop merely, and he whatever power he has is shared by everybody else, you can see what happens. Well, we know what happened, Bernard, because since then the big change has taken place in the Church. You know, before Vatican Council, you could, if you wanted to have an image of the Church, it was this: a central hub with pipes going out to the various provinces of the Church throughout the world, north, south, east, and west. And those pipes conveyed instruction and admonition and advice, and they brought to Rome zeal and obedience and acquiescence and questions and queries, etc. But that was the center. There was only one hub, and Rome was the center. Now, every diocese is a hub all by itself. And the bishops, it's easier for the Pope to remove a parish priest than it is to move a bishop nowadays, because the bishop is now part of, they founded then regional and national conferences of bishops. And the National Conference of Catholic Bishops in the United States, the NCCB, and it has a political arm called the USCC, the United States Catholic Conference. They're totally independent of the Pope, and they make their own laws. They decided to have communion in their hand. They decided to have altar girls. They've decided to have ordained female deaconesses, to have deaconesses ordained, and they're going to have them too, whether we like it or not, and you're going to have them in Canada. So the bishops have seized the reins. They now say that they have the same power as the Pope over the Church Universal. So this document was passed. Paul VI wrote this explanatory note and said this must be added to the document. It's never added to the main text of the document, it's put at the back, and nobody ever refers to it ever again. Nobody ever refers to the nota explicativa. And the result is that everybody says, well, the Vatican Council too, it decided the bishops were the equal of the Pope. And they can decide for the Universal Church and make decisions. They haven't got to ask the Pope about things any longer. And indeed, they don't.
Then in this situation, you have something similar, let's say, to the Church of England, where the Archbishop of Canterbury is only the first among equals, and he has no real authority outside his own diocese.
None, and he hasn't got any. Or like, for instance, the Archbishop of Constantinople, the Patriarch of Constantinople, the same thing. And it's reducing, it's a Protestant idea. By the way, it was a heresy. It was called Gallicanism. And it was condemned more than once, and it was condemned at the Vatican Council, First Vatican Council. But they got it through this time. And the difficulty is that now that is the mode today. And the bishops know they're independent, and they say the Vatican Council has made them independent. Yes, they venerate the Pope because that's the most ancient see, and it's the see of Peter, and that sort of thing. But they have lost all reverence and respect and obedience. Now that's the difficulty with the bishops today. The result is that we are now faced with the fact that every diocese is a little fiefdom in itself, and every bishop considers himself to be totally independent, and therefore his clergy do. And we see this again and again in the United States. It's rampant. Everybody, there's a priest called Father DiNardo in the Pittsburgh diocese, who's supposed to be a theologian, and he gave an interview lately in which he said that just don't listen to the Pope, just listen to the bishop. He's the man who has all the authority, and that is the belief today. And so the power and the prestige and the authority of Peter, the Pope, has been diminished to nothing, That's the main difficulty we have today with the normal Catholics in the normal diocese, that we are now at the mercy of a local bishop who has cut himself off from Rome and regards himself as equal in authority, in fact superior. He can make decisions for his diocese, and if Rome says don't do it, he can cock a snook at that. He can say, no, we're going to do it anyway, and they do. That's the difficulty.
Now, what I'd like to do now is move into an article that was published in the Catholic Family News, which you authored, called the Judas Complex. And I'd like you to explain exactly what this Judas Complex is and how that might relate to our bishops.
Well, now, you read that. What was what message did I convey to you, the essential message I conveyed to you about the Judas Complex? What was the essential message you got from it? I'd love to know from somebody else except myself.
What I understood is that Judas did not have an outright rebellion against our Lord. He just figured that he had a better way of putting the Christian message across.
That's right.
He knew better than the master.
That's the essence of it. That was the essence of the Judas Complex. Judas was not a bad man in that sense. He, as you say, it was quite clear from the Gospels, he didn't want our Lord dead. He didn't want him killed. He wanted our Lord to be king of the Jews, and he be one of the ministers. But he thought the best way to do that would be to curry favor with the sectarian, secular authorities in Jerusalem. That was his whole point. And he was trying to be the big go-between between our Lord and the authorities, so that he would introduce him to the temple, and he, Judas, would be the prime minister in the new state, would be the chief cook and bottle washer under our Lord. That was the Judas Complex. Now, the parallel with our bishops today is tremendous in that. And that's why there is a Judas Complex abroad. And it is this. There's no doubt about it that the inability or the refusal, put it like that, of the American bishops to really tackle abortion, really tackle pornography, really tackle homosexuality, public homosexuality, pedophilia, the refusal of the American bishops and the Canadian bishops is because they don't want to lose their friendships with the secular governments. They want to be well-behaved citizens. They want to conform to the liberal tradition, which is now rampant both in America, in the USA and in Canada. So they think they know better how to do this, rather than stand up and be counted and to say, no, abortion is wrong. No, we will fight this. We'll fight it in the streets. We'll fight it in the legislature. We'll fight it in our schools. They don't do that. They have decided they know better than the doctrine of the church, which says abortion is wrong, and homosexuality is wrong, and sex ed is wrong. It's bad for the children.
So part of the problem is that they want to be accepted by the world rather than follow the tradition of being a sign of contradiction.
That's right. That's right. They don't want that at all. The difficulty is this, that they again go back to the Vatican Council, where it is said that the church is there to help man to build his human habitat, to build a life on earth full of prosperity. That is totally new.
That's a totally secular concept.
Totally. If you look at the prayers of the Mass, prayers of all the saints, the prayers of all the Masses up to 1965, it always says, Lord, teach us to despise the things of this world and to seek the celestial things, heavenly things. There's no message at all that we're supposed to build the human paradise. But that is the message today of Vatican Council, and that's what the bishops have taken as their ideal. So therefore, you can limit families. And you can practice contraception, because they don't really inveigh against contraception. It's nowadays you've got to limit the population. So they go along with that, because that's what the popular mind says.
And isn't that then another parallel to the Judas complex? Because Judas was thinking of a kingdom in an earthly sense, not a heavenly sense.
No, he's thinking of an earthly kingdom. All the apostles were, by the way. They hadn't been enlightened yet. And even after the resurrection, the apostles said to our Lord Jesus, Lord, are you going to in these days restore the kingdom of Israel? And our Lord even gave a very evasive answer. He said, it's not for you to know these things. My Father will reveal it all when the Holy Spirit comes to you. He knew they wouldn't understand. Judas didn't understand at all. And he thought that he could be the man to make this go-between situation, to make the compromise, and therefore that everybody would benefit. And they could build a human habitat in Jerusalem, a new Israel conquest, conquering all peoples, and being prime amongst the nations, as they had been promised in Holy Scripture, as far as he read it. Yes, that was the Judas complex, and it is alive and well today. And if you find any cleric, any bishop, any cardinal, any pope currying favor and not standing up and being counted, not professing the doctrine of Jesus, he's acting out the Judas complex. And now I'm afraid we're doing that over all the whole lot, because we're going along with mostly what the secular powers ask us to do. And that's the difficulty. Then the people feel abandoned. They have no leadership any longer. And the bishop says it's quite all right. For instance, take Ireland. Holy Ireland, the island of saints and scholars, the country where I was born. Now they're going to have a referendum on abortion and on divorce. And the bishop's attitude is to tell the people, do what you choose. Well, choose. They're not even telling them they must vote against abortion. They're not telling them they must vote against contraception. They're not telling them they must vote that. They're saying, be free. That's not Catholic tradition. You tell them it is wrong to abort. It is wrong to support abortion. It is wrong to put people into office who support abortion. But what bishop does that here? John O'Connor doesn't do it. In the my archdiocese here, Cardinal O'Connor doesn't tell people. Bernard Law does not condemn them.
By the way, Cardinal O'Connor is another example of one of these conservatives who's turned out to be somewhat of a disappointment.
That's right, he has, of course. Well, he's gone along with the Judas complex again. He does not want to fall out. He likes to be popular. They all like to be popular. Once you're engaged in that popularity context, you're not going to stand up for the Lord Jesus and for the principles of the Church. And they haven't, and therefore they don't condemn politicians who are bad Catholics, who are members of the Masonic Lodge, who promote abortion and abortion funding, and who see nothing wrong with homosexuality. They don't condemn. They should be condemned in public. They are public sinners.
So I think now, with, let's say, tools such as the Judas complex and other analyses of the bishops, we're starting to get a better understanding of their behavior, because it's very confusing to the laity to see them behave this way.
It is.
And we can also understand, let's say, their reaction to the pro-life movement, or let's say to your staunch traditionalists, that they might regard these people as an embarrassment, because they're blocking kind of their acceptance by the world.
That's right. They find them very, very embarrassing. And when when recently, or during this last, I think it was this year, 95, one of the anti-abortion people killed a doctor down south, I think it was. Cardinal Law, for instance, asked the rescuers and the protesters, the peaceful protesters who protested outside abortories and dissuaded mothers from going in and having abortions, he asked them to stop for a while, to lay off all activity, which of course is cowardice. And it was an acknowledgement that in his mind they were responsible for the murder of this doctor, this abortionist who was killed, shot dead by this zealot, who is now condemned to prison for life, as far as I know. That's the sentence he got. But they find it very embarrassing, and there now we know that the Justice Department and the judiciary have got their own instructions privately to make it impossible for these people to live, to put them in prison, keep them in prison unjustly, don't give them bail, give them impossible sentences, give them impossible fines, beggar them, drive them out. And the police say, I happen to know, for instance, the police in Hartford, Connecticut, they were given special instructions. They could hurt and break wrists and break ankles, and nobody would be the slightest bit of protest. And when young women, old women, and young women are taken prisoner by the police, they're strip searched by men in the prisons, and there's no recourse whatever.
And yet the bishops say nothing.
Of course they don't, because they don't want to get into a hassle with the local police or the local judiciary. They go to dinner, they eat with them, they go to the same spas, they share the same banks, and then chiefly faith is lacking. But it's a question of belief and faith. If you believe that a baby is a real baby and not a blob, you're going to protest and you're going to tell people, no, I'm sorry, I can't go along with it. But they don't believe that any longer, and they are very embarrassed, and they don't want to have anything to do with these public protests. This is very embarrassing. And when they go into the club, or they go to a spa, or they have a special dinner, they don't want to be confronted by these people who are very indignant about being accused of being murderers and being accused of indecent human behavior by killing babies. And we have at the present moment the partial abortion question. Do you know what this is?
No, I don't.
Well, it's the present moment. They have a new system now with a baby who's late. They take the baby half out, and they pierce the nape of its neck and suck its brains out, and the head collapses, and the birth is very easy. And then they harvest the body for the organs. And they had a vote in the Senate, in the House, which condemned this and made it unlawful to do it. And the Senate refused. So now it's going back to committee again. And the fact is that now it's clear. You take a baby, a fully formed baby, halfway out of the womb, but its head is still inside, and you suck its brains out and collapse its skull, and then take it out. You kill the baby. So, I mean, but there's no vast protest by the bishops about this. There's no street protest. There's nobody outside the White House. There's nobody picketing the Senate. There's no protest.
I think that the laity are starting to pick up on this because, let's say, amongst the laity, there's all kinds of, let's say, jokes circulating, such as, like, that before a bishop is consecrated, they remove his spine and that kind of thing.
That's right. There are a lot of jokes about that. No, they have lost respect. They no longer have respect for the bishops as such. I know very few people. There are a few bishops that are respected, but there are people who stand up, and they're always in obscure dioceses, stuck away in South Dakota or someplace like that, or down south in Louisiana. They have no prominence at all, and they're shunned by the other bishops. They get no power at all in the conference of bishops, and they're constantly hindered by their fellow bishops themselves. They don't get on the powerful committees. They don't go to Rome for special things. They're not called on for special favors. They are neglected because they're an embarrassment too. They actually are speaking about our Lord Jesus' law. So it's a pretty bad situation. The people themselves no longer respect the bishops, and they no longer know them as their defenders and their instructors, and the people who are giving them the truth of our Lord's revelation. So it's all weakened the church to the point that a bishop, who cares about a bishop? This is a phrase you constantly hear. Who cares about a bishop?
Now, you've mentioned a paradox here. The bishops are trying to win the favor of the world, and yet now you say that they've lost respect. This would seem to indicate then that this strategy of trying to win favor with the world isn't working. Is that the case?
That is the case. It isn't working because all that's happening is they're becoming tools of the world. That's all. They're useful. You see, what we fail to realize is this, Bernard. The enemies of the church don't want to destroy the church structure. They want to use it because they know that religion is a stabilizing factor in life. You must have some religious and moral beliefs, otherwise there's chaos, and it's the jungle. So they insist that the church be there and observe the laws, but conform to their worldliness. And therefore, if they can get the bishops to be loyal servants of the state, which we are now, but they have now become, loyal servants of the state. Once the majority of the judiciary decide abortion is good, once they decide that homosexual marriages are acceptable, then the bishops must agree. That's the attitude of the secular mind. And the attitude of the bishops is, well, we can't do anything about it, we'll have to go along with it and respect the law, instead of protesting forever, refusing to accept it, standing out saying, no, we won't accept this at all. We'll be in perpetual rebellion against it. And not merely in words, in actions, we'll protest. And we'll condemn the lawgivers who do this. And we'll form Catholics who will refuse to vote for you, and refuse to vote money for you, and refuse to, but we don't do that. There is no militancy at all. There's no attempt to counteract the secularism that is invading the bishops.
This attitude of the secular authorities is very interesting, because I remember reading that Hitler said privately that he wanted to keep the church around because it was a conservative force within society.
It's a stabilizing force. It is a very stabilizing force. People never want to get rid of it. Even Castro didn't get rid of the church, but he did control it. And Stalin found out that he needed the church to keep the Russian people behind him. And he did the same thing. He dominated completely. The major members of the Russian Orthodox Church were members of the KGB, and still are, of the new KGB, because it's always needed. Similarly in the United States, the liaison between the White House and the Senate and the Congress and the bishops is a very tight liaison. And they're not going to fall out with them because they want favors.
So the strategy here is to use the church, not snuff it out.
Oh no, not snuff it out, but make it obedient. And for instance, in the matter of education, schools, in principle, we say we claim the right and the obligation to educate the child. We must have the child for education. We will not let anybody take the child. This is the Catholic principle. But de facto, we have allowed, through our so-called Catholic schools, and non-Catholic, the state to dictate the curricula and decide the psychological training of these children. We have given in on this point because the state is now all dominant. And it's going to, Bernard, there is a time coming in this country and in Canada when a subtle persecution is going to start through taxation and through civil liabilities, as they call it. And it's going to become impossible for a practicing Catholic, for a practicing bishop, a real Catholic bishop, to function any longer. They'll be hemmed in by taxation laws. We will have the IRS down on our backs. We will have principles about, we'll have laws affecting children going to school and what they must do, and what they must do in order to get a high school diploma, which we have already. You must do national service, and you must submit to their the lectures they give on civic behavior. That's all taken away from that. We're not protesting. We've given up 2 generations already of children to state curricula in the schools. So we've lost the children of North America, of Canada and the USA, because the bishops simply want to go along, to get along with. So it's an abandonment of their principle. But again, I point out to you and to our listeners, this is only because they've lost faith. You wouldn't do that if you really believed in the revelation of our Lord and in the church and the power of the church and the obligation of the church to educate the child itself. You wouldn't do that, and you wouldn't approve of homosexual marriages or allow it. You'd protest against it if you really believed in the sacrament of marriage, but they don't any longer. But let me give you one or 2 minutes on my pet peeve today. And it's this. The good people who are still believers, the good bishops who are still believers, there are those, the good theologians who are still believers, the good nuns who are still believers, wake up. Something has been irrevocably lost. And that is the Catholic faith structure as an organization. It doesn't exist any longer. It used to exist. It was snuffed out. Sometime between 1965 and 1995, it was strangled. It doesn't exist any longer. And the best I know, the best theologians I know today in Rome and throughout the world are beginning to say, what has happened? Nothing works. There is no evangelization. There is no vast movement of the church. When the Pope speaks about the vibrancy of the modern church, we don't know what he's talking about. And when the bishops say that everything is going well and the church is really surviving in its quality today, not quantity, we know it's all garbage. This is what these people are saying. And I read the articles in foreign newspapers and in foreign magazines and in our own in the United States and in Canada. And they're all saying the same thing. But very few will edge around and face the horrible reality that we now have the unfaith of bishops. The Judas complex of bishops who no longer believe. They don't believe any longer. And therefore we no longer have this faith structure as a social entity. It doesn't exist any longer.
What was very interesting is that this revolutionary change, let's say in church structure and in attitude, the loss of faith, and juridically, let's say, this shift away from a hierarchy to the principle of collegiality, has all happened without people really even realizing it.
No, we've been led by the nose.
And some of the appearances seem to have been kept.
Sure. Oh, then there is the panoply is still there, and the orders, and the bishops, and the priests, and the parish priests, and the dioceses. That is all there. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the faith in all that. The faith is no longer there. These are no longer Catholics. And most of these people have been led out of the church by the nose. They don't know it. And some of the best are beginning to say, wait a moment, there's something not going. Something is not working somewhere. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark, as Shakespeare has it in Hamlet. Something has failed completely, and all our efforts are going nowhere. All the vast meetings and conventions, international gettings together, and the evangelization groups, the meetings in Latin America with the Pope, and the meetings in North America, the meetings in Europe, nothing happens. There's no improvement. There's no improvement in Mass. There's no improvement in baptism. There's no improvement in vocations to the priesthood. There's no improvement in morality. On the contrary, more and more Catholics are lapsing into contraception and abortion and getting divorced and think homosexuality is fine. And don't go to the church any longer. Aren't even baptized, and their children are not educated. They don't teach the prayers. There's complete absence of Catholicism. Then my pet peeve today is that the best, the really good middle-of-the-road conservatives refuse to admit the disaster. Because if they did, they'd be up on their hind legs. They wouldn't be sitting in their armchairs. They wouldn't be accepting the way the bishops act. And the bishop wouldn't be accepting the way the Roman authorities act. And the people wouldn't be accepting what the priests act. The people, the laity, are the only people protesting. They know there's something wrong. They're protesting. They're protesting. But what can they do? They have no canonical power. But that's my pet grumble today, that I could name...
There's not really a full realization of what has happened.
They won't admit it. Bernard, it's terribly hard to admit that a good, solid block of bishops, say in the United States, no longer believe. If you admit that, if you admit, for instance, that we know of certain cases where ordinations are invalid, the priests are not priests, therefore there's no Blessed Sacrament, there's no confession. If you begin to admit these things and realize the damage done and the complete failure of Catholicism, you get desperate. You get desperate. And people sometimes go off half-cocked when that happens. They join various sects and they get desperate. And that's not wise either. But first of all, we acknowledge that there's something wrong, that something is not going, that the faith is dying out or has died out, and that we are led by people who don't believe. Because how do you know that? Because they couldn't act the way they're acting if they believed. They couldn't act like that. They just couldn't.
Now I'd like to move on here and discuss how this has affected the priests. Because you have, like, seemingly many changes going on at the parish level in terms of structure. For example, and maybe you can add something here, I know of parishes where the priest's power has been very much diminished. They appoint these liberal ex-nuns to be parish administrators, and the priest hardly has any say in what goes on in the parish.
Yes, and you see, Bernard, if that was an isolated case, if there was one case of that in Seattle, say, and one case in Florida, and one case, say, in Calgary, Canada, or, you know, or in Nova Scotia, we say, okay, there are always funny, there are always aberrants and aberrancies in the human situation. But today, you can, on a map, you can trace a pattern. And it's obvious that, by the way, in America, in the USA, there are about 19,200 parishes, about that. Almost 20,000, but 19,000. If you go over each of those parishes in each of the states, there's a pattern. You can see that what's happening is that vocations are not pushed, and therefore there are no priests. And therefore they've got to put a cluster of parishes together because they lack priests. And in charge of that, they put usually a woman, a nun, an ex-nun. Anyway, she's a female administrator. And she has the power. She decides who says Mass, or who says what, who does what. She decides baptism, she decides the books used, she decides the subject of sermons, she decides if a sermon is wrong, if the subject is the wrong sermon, or if a sermon is badly preached. She admonishes the priest in question, who is now a presider or a minister. And priests avoid the word priest. But you find there's a pattern of this beginning. And it's now, if you if you suddenly see a pattern set up and appearing everywhere, this is intelligence. Some intelligence is doing this. This is not by accident. This is deliberate. So there's a pattern. What is the pattern? The pattern is this. It is eliminating priesthood. That's number one. Priesthood has been diminished to what? To what? He's in charge of the plant, and he puts on these vestments and goes in for this ceremony called the Novus Ordo, and he has other functions. He presides over committees, and he preaches a sermon now and again.
But doesn't that undermine the whole hierarchical and sacramental nature of the church?
That's the idea.
So they want this.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. It's a pattern of the Satanist mind, because this is the Luciferian or Satanist plan for the church, to secularize everything, get rid of, de-priest the church, de-Romanize the church, de-Catholicize the church, and have it as a social factor, a stabilizing factor in the socio-cultural facade of the USA and of Canada and of the world. That's the idea. But make it conform to that. And if you can break the priesthood, get rid of it, and diminish the priest to no importance at all, which they're doing, and this pattern makes that obvious. If you plot it out on a map, you'll see what's happening. Then you know that we have the Judas complex right within the church, planning exactly the destruction of the church. And that's the whole aim of it. And you know, what we should look is, there are sections of France, Bernard, and you can drive for hundreds of miles and you never see a church. There isn't even a ruined church. There's no convent. There's no parish priest. There's no parish church. There's nothing. And the majority of the people, if you ask them, they say, nous sommes des incroyants. We don't believe. We're atheists. We don't believe in it. This is Catholic France. And that's what's happening in this country too. Whole sections.
This explains a lot, because now I'm beginning to understand why the bishops don't seem to be that disappointed by the fact that there are so few vocations.
No, they're not disappointed at all by that. Why should they be disappointed? Because they don't believe in it. A majority of them do not believe any longer that it's important to have priests. That's why they like altar girls. That's why they like the idea of female administrators and Eucharistic ministers. Take the Eucharistic ministers, for instance. The law propagated by Rome was, you have Eucharistic ministers when you have no priests. Well, take my parish church where I used to go to Mass in Dublin, Holy Ireland. It's a huge parish called St. Agatha's Parish, and it's full of Catholics and it has 5 priests. It has 37 Eucharistic ministers, all women. And it's against the law, it's illegal, but it's still, that's the way it is every place. There should be no Eucharistic ministers unless they're absolutely necessary, and there are no priests at all available. So they the thing is to de-priest, de-Catholicize, de-sacralize the church. Because all that's voodoo stuff, all that is superstition, all that is the old church, which nobody wants nowadays. This is what they say. So that's what's happening. And that's why the priests themselves are diminished in stature completely. And the bishops are not interested in that. They're not interested in having a plethora of vocations. The normal bishops. There are bishops who are. There are very good bishops. We have 4 or 5 in the United States, certainly, who are very, very good in this matter of vocations and seminary training. But that's 4 or 5 out of 180. And consequently, we are no longer getting vocations. And then we have the plague of homosexuality in the seminaries. And they're not wiping that out, because some of them are homosexuals anyway. They don't see what's wrong with it, except ancient fuddy-duddy superstition of the church against homosexuality, instead of being modern-minded. This is the attitude they have to it. So, all told, the status of the priest is reduced, very much reduced.
Now, I do know some very good priests who are resisting this kind of thing.
Sure.
But I know of a case, and perhaps you can tell me whether this is just an isolated example or whether it's happening all across America and Canada. I know a priest who is a very good priest, and some people from the parish went to the bishop to try to get him out, because it seems like in every parish there's this group of modernists. The bishop went along with these people and told him to see a psychiatrist. Is this happening all across America?
Oh yes, we have 2 institutes in the United States, and I was just dealing in, I can't mention any names in this matter, but there's a Midwest diocese where this young priest called me up, and he said that his bishop had called him in, and the bishop has a great reputation, by the way, and the bishop said to him, look, you don't fit in. You don't fit in very well. You're not hail fellow well met. People find you too stiff. And your sermons are very harsh. You speak about abortion and contraception and homosexuality and things like that. And you threaten them, you menace them, you make them unhappy. And I want to suggest that you go away to a certain institute and undergo a psychosexual assessment. And of course, this priest rang me and several others and canon lawyers, and they said, look, he's going to turn you into a zombie, because that's what they do. You go in there to these 2 institutes. They're both in the East Coast, and one is down south, and you have it's a psychopharmacological treatment. They give you drugs and calm you down, and they talk about your sexual life and ask you whether you're homosexual or heterosexual, and you come out of it completely drained. You come out a zombie, a real zombie, if you go there. And this is so common nowadays. I have 42 priests that I know personally, some of them I'm supporting, who refused. What were their offenses? Well, they promoted the Blessed Sacrament. They had devotion to Padre Pio. They used to use novenas. They preached about the Passion. They preached against homosexuality. They preached against contraception. And they preached against annulments and divorces. And the bishop called him in and said, what is this? One of them was called in because he uses Latin in the pulpit. He used a Latin tag or a Latin phrase. And the bishop, a very well-known archbishop on the East Coast, called him in and said, what's this use of Latin? Latin has died out. We don't use Latin in the pulpit any longer. The people don't understand it. You don't even use a phrase of Latin. There's this peculiar attitude. They're making the priest conform to a certain model of social. He's a social worker. He's supposed to keep people happy and be the manager of the plant and manage the money and in general make people feel that they're at home. And there's one young priest objected to young girls coming to the choir with hot pants on them. If you know what a hot pants is, it's a very short pants or short dresses. And he was sent away to a psychosexual analysis.
Now, I find this whole phenomena very, very scary, because there's a parallel here with the Soviet Union, where the communists would send its political and religious dissidents to these kinds of institutions for psychiatry.
Absolutely. And but now that we're on the point, I want to adduce one case, and one case only, because now it's becoming nationally famous. This is Father Anthony Cipolla, Pittsburgh Diocese, who was accused unjustly, as we found out, by a well-known homosexual of having had homosexual relations with him. The same young man also accused the Bishop of Pittsburgh, Archbishop Donald World, known to his friends as Donna World, by the way. He also accused him. Cipolla got a lawyer. The case went before a trial. He was exonerated completely, and yet his bishop, Archbishop World, insists he go for a psychosexual analysis. Now, Father Cipolla went for one analysis, and he was completely exonerated and completely cleared up. They said this man is neither homosexual nor a lecher. He's a good priest who's been accused. These were psychologists who analyzed him. But no, Archbishop World wants to break this man in two and to insist that he go to a certain psychosexual analysis center and become a zombie. And this man has refused. And everywhere this priest goes, the Archbishop of Pittsburgh writes letters warning everybody not to touch him, not to give him any work. And his persecution. And finally, the man appealed to Rome, to the Segnatura. The Segnatura ruled in his favor in the beginning. Then the Archbishop went over to Rome and spoke to some people there. We think he corrupted them. We don't know. Everything is wide open. And the result is the Segnatura turned against this priest. So now we're going back to another round of terms. This is going on for 7 years now. And it's cost the young priest every bit of money he had. And he's living from hand to mouth. Father Cipolla.
But this is a very important point, because it shows then that one can't necessarily believe what you read in the newspapers about certain priests being accused of this or of that.
No, not until the thing has gone to the court, gone to law. And it is used now to destroy people, as it's used to
and ruin their reputations.
Kill them. Once a priest gets a reputation like that, he never recovers. He never recovers. I mean, you know, the point is that, okay, so you take back the accusation, but now give me back my reputation. You can't do it. That's the constant cry of people who have been calumniated and slandered. And Archbishop World has to answer to God for the persecution he's carried out of this one man, Cipolla. He has really persecuted him. But it's the classic example. It's now, by the way, public. It's published in the newspaper. And there's a longer story going to be published next month by The Wanderer, giving the whole details of the situation. But it is the typical case of the young priest. The bishop wants to change and insists that he go and be treated psychologically. It's not a spiritual thing. It's not a question of ascetical theology. It's not a question of a retreat to meditate upon the last things and our Lord's revelation. No. This is pure psychology. Just psychology itself and psychiatry. And this is a plague. And of course the point is that a bishop who does that, he is no longer a believer. As far as I'm concerned, Bernard, he has lost the faith himself. He's relying on human means. And also he's jealous of the priest, or what? We don't know why he persecutes this priest. And we don't know why they do persecute priests like that, but they do. They do. They get frightened that they're going back to the old church. They're going to revert back to pre-Vatican II behavior, as if that was a mortal sin.
Let's stop here. What is the attitude of the bishops towards the traditional Latin Mass?
Abominable. Abominable. They were told by the Pope that they should be very indulgent to those who still cling to the traditional mode of saying Mass, the Roman Mass, as I call it, but they have not listened to that. And there are, I suppose, in the 19,000 or 20,000 parishes in the United States every week, there's a traditional Mass allowed in about, what? Oh, say about 200 parishes. Barely 200. And they're trying to suppress it.
I'm in contact with a lot of the people who have organized these Masses, and it seems like the whole structure is always trying to make their lives difficult.
Always.
They try to wear them down through attrition.
That's right. They try to kill them off. And they put the Mass in an impossible place at an impossible time, and they appoint an old priest who can't talk properly to say the Mass and who's slow, and sometimes the effort dies out. No, they want to kill the Mass, and they go crazy once you introduce the Mass. And Bernard, I'm a priest. If I go up to the local parish church in Bermuda shorts and a t-shirt with a parrot on my shoulder, and I start saying Mass, a new Mass, I'm delighted. They're delighted. They say it's innovative. If I go up dressed in the old vestments of the Roman Church and start off in tribo at altare Dei and proceed to say a Latin Mass, they'll call the police and get me ejected. They're that fanatic about not admitting the Mass. And deep down, it's Lucifer's own hate for Calvary. Because the Mass is Calvary. It's not a reenactment of Calvary. It's not a flashback to Calvary. It's not an imitation of Calvary. It is Calvary, the sacrifice of our Lord. And he does not want that. And this persecution of the traditional Mass and the elimination of it and the persecution of those who want it and the practice of it is straight from the heart of Satan, the heart of darkness.
You've mentioned that the bishops, in most cases, have lost the faith. It seems like they harbor a resentment towards those that still have it.
Absolutely, absolutely, and they will persecute them. They will get them arrested. As I say, in certain parishes you will be arrested. Even if you kneel down for Holy Communion, what they call Holy Communion, they will refuse it. And if you keep on, they will call a policeman and get you ejected for disorder, public disorder. And the priest is in charge of the church, and he can say, this man, this woman is creating a nuisance here. And the police have been called and have ejected the people because they wanted to kneel down. You're not supposed to kneel any longer, because kneeling down means you adore, and there's nothing to adore. They don't believe there's anything there to adore. Therefore, why kneel down, my friend? And why give wrong ideas that the bread is the body of Christ? Because it isn't the body of Christ for them, and the wine is not the blood of Christ for them.
Now, we had, before we started this conversation, privately talked about situations where bishops are at a fell swoop closing 30 and 40, sometimes even 50 churches.
That's right. They are doing that, and the reasons vary from diocese to diocese. In certain dioceses, it is that they lack the priests, they haven't nourished vocations, and joined with that, they need money. Why? Well, sometimes it's for out-of-court settlements for cases of pedophilia. Sometimes it's that they want money, period, like any man wants money for themselves. And they're not going to pay the insurance and the property rights and the property taxes and all those buildings, and they have no intention of nourishing the people.
But do they realize what it does to the morale of the people when they close 30 churches at once?
They don't care. They don't care about that. They do not care about that. You see, to care about that, Bernard, you would want to be a believer. You'd want to really be sorry that people are sorry and are bereaved for that their church they were baptized in, they were married in, they went to Mass in, and that the children used to go to is being closed. You'd want to be a believer, but they are not believers. They don't believe any longer. They have airy-fairy ideas about round churches and new churches and assembly halls that have nothing to do with the Roman Catholic tradition. So they don't care. If you don't care, then you regard these fanatics, these zealots who want the old churches, as fuddy-duddies, as old-fashioned, as not in tune with the modern life, as not up to date. It's very clear. But you see, again, come back to my pet grumble and peeve. The intelligent, but still believing, middle-of-the-road conservatives who put up with all this are only beginning, they don't realize it, they're only beginning to realize there's something fundamentally wrong, not working. The whole machine is not working any longer. The Catholic structure is no longer turning over. It's off key. It's breaking down. The cogs are not turning. There's no oil. The thing is not functioning. They're only beginning to admit that, because to admit it really, and to say that we have Judases amongst the bishops, and to say that we are really up a creek with no paddles, to say that will mean a complete change of life. And they are not ready for a change of life because they're comfortable and they're fat cats.
Now this concludes our first interview. In the next interview, we're going to talk about how the Pope fits into all of this.
Okay, all right.
We've just had a discussion about the bishops. And the next subject that I'd like to discuss is that of the Holy Father.
Oh.
Because to me it seems that the point that is causing most difficulty for faithful Catholics is that of the Pope. With the bishops, of course, there's this great disappointment that we have been abandoned, and as a result, there seems to be an increasing anger against the bishops. Have you had that same experience with talking to the faithful?
Oh, yes. As I say, it's not merely a lack of respect any longer. They now fulminate against the bishops. They accuse them, and rightly so. The bishop is finally the man who has the ultimate say-so in the parishes, and over his priests and nuns, and over the schools. And it's not that they now merely lack respect for the bishop, it is that they attack them. They say, what are these men doing? They're simply fat cats that are living off the money we give, and they're not defending the church, they're not standing up for the law of God and the law of Christ. No, they now are attacking them, and they're critiquing them. Yeah.
So the situation with the bishops is disappointing, but it's fairly clear-cut. Now,
yes, it's fairly clear-cut.
Now, with the Holy Father, we're into a different situation. There seems to be a fair amount of confusion, and I'll set up a scenario, and then we can go from there.
Yes.
Some good, faithful, traditional Catholics are very critical of this Pope. Others say that he is a staunch defender of the faith. So within the same camp you have some disagreement. Now amongst the liberals too, you have some liberals that are very hostile towards the present Holy Father because of his stands, let's say, on abortion and artificial contraception, and yet you have others who claim that he is supporting their agenda. Perhaps you could shed some light on this confusion.
Well, I'll tell you, Bernard, I may not be able to shed light on it, but we can review the entire question. Because between you and me and the Holy Spirit, there is no other question so agonizing for Roman Catholics today, more agonizing than the question of John Paul II, John Paul II. Who is he? What sort of a pope is he? Is he pope? What does he mean? Why doesn't he do certain things? Why does he do other things? Is he really helping us all? Is he really devoted to Our Lady? Does he know what's going on? Is he a puppet? Is he a modernist? Is he really Pope? All those questions are being flung around about this one man. He's now with us since October 16, 1978. That's a long time. And it is veritably the evening of his papacy. It may be a long evening, but he's in the evening of his papacy. His health, just to touch on it for the present moment, actuarially, he can last another 4 to 7 years. He's had trouble. He's been shot at, of course, the assassination attempt. He has osteoporosis. He has a megalovirus that they can't control. He was operated for cancer, and he's had some accidents, and he's had some ischemic attacks, like a lot of very active men. I've had ischemic attacks. But he's there. And the question is, what is he finally? Is he really our Pope? And remember, but let's recall one thing about the Pope. You could say that by the year 35 AD, the church was up and going. Pentecost had taken place. The apostles were abroad. Our Lady had gone to live with John the Apostle himself. They were preaching already and were spreading the faith. They were getting converts, thousands of converts. From that time, the year 35 AD, until now, we have had an unbroken line of single men, the popes. 264 of them. Peter and 263 successors. An unbroken line. Some of them saints, some of them sinners. Some of them scholars, some of them very stupid men, but all in that line. We've had an unbroken line. We're the only unbroken line from Christ. Therefore we can say that our Pope, if he's validly elected, and is the Bishop of Rome, and the successor of Peter, we know that we are in physical contact with the historical Jesus. We hail from a man who lived and ate with Jesus, who saw him crucified, and who was appointed by him as head of the church. So we have that connection, that physical connection. No other church has that. That's our claim. And that's Roman Catholicism. And that's our pride. And that's our strength. We have that historical connection. It's not a vague thing, somebody appointed because people pray over him. No, we know that he is one of the 264 successors. This is our pride, our strength, and our weakness, and our weakness.
So then, a Catholicism without a papacy is not real Catholicism.
No, it's not. Ceased to be, because only to Peter did Christ say, on you I'm going to build the church, and you are the rock. And what sins you loose on earth, they're loosed on earth and heaven. And what sins you don't, what you bind, what you impose on earth, are bound in heaven. And I will be with you until the last day, and the gates of hell will not prevail against you. That he's the only one who got that promise. And believe you me, in their heart of hearts, the other churches, all of them, they know this. They realize that. That's why somebody said that if tomorrow morning the papacy ceased to exist, if the Catholic Church, in other words, ceased to exist, the bottom would fall out of Christianity. It then become an accident of history, which is the fond desire of our enemies, of course, and will never happen. Anyway, that's just to characterize what the papacy is for us. And we don't expect the Pope to be a holy man. We call him His Holiness because he represents the All-Holy. And he does represent the All-Holy. Now, as regards this particular man, Karol Wojtyła, now 76 years old, or in his 76th year, Bishop of Rome, elected on October 16, 1978, by a majority of bishops, of cardinals in the conclave. First of all, his election was utterly valid. I'm paid to know what a valid election is, and so are hundreds and hundreds of others, and we know the election was valid. He was elected validly as Pope. There's no doubt about that. And he did accept it validly. So he is Pope. And by the way, he's the only Pope we have. So that's why we're bothered about it. If we've any worries at all about this one man, it's the biggest worry we can have. We worry about homosexuality, we worry about pornography, we worry about pedophilia, we worry about the decadence, we worry about all these things. But those are minor worries compared to this one thing. Are we secure in our Pope? Have we got a Pope? And is he really Pope? That's the question. Now, why does the question arise in the case of John Paul II? It didn't arise in the case of Pacelli, Pius XII, or Pius XI, or John the 23rd, or Paul VI, or any of the other popes. Why does it arise in his case? Oh, it arises for very good reasons. Very good reasons. First of all, look at the magnitude of this man. I mean, let's appreciate it. He came last month, October. He came to the United States. And he stayed in the New York, Baltimore area for 4 days. There is no other human being alive who could get 175,000 people into Central Park, rail, hail or shine, and he did. Or get 95,000 to stand in sheet rain for Mass another evening, or to go out to Aqueduct for another evening, 84,000. There's no human being alive, no matter who he is. A foreigner could come in and have to be greeted by the United States President and by the panoply of the media. No, he's the only man who could do that, and he did it. That's impressive. All right. Now, if you take away the hoopla and the public relations, what was really the result of such a visit is something else. And if you wish to, at the end of this tape, we can discuss what is the result of a visit like that. Is it really good for the church, for the faith? Does it really do good, or is it merely that? Hoopla, public relations. To get back to the main question about him, though, what's wrong, or what apparently is wrong? Many things seem wrong. All right, I give you a scenario. He decides to give a concert for the Holocaust in the Vatican. And he's going to hold it in the Hall of Audiences, this huge, enormous hall built by Paul VI beside the Basilica of St. Peter. Excellent choice. And it's standing room only, SRO, and it's distinguished. And that evening they had a huge menorah put at the base of the. It's a long sloping hall, and there were. It has 7 candlesticks, of course, 7 branches, and there were 7 survivors of Auschwitz holding their grandchildren who lit each of the candles of the menorah. And they had the London Philharmonic Orchestra under Gilbert Levine, who played all the beautiful music, including the Kol Nidre. But there were difficulties, of course, because Rabbi Toaf and the other Jews who arranged with the Holy Father, Rabbi Toaf is the rabbi of Rome, said, look, we don't like the presence of Gustav Mahler, the musician, on the schedule. His music was supposed to be played, and the Pope likes Mahler. They said because he was converted, he became a Christian. So the Pope said, okay, remove it. And they said, we don't like the crucifix hanging in the hall. The Pope said, we'll remove it. It was taken down and put in a closet for the duration of the concert. And the Holy Father spoke. He spoke a very moving speech. The speech, by the way, could have been given by the Grand Rabbi himself or by the head of the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of New York. There was nothing Catholic about it. There was nothing Christian about it at all. It was humanistic. Now, the question is, when Christ said, he that will deny me before men, I will deny him before God the Father. Surely, this man who is the successor of Peter and the vicar of Jesus should have said, all right, we're here to commemorate the 6 million Jews reputedly killed in Auschwitz, massacred by the Nazis. I want to tell you that we are led by a man who was crucified for all men's sins. He suffered the greatest thing, and he can understand the sufferings and your sufferings. He didn't mention the word, didn't mention our Lord's name, didn't mention the passion, didn't mention the man of sorrows, didn't mention the reparation he committed. People say, isn't that funny? He is Pope. I'll take another scenario. He goes to Haiti this year, 95. And he sits down with the voodoo priests, 15 of them, on chairs, like as if they were equals. And he gives us some, he says, well, has a conversation, and his opening gambit is, look, I understand your views, and you have a perfect right to these, and but we should also understand our point of view. Is this the apostle? Do you think St. Paul would have said that? Do you think St. Peter would have said it? Do you think the Pius the 9th, Pius the 10th, Pius the 11th, the Pius the 12th would have said that? Oh no, they would not. You know that Pius the 10th was approached by a man called Theodor Herzl. Theodor Herzl is the man who founded the Zionist movement and the idea of back to Palestine. And he went to the Pope in 1903 or 4, asking Pius the 10th would he support the idea of a Jewish return to Jerusalem and to Palestine. And the Pope said, well, you people denied Jesus and you crucified him. And until you acknowledge Christ as the Savior, we can't support you. Contrast that scene with the scene of the Holocaust Memorial. That's the difference between the popes that were and this present Pope. And people say, is he really Catholic to do that? Then, for instance, he's visited in Rome by the Patriarch of Constantinople, a man called Demetrios at that time, and now it's called Bartholomew. And you know, St. Peter's has a balcony, a loggia they call it, from which the Pope blesses the crowd in St. Peter's Square, St. Peter's Basilica. Well, he and this Patriarch stood there and gave a joint blessing to the people assembled in the square. But Bartholomew is a heretic, and he's a schismatic. How can you stand with this heretic and schismatic and join in praying? I mean, is this Catholic? Would Pius the 9th have done it, or Pius the 10th, or Pius the 11th, or Pius the 12th? No. Would Gregory the 14th have done it? No. Innocent the 3rd? Any pope would have done it? No. This man does it. Then I can go on and on and on, but the point is that he is behaving in a way which is very surprising. And we have a problem about that, because
it's the whole pattern of ecumenism here.
That's right. And then if you read his book, Crossing the Threshold of Hope, and one of the questions he discusses there is the question is, must you be a Roman Catholic? And when you read that chapter, at the end of it, you say to yourself, no, you haven't got to be a Roman Catholic. As far as this Pope is concerned, you haven't got to be a Roman Catholic in order to be saved, to be justified in front of God. No matter how you turn or twist his sentences, there's no way. Now, this is a problem, because, for instance, his motto is totus tuus, which is the Latin for completely yours, and it means that he's a complete and total servant of Our Lady. But would Our Lady have done that? And then why has he allowed Sister Lucia to be obscured, and the whole message of Fatima to fall into chiaroscuro?
At some point I'd like to go into the subject of Fatima in greater detail.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. But anyway, the point is, he's supposed to be the Pope of Fatima. He's supposed to, I mean, when he was traveling around the square in 1981, May 13, traveling around in his Pope-mobile, and he was shot by Muhammad Ali Aksha. We know now it's because of Our Lady of Fatima that he was saved, that the bullets did not hit his brain. They only hit his body, because he bent down to pick up a little child who had a picture of Our Lady of Fatima on her blouse. And because he bent down, the bullets went over his head, and they hit 2 American tourists, by the way, who now have them on their mantelpieces as mementos. But, so he is a Pope devoted to Our Lady. But then why has he allowed the Roman Curia to suppress Fatima, and to suppress statues and pilgrimages to Fatima? And why has he not revealed the third secret, which he should have?
Or done the consecration.
He hasn't done the consecration. If he's so devoted to Our Lady, why? Why? So these are big problems, and how are you to reason about this, Bernard? How can one reason about these things? And still, see, he is the only Pope we have, and you must maintain that, because he is Pope. He is not ceased to be Pope. He's not a heretic, and if he were a heretic, who's going to declare him a heretic? Who has the authority? Nobody. But he's not a heretic. He's not teaching heresy, and everybody knows he stands up for the poor and the oppressed, and he stands up for the unborn, and he stands up against homosexuality, he stands up against pornography, he stands up against all oppression. There's no man in this world can accuse this Pope of not being the champion of the weak and the helpless. There's no doubt about that. But as a Pope, then you see, when he writes a letter to the United Nations, on negotiations, by the way, and he starts off, I, John, Bishop of Rome and Son of Humanity. What on earth does that mean? Why doesn't he say, I, John, Bishop of Rome and Vicar of Jesus Christ on earth, successor to the apostles? He doesn't. He doesn't. What is this? How do you judge this man? Is he Pope? Yes, he is Pope. Yes, he is Pope. Until he dies, he's Pope. The difficulty is this, that you have to have some explanation, something to explain what's happening. You know, the biggest problem in all this, Bernard, is something much more simpler than I'm making it. It's this. Christ appointed him Pope. What intention had Christ in appointing this man? When he was made Pope in 1978, already the shambles of the Church, the disaster of the Church, the falling away of the faithful, the decadence of bishops, the decadence of seminaries, the lack of vocations, all that was manifest. Between 1965 and 1978, it was clear to anybody who wanted to see it, the Church was in trouble, all over. Not in one part of the world, not in another, not in one small point, but at all points. On every point we're in trouble. Now, Christ is all-powerful. He could have elected anybody. Now, for instance, there was a cardinal at that conclave called Cardinal Giuseppe Siri. Giuseppe Siri. He was the Cardinal Archbishop of Genoa, son of a fisherman, powerful family, powerful man, who made it quite clear when he was asked in the conclave, that conclave of 1978, what he would do. He would take out a battle axe and cut off heads and suppress seminaries and expel bishops and get rid of heretical professors and wipe out certain orders of nuns. And as for homosexuality, finito. He would have taken action. In other words, it would be a witch hunt and a headhunt. Christ didn't make him Pope. He made Karol Wojtyła Pope, who is quiescent, who has allowed everything to happen, who's taken no action. The only person this man has ever excommunicated was Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, who championed the Roman Mass. It's the only person excommunicated by John Paul II. That's extraordinary. So Christ didn't put in a Siri, he put in Karol Wojtyła at the pole. And therefore Christ had some reason for putting this man in. Now, if you ask me what the reason is, I can't claim to know the mind of Christ. I can guess, though. I can guess. If Christ said to himself, in his divine wisdom, this structure is utterly rotten. If I put in a Siri, he's going to prolong it. If I put in a Wojtyła, he's going to be quiescent. He's going to let it rot further. It'll go faster. Then I can start rebuilding. That's the only way I can reason about it. But the conclusion about it all is this, though, Bernard, and then I should stop talking and you may have some questions about it. But the general conclusion is this, that you and I must make as loyal Catholics, that now is the time when we will now say no to the Pope. If he does something we know is not any good, because we have the faith too. And both theologians and lay people will have to say to their bishop, no, we will not go along with this. This is against our faith. And to assert their faith. Because it's now the function of the laity to say to both Pope and bishops, I'm sorry, we won't go along with this. We won't allow our churches to be taken. We'll leave you. We won't give our money to you. We'll build our own little church down the street made of wood and tin. But then we'll worship with a proper priest. Unless you give us a proper priest, we'll get them ordained by other people. We'll have priests, and we'll have baptism, we'll have confession.
Is there a precedent in scriptures or in church history for saying no to the hierarchy?
Oh yes, there is. The Arian heresy was one where the laity said no. And down through the ages, people have resisted. And St. Thomas himself says that you have to approach the bishops and the Pope, if necessary, in public, to make them stop making mistakes. He was talking about ordinary mistakes, not even heresy. So you are bound to. But you'd be a very brave man today, a very brave priest, a very brave Monsignore, a very brave theologian, who would say to a bishop, no, Your Excellency, you're wrong. It is not Catholic faith. You are a heretic. You're speaking heresy. You are making a big mistake. You're falling into error. Give me some theologian who would dare say that.
But yet, the very first man that Christ picked as his successor, St. Peter, was in some ways a weak man who...
He was. He made a horrible mistake in Antioch, at the old town of Antioch, where Paul found that he was... St. Paul went to visit him, and he found that he was deceiving people. With the Jews, he was pretending to be still a Jew, although he was a Christian. And with non-Jews, he was pretending not to be a Jew. Pretending not to be a Jew. And Paul said, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not the new faith. And he reproached him. And poor St. Peter, you know, in one of his letters, you know what he says about St. Paul? He says there are many hard things in Paul. And there were. He was reproached in public. And Paul stood up in front of everybody, reproached him. And that's what we have to do now to our Pope and our bishops and our priests. We'll say, no, no, Father, no, no, Your Excellency, no holiness, we won't accept that. We won't go along with that. That is not our faith. And we won't give you our money either. We won't go to your church. And we won't support you. You're not acting according to the Catholic faith. We have to tell them that now, from now on. And challenge them. Challenge them. That is, I'm afraid, our function. Now, as regards the Holy Father, I think that there's one other aspect of him which we must deal about, and that's his mind, his intellect, and his whole intellectual tradition, because that's the key to this Pope.
And that's what many people find difficult to understand. What is John Paul II's mindset?
We've got to go into that. Here's the essence of it all. John Paul II is a Pole. He was educated in Poland. He has what we know, those who lived in Europe, called a Middle European mentality. John Paul II is not a Thomist. He's not a Thomist philosopher. Sure, he knows St. Thomas, he studied him, but he's not a Thomist. He doesn't think like a Thomist. John Paul II is a phenomenologist.
Could you define that, please?
What is that? Phenomenology is a so-called branch of philosophy that's built on a completely different principle from Thomism. See, Thomist philosophy is a philosophy of realism. It says, okay, what is a human being? He has a body and a soul and senses, and it goes through analyzing the objective reality of a human being. Or what is a chair, or a table, or a tree, or the sky, or rain, or flowers? What are they? It's a realism. Phenomenology says, no, that's not the interesting point. The interesting point is my relationship to this object. So it examines your relationship to the chair, your relationship to another person, your relationship to the sky, to flowers, to an animal. It's an examination of the relationship. And that's why John Paul II has this analysis, the acting person. It's a study of the relationship of an action to an object. It's an entirely different approach. And it doesn't say the object is real. It just says there's a thing called my typewriter, and here's the relationship I have to my typewriter. It's an analysis of that kind. It's not Thomism. The result is that it hasn't got any sure foundation of metaphysics. It doesn't explain anything about the Blessed Sacrament, about our Lord's body and blood in the bread and the wine. Once they've been converted, once they've been consecrated. It doesn't explain anything about mortal sin or venial sin of the soul, because you can't see the soul. It's not a phenomenon. A phenomenon is something you can touch and see and smell and carve and modify and embrace or throw away, but phenomenology. So he's a phenomenologist, and therefore he's dealing with relationships, not with reality, with things. And that makes his language very obscure. And I've read as much of John Paul II's writings as I can. The ones in Polish I can't read. But I've read everything else, and a lot of it translated. I defy you to understand it. I defy you, even a man of your mind, and with your training and my training. Because it's an entirely different mentality. And so that's the first thing about him. You must remember, he's a Middle European intellectual. He has not got our intellectual tradition. He's not a Thomist. He doesn't think like St. Thomas. He doesn't even profess Thomistic philosophy. He's a phenomenologist. He deals with this shadowy, vague consideration of what my relationship to an object is. That's all he deals with. Second thing about John Paul II is he's a Pole. And there's a characteristic of Poles and Poland that we forget. Do you know that long before Luther, before anything like that, there was a toleration in Poland there was nowhere. It had the largest body of Scotch Covenanters at the Reformation, and they were perfectly free. Jews had a special state within Poland. They hadn't got to speak Polish, they hadn't got to be in the Polish army, they had their own newspapers, they had special privileges, they had special cities set up for themselves, and special laws governing their commerce. The toleration of Jews in Poland was something out of this world, long before they were tolerated anyplace else. Long before there was freedom for the Jews, there was that for Poland. They developed a certain freedom. They had a bicameral legislature, by the way. They had newspapers. They had what do we call them? The amendments of the Constitution, the human rights. They had a human rights list that we never had, and they called it Golden Liberty, Libertas Aurea, and they defended that. And remember, there was a Polish empire once upon a time, and it was one of the biggest empires in Europe in its day. It didn't last very long because Russia came in and France came in and Austria came in. The point is this, that what I'm saying is that the Polish mentality is very, very broad-minded. It's very permissive, and he still has this deference. So if a man becomes a bishop, well, the man is a bishop, and even if he's a homosexual bishop, as we have many in the United States, it's still his bishop. You respect him. Now, he's not a fiery Italian or a fiery Spaniard or a solid German who say, listen, you're a sinner, get the hell out of here. Leave this seminary, leave this diocese. No, he's not like that. So he's got this mentality, this deferential attitude of the Poles to authority and to other people's opinions. They're very broad-minded in that sense. So this is the second weakness. I consider it a weakness in John Paul II. The third thing is that he's a geopolitician. That is, he thinks, perhaps it's true, but he's persuaded that he knows what's happening in history. And that he sees around the corner, whereas ordinary mortals don't. Geopoliticians think that. And that's why at times, and I make no implications when I say this, Bernard, at times when you hear John Paul II talking, you think you're talking to a Freemason. This is the same view of history, the same idea of history moving. And there is that touch in him, and he's not a Freemason, never was. I don't think he has great difficulty about Freemasonry. He hasn't got the difficulty I have at all. There's another weakness in him too. He's not very much alive to the danger of the Masonic threat to the church. He's not alive to that. Why? I do not know, but he's not. The marvelous, not the marvelous thing, but the surprise is that his great mentor was Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski. Stefan Wyszynski was the primate of Poland, and the man who made Wojtyła, really, his protector and creator. And he was also called the Fox of Europe. And he was violently anti-Masonic, violently anti-communist. In 1981, when Wojtyła was lying in Gemelli Hospital in Rome from his wounds, and Wyszynski came to die of very bad cancer, and they could speak on the phone to each other. They couldn't meet again. And he died, Wyszynski died and was buried before the Pope could get to him, because the Pope didn't recuperate for 3 months, well into November of 1981. But that he, after being with Wyszynski, that he's developed in this way is very surprising because he is permissive. And it's all right to travel around the world. And let me go back now to the papal visit that was here, that he made in October. These marvelous trips, in Częstochowa, for instance, once he gathered 1.3 million young people. And in San Jacques de Compostela in Spain another year, he had 1.2 million young people. And then he was at Denver, where he assembled all these people and again took the country by storm. The president had to go down and meet him. And this time the president had to come to New York and say hello to him and speak with him and be seen in public.
And both men, Clinton and Gonzalez, are not by any means practicing Catholics.
On the contrary, they're anti-Catholic. They love killing babies, and they are pagans. They are pagans. Now, what is the result of all these papal trips? Well, one result is this, or one thing happening is this, that while he's away traveling, and he travels a good deal of parts of the year, and he's traveled to 92 countries already, and he's gone around the world so many times, and he's been seen by everybody and talked by everybody, the church in Rome has fallen into the hands of his enemies, of the enemies, we think the enemies of the church, those who are plotting his downfall, his resignation at the present moment. They want him to resign him. That's what I wanted to get onto. His fate is coming up this year, 1996, by the way. It's coming up to be considered. And he's not taking care of the house. He's not governing the church. And the last thing anybody would say about this man is that he's a wise governor of the church. He's not. He doesn't govern the church. He reigns, if you want to put it like that, as a figurehead. He doesn't govern the church. And he doesn't choose bishops. He didn't choose Cardinal Bernardine of Chicago, for instance. He didn't choose these people. They were put in by their friends, and he signed the document. Now, look at this man as he is now. I'm not breaking confidences, and I'm not speculating either idly when I tell you that the greatest pressure on John Paul II now, and for the last 3 years, is that he resign. What's the argument? The argument is this. Holy Father, you will be, in 1995, you will be 75 years old. The law is that once a bishop, and you're Bishop of Rome, once a bishop is 75, he has to submit his resignation. You're a bishop. Now, there's no doubt in our minds, nor in your minds, that the unity between you and your bishops is broken, if it ever existed. The bishops don't like you. They don't like you, and they don't. And most of the cardinals disagree with you. Your latest cardinal, Cardinal Martini, is going to, he says if he were made Pope, he would experiment with female priests, or with married priests. And that for you is abhorrent. You say the church can't do it. He says they could do it. And many other cardinals think so too. And many bishops disagree with your strictures about homosexuality, and about divorce, and contraception, and fetal research. And therefore the unity between you and your bishops is broken, if it ever existed. Why don't you resign and let us elect a man with whom the bishops feel united, and therefore give the church strength? If the church has weakness nowadays, it is because we're not united with you, Holy Father. People disagree with you, and you're too stiff. And you did good work. You did help in destroying the Soviet Union, and you did do a few great things like that. Now can't you retire to Częstochowa, to the monastery of Częstochowa, retire to Monte Cassino, live in Rome? The amount of good you'll do as ex-pope and consultant will be huge. Meanwhile, we'll have a younger man whom the bishops trust more. And by the way, Holy Father, you are just a bishop like the rest of us. Yes, you do occupy the venerable see of Rome, but you're only a bishop, first among equals.
So now we're beginning to see how hideous this whole concept of collegiality actually is.
That's right. That was the plan from the very beginning. And when Father McGee, now Bishop McGee, went down to retrieve his breviary or his book or his comb when he left in the conference room and scuffed the floor and found these 2 or 3 sheets of paper and found in the handwriting of a very well-known Peritus, who is now dead, by the way, and who was an arch-heretic, as an Austrian, when he found there the plan of strategy: if we get this vote through, we have the papacy by its neck, we can choke it and kill it off, and rush back to Paul VI. Now we know the error Paul VI made in not stopping that vote and stopping the whole document and wiping it out. He had the power to do so. And writing an ineffectual note, the nota explicativa, which nobody remembers, which is printed in the index of volumes now. Now we know what the plan was. That was in 1964. It is now 1995. And all the damage has been done. And all the bishops have been given the idea that they're little popes. And that they're just as, they can cock a snoot at the Pope. They can say no to the Pope. They do say no to the Pope. Now we know what was planned. And yet, here's my pet peeve, my grumble coming out again, yet my intelligent theologians and good people whom I know all over the church, not in America and Canada alone, but in Europe and in Africa and in Asia, they are still refusing to stand up and say, boys and girls, men and women, my brethren and my sisterin, it's all over. We are going down the drain unless we change. There's something radically wrong in our structure. Not with our faith, but with our structure. But they're not saying that because to do that, they've got to give up their salaries. They've got to be in revolt. They've got to say no to the bad bishops. They've got to say no to the Holy Father when he makes a mistake, because he's making mistakes. They've got to say no to their parish priests. They've got to resist their nuns. They've got to resist the feminists among the feminazis, as we call them amongst the nuns. They've got to resist all that and fight. No, they don't want to do that. They're fat cats. They're too comfortable. That means war. That means losing friends.
And we've ceased to be a church militant.
We are no longer a church militant. There's no church militant on this earth at the present moment. And you see, here's the problem, Bernard. Having given you again my pet peeve for the third time, and I'll keep on repeating this because I'm beginning to see some of them scratching their heads already and looking sideways, askance, knowing that some of the good people saying, yeah, there's something wrong. Christ is allowing this. My good and gentle Lord Jesus, who loves his church, St. Paul says he loves it as a bride, and is without spot and wrinkle. He's leaving this happen in his church. Now, by the way, talk about the church for one moment. We'll be quite clear about this. When St. Paul says the church of God is the bride of Christ without spot or wrinkle, what does he mean? He's talking about every soul on earth, in purgatory, and in heaven who is in the state of grace. And if they're in the state of grace, they're without spot or wrinkle. That's the mystical body of Christ. That's the body of the saved. You must belong to that. If you're a Muslim or a Jew or a Mormon or a Baptist, you will not be saved unless you're associated with that and get grace from it. One way or the other, get grace from it before you die, because if you don't, you're dead for eternity. Now, that's the church. Why is Christ allowing this to happen to his church? Because Christ is all loving, and he has a purpose in mind. He's supremely intelligent, he's omnipotent, and he has a mind all his own. He's not the same as us, he thinks totally different. Therefore he has something. And therefore, what do we do about this? Well, first thing is we acknowledge the situation. And then tell ourselves we know what to do. We know you must get confession. You must get Holy Communion. You must go to Mass. You must say a prayer. You must say a rosary. You must keep clean. You must try and propagate the faith. You needn't bother about anything else. Just your obligations, your children, your friends, your work. Do what you should do. Christ will take care of the rest of it. But don't be deceived, and you cannot go along because you get along by going along. You don't do that any longer, because if you do, you'll lose your faith. You will lose it for certain. That's the only thing you can say about it. Now, as regards the Holy Father himself, then, what's the prognostication? What can we expect? Bernard, we can expect much suffering at the hands of this Holy Father. He is not going to vindicate us. He's not going to protect us. He's not going to vindicate Roman Catholicism as the only religion. He's not going to. He's not going to. It's not his principle. He wrote a letter recently, ut unum sint, is a phrase taken from the Gospel, that they may be one. It's about ecumenism. And if you read that letter very carefully, you'll find that there isn't one quotation from anybody prior to 1965. There isn't one quotation from the fathers, not one quotation from previous popes, from previous councils, nothing, just Vatican II and since.
And wasn't there some talk about reshaping the papacy in that encyclical?
Secondly, and that's most important, he said that, yes, I am the Bishop of Rome and I occupy this scene, and the papacy, I am the Pope, I occupy the papacy, but perhaps we can understand this in a new way. Bernard, That could be interpreted in a very, very bad way. It could be interpreted in a modernist way of evolution, modernist evolution. I don't think he meant that. He's again phenomenologist. He's again clawing at the relationship. He's not dealing with the reality that Christ said, you are Peter, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven, and whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and the gates of hell will not prevail against you. And feed my lambs and feed my sheep. Do you love me, Peter? He's forgotten all that. The dazzling picture of Greeks and Russians and Jews and Muslims meeting in Mount Sinai, meeting in Jerusalem with him in the year 2000, this is dancing ahead of him as the great achievement. Whereas there's only one achievement, Bernard, let me say it out loud, for the Pope to hear and bishops to hear and priests to hear, everybody to hear. The only triumph Christ promised us is when a soul dies and doesn't go to hell, goes to purgatory or heaven. That's triumph for the church. Otherwise, forget it. There's no triumph worth bothering about.
Now, I think we're beginning to understand why the issue of the Pope, of John Paul II, is causing this confusion amongst the faithful, because you've mentioned, now let's say, 3 weaknesses that he has, let's say, in philosophy, in governance, and in his ecumenism. And yet at the same time, he's a complex character, because he's also a man of considerable strengths, let's say in devotion to Our Lady or standing for great moral values.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. This is the contradiction. And you see, the only saving grace is that he's been anointed Pope. Otherwise, I would not have anything to do with this man. I consider him a very dangerous character.
Now, how is it that these contradictory characteristics, some negative, some positive, can coexist in the mind of one man?
What you're asking me really is, what does this mean about the faith of John Paul II?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean for his Catholicism?
Because it's very complex here, because there's both these strengths and these weaknesses.
Certainly, I'll tell you this much. Neither Pius IX, Pius X, Pius XI, or Pius XII would have tolerated a man with these views. They'd have sent him to a monastery if he were a cardinal or a bishop, and certainly wouldn't have ordained him if he was in a seminary. They wouldn't have ordained him. He would not have been ordained, much less consecrated bishop, much less made a cardinal, much less elected pope. He wouldn't have got within the Narcissus roar of the papacy. That's for certain. Now, then, what are we to say? Well, you can say 1 or 2 or 3 things. You can say, well, Christ put him in. He's made prudential errors of a vast kind. He's made no vast error. He hasn't taught heresy formally. And he's going to die, and that'll be that, and Christ will judge him. We can't imitate him, but we can't judge him either because he's Pope. The point is, we can judge him, and we have to judge him. We have to judge every man. But we don't judge him to condemn him, to refuse to see him as Pope. But there's another difficulty comes up immediately, and it really tortures the soul, and it's this. Bernard, let me tell you about my father and mother, as an example. They rarely talked about religion, formally. They sent us to school, they sent us the proper ways, and if we brought up a question, they'd discuss it. But they didn't sit around a table and lecture us, ever. But I knew everything about my religion from watching my father and mother, their example. And I could see illustrated in them what patience was, what anger was, what gentleness was, what mourning was, what pain was. I learned everything by watching, because a child knows everything but doesn't know it knows. In other words, you teach by what you do.
By example.
By example. If I apply that to the present Holy Father, the example is horrendous. I wouldn't be insistent on everybody becoming Catholic. I wouldn't be insistent on people confessing their sins. I wouldn't be insistent on even being baptized. It's not necessary. It's not given as an absolute necessity by this Pope. And if you put him the question, must you be baptized? You say, yes, you should be. But he doesn't see that as necessary for salvation. And that I cannot accept. And I cannot accept. See, then it goes very far. Because for instance, I know it's chauvinistic of me, but I don't want a pope I can sit at breakfast with and say, please pass the salt, Holy Father. I don't want to exchange fish and chips with him. I don't want to drink wine and clink glasses and shake his hand. I don't want that. I want a pope I can venerate, because he does represent the Lord Jesus Christ, who is my judge and my Savior. I just can't stand that. There was a very pathetic picture of John Paul II published, a photograph. He married a very prominent couple in Rome, in the Peter Basilica, this year. And they took a photograph of the Pope standing with his mitre and crosier. This is the Pope, the 263rd successor of Peter, the vicar of our Lord Jesus, the patriarch of the West, the man who can bind and loose on earth, the only man who can bind and loose Lucifer on earth, standing, holding his crosier in one hand, and talking and chatting with them. It simply doesn't go. That's all about it. It doesn't go. The idea of sitting around in 15 chairs with 15 voodoo priests in Haiti and saying good morning to them, how are you? For the Pope? No. My Pope doesn't do that. He is the vicar of our Lord Jesus. There's some particularity about it, some specialty about it, isn't there? Yes, of course there is. But he doesn't do that. So he has Lord the papacy. He has de-dignified it. He has degraced it in that, not disgraced it, but degraced it. And I resent that very much. And I just hope the next Pope won't do that. But this man has done that, and therefore I disapprove of that. But still, if he were Pope, he was Pope. And he is Pope, that's the difficulty. And he has brought us to this low point where we are afraid of what he's going to do next. And we suspect that he won't support us when it comes to a pinch, comes to shove, and he won't. Because we've tried already. We've complained about our bishops, complained about our pedophiliac priests, we've complained about the cardinals, we've complained about masonry, we've complained about the foul things allowed in the church. He has done nothing, whatever. And if you say that he's doing that in order to keep the peace, who needs peace? I've come on earth to fling a sword amongst men, Christ said. And if you said that they would kill him if he did otherwise, let them kill him. It's another martyr. Blood is that which founded our church, the blood of Jesus and the blood of martyrs. So all the arguments fade away, and you're left finally with this lugubrious and solemn conclusion. He is our Pope. The time is coming when we'll have to say, no, Holy Father, we don't want this, we don't want that, we want something else. We don't accept the ideas you have. We do venerate you as Pope, and please help us in that, and give us the best you can give. But we have to resist him. We have to resist them when they're wrong, and popes can be wrong.
Now, you've just returned from Rome, and I'd like to take a look at the general situation in Rome. What were some of your major impressions that you made during your visit?
That Rome is full of apostates. Full of apostates. That the situation is shabby in the extreme. That it is a bureaucracy turning over for its own benefit. That it has no more idea of serving the Pope and serving the Church and serving people and saving souls than I have of jumping over the moon, and less ability to do so than I have of jumping over the moon. And that there is nothing coming out of Rome which is any good for the universal Church at all, except misdirection and indirection. The impression is terrible. It is terrible. Lots of good people, lots of young students, lots of fervent nuns, lots of fervent minor characters, but the body as such, the Roman Curia, no. It's not working for Christ any longer. No wonder Christ is spitting it out of his mouth. No wonder he's deprived it of jurisdiction. No wonder people don't obey it. No wonder it has no longer got grace. No wonder it's broke financially, which it is. Because the promise of the early 50s and 60s that the Roman Church would finally develop its own banking system and be independent is gone. Too much corruption. Too much scandals, too much loss of liquidity and prestige. So that's the impression you get there. And then the impossibility of working with this machinery, the skullduggery, the corruption. You know, in New York, I'm going to violate the ears of your chaste audience by telling you this. In New York, we have a horrible New York expression saying in this city, only the big ass and the big dollar counts. It's the same thing in Rome. Just corruption. And that's the way it is. And when God is going to clear that out, he'll clear it out. But believe you me, it is something out of this world. It's most saddening. It's most saddening.
Now, I think some of the cardinals themselves are beginning to realize that there are problems in Rome and in the church. Did you follow at all Cardinal Stickler's visit to the United States? What was his major message?
His major message was this: we've got to get back to fundamentals. We've lost something. There is something awry everywhere, including at the headquarters of the church. Stickler is good, Albert Stickler, but he has no power. He's retired. He was librarian, a Vatican librarian, as you know. He has no power, but he does his best.
And what did he say about the Mass?
He said the Mass, we have to revert to the Mass. We have got to go back. There was a very big mistake made. There was a distortion, completely. And what he was saying between the lines was, the Novus Ordo is completely a mess. We must get back to the original and reform the entire structure we've built up since then. That's what he's saying quite plainly. And if you speak to Cardinal Gagnon, who's retired, same thing. If you speak to Cardinal Oddi, it's the same thing. If you speak to, say, Chappi, they say the same thing, but they're all retired and they're all helpless. And then some of them, let's face it, Cardinal Chappi, for instance, doesn't want to leave his apartment in the Vatican. So if he preaches against the current opinions in the Vatican, he'll lose his apartment and have to go outside. And he doesn't want to go outside. He wants to die in the Vatican. Thank you very much and happy Christmas, Cardinal Chappi.
Now, what does it tell us when men as high as cardinals, and let's say use the example of Cardinal Oddi, who told someone I know who's been active in Univoce that within a few years the conciliar church is going to collapse.
Sure.
What does it tell us when, let's say, men like as high up as Cardinal Stickler and Cardinal Oddi make these kind of statements and no longer follow the party line?
What does it mean? It means this, and this is the hardest thing we can tell your audience, but let's say it with great prayerfulness and reverence. It means that Lucifer, Satan, has now been enthroned. There. He has power there. He has now paralyzed what used to be the central hub and heart of the church. He has that in his grasp. And that's where Marcel Lefebvre, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, was correct in saying that Rome is full of apostates, and it is. Apostasy is rife in Rome. It is real apostasy. What does that mean? It means that they no longer seek the glory of Christ. They seek their own, and they've used the church and used sacred things to push their own self-benefits and their own interest. That's what it means, which is a terrible admission to make. And it means that you can... The accusation of malfeasance and misfeasance can be urged against Paul VI, John the 23rd, and John Paul II, because they have allowed that to happen. In their watch, this has happened, and it shouldn't have happened. And if they didn't know it was happening, they should have known, and if they knew and did nothing about it, all the greater is their guilt. It does mean, though, that Satan has power in Rome. It does mean that.
What does that mean for the faithful? Because if we follow the line of argument that we followed in the first tape with the bishops, in the second interview with the deplorable situation in Rome, it means now that the laity and good priests and some good bishops cannot depend on the church structure.
No, they can't. What they must do is this. There is no bishop, there is no priest who does not know where to look for doctrine in books and in records. And we have sufficiently good theologians, sufficiently good bishops. Not many of them, we have them. We all know what we should do now. We know what we should do. The point is this: we must insist the others do it or get out and leave us alone. We must insist on that. We must not give them economic help. We must not give them our money. We must not give them our loyalty. And I could, but I won't, I could name off on one hand, or two hands, 10 bishops in the United States, and probably 5 in Canada, and you no longer owe them any allegiance. They're no longer Catholic. You shouldn't kiss their ring. You shouldn't say, yes, Father, no, Father. You shouldn't say, yes, Your Excellency, no, Your Excellency. They should be shunned. They are not Catholic any longer.
So one is not bound to obey, then, a bishop, let's say, who still holds his office but has lost his faith?
No. He's an apostate. He's outside. He's excommunicated. Auto-excommunicated. He's outside the church. He has no right to his office any longer. They will insist on it, but on preserving it. That's our difficulty with them. because they're mutually supporting each other, and they support each other, they certainly do, and you can't break that phalanx. And that's the difficulty today, that they have these national conferences of bishops, and no bishop can dare step outside that, otherwise he's going to be crippled. They're going to cripple him, and he will have nothing to say, and he will lose money, and he can't do anything in Rome, and he can't get permissions that he needs, he can't get annulments, he can grant them but he can't get them, and he's going to be crippled, and he'll be shunned by his fellow bishops, and no bishop wants to be shunned by his fellow bishops. Besides, most bishops want to travel higher, they want to become an archbishop or a cardinal, so they've got to stay in favour with the powers that be, so they're caught unless they revolt.
So power has replaced principle then?
Yeah, power has replaced principle.
Now, this leads on to another question then. If the hierarchy has abandoned us, essentially, there's the whole question of the underground church. I know good priests who are, let's say, leaving vestments and
chalices and
that kind of thing in people's homes and quietly going around saying Mass. Do you think there's going to be more of this in the future?
Well, Bernard, if you want to gauge the myopia of the bishops and the ignorance of the Pope, then come with me sometime and let me visit with you the underground church in the United States. If the bishops and the Pope knew the extent of the underground network, where we have masses, baptisms, confessions, bishops and priests and nuns, seminaries, libraries, all our own, and they know nothing about it. It's a small minority, but now it's spreading everywhere, and you can go from city to city from the in the underground church and never touch the normal church, never go near the normal priest, never listen to the ordinary bishop of the place, because there's this network growing of people saying, we know what we should do, we have the books, we have good priests, we have good bishops, let's go ahead and have it. And forget the others, and that's what they're doing, because they can't shift them, because the others have canonical power, they're in power, they own the plant, you know, which they're selling off, by the way, as we said, 40 at a time, 6 at a time, 4 at a clip, etc. But if they knew how extensive it was, they'd be frightened. They'd be really frightened. And they don't know that, though, and we are not going to tell them. And the underground church is something which is flourishing at the present moment, and is going to go on flourishing, because the young people above all are saying, hey, this is a great idea, this satisfies me, this gives me a reason for going to church, this enables me to avoid lechery, helps me to make a good marriage, it teaches me what I should do, gives me laws of morality, and gives me a belief I can accept.
Is there perhaps an attitude amongst the hierarchy and the bishops that they don't want to know about this underground church?
They don't want to know about it because it's too troublesome. I've never even attempted to tell a bishop about this, except one man.
I know somebody who tried to tell a bishop about it, and he just expressed absolute
disbelief,
shock that this was going on.
Yeah, that means that the ground is being tunneled beneath them, being honeycombed, and it is. The ground beneath them is, and you see, there will come a generation of bishops, not long off, who suddenly find that they don't cut any ice, they don't cut any. They're not of consequence, and people are not going to church. They're going elsewhere, and they've built little ramshackle things of their own, or they're in private homes. And then you see, add to that, Bernard, this horrible fact that within your lifetime, possibly within mine, but certainly within your lifetime, there's going to be a persecution. The church is going to be constrained, socially and politically and culturally. And only those with a secret way of worshipping and getting Holy Communion and confession and getting married and baptized and being anointed at their death is by the underground church.
And this fact leads us to what is going to be our next topic of conversation, which is Catholic devotion.
That's right. The essence of Catholicism is in devotion.
This interview with Father Malachi Martin, we're going to talk about the Catholic devotional life. But before we go into this topic, I'd like to set the context that an individual or a family would be in for setting up their devotional life. And we've already talked about two aspects of this context, one being the failure of the hierarchy, The second, that we may in the future have to arrange a form of religion that would be practiced in the home because of a coming persecution. The third aspect I'd like to look at is what has happened to our civilization. Many people are experiencing a loneliness and a sense of rootlessness. What do you think has happened to our civilization in its most important points?
All right. Very good. That's a very broad canvas. Now, do you want to start off with the first point about the civilization we're living in?
Yes. What has happened to it that people don't feel at home in it?
Well, I'll tell you, Bernard, what has happened is this. Put in very simple language, it is that that which made our civilization possible has stopped, has ceased to exist. You see, whether people admit it or not, and believers do admit it, but they don't always realize it, and non-believers don't realize it at all, and they don't believe it. On this earth, everything that exists, everything that happens, everything that people do is either on God's side or it's on the side of the devil. There is no choice. There's no in-between.
There's no third option.
Third option. Between the supernatural and the natural, and the purely natural, there's no option. Christ has decreed, by coming on earth and becoming a man, becoming a baby, growing up, founding the church, he has decreed that the supernatural has penetrated the natural. The best illustration of that is from his own life, when he met this deaf man, totally deaf man. Now he could, in his power, have said, here, be cured. Forget your deafness. In one stroke, by even not saying it, he could think it, he could will it. He didn't. He sat down, squatted down with the man, and he spat on the ground and made a little mud pie, and he pasted his ears and said, let your ears be opened. Why did Christ do that? Pedagogically. What was he teaching? He was teaching this, that his power penetrated all things, all matter. The supernatural has penetrated this world, this cosmos, this material cosmos of sun, moon and stars and earth and trees and water and fire and all the atoms. That's all been penetrated by the supernatural. There's nothing natural any longer. By itself, it's been penetrated by the supernatural. The result is that you're either for God or against God. There's no choice. There's no such thing as a neutral action. You can't act neutrally. You can't say, well, I really don't, it's not I have nothing against God, but I simply don't believe in it, and I'm simply a normal human being. No, you're not. No, we're all abnormal. The abnormal has happened. The divine has happened to us. And nature forever is changed. Okay, number one. Number two, this is a divided nature. There is a personage called Lucifer, whom we call Lucifer, or Satan, or Old Scrat, or Old Nick, whatever name we give this personage. He's an angel, and he heads legions of angels, all of whom hate us, all of whom are already in hell, all of whom are sworn enemies of Christ and of God. They have permission, a certain amount of permission, to tempt us to rule the world, to govern men, to sway their minds and wills, and they do. Because man is supremely free. Our free will is our greatest and most terrible gift. And they do persuade many people to follow them. The result is that a civilization such as ours was built on the principle of Christ's salvation. And by the way, you know what happened? Be very clear-minded in your mind how we did this. Remember, we were born in the middle of one of the greatest empires that ever existed, the Roman Empire. And until we got to the center of the empire and got power, we said, we'll have nothing to do with you. The early Christians wouldn't fight. They were killed. They wouldn't join the army. They were told to by the Romans, as citizens, they wouldn't join. Until they got power, then they created their own army. And from about the year 400 AD to 1400 AD, 1,000 years, Christians created their new civilization, out of which came everything. Came the Renaissance, and came the Enlightenment, and came science, and came all modern things. The hairdos we have, the clothes we're wearing, the language we're speaking, the science we have, the machines we have, the light, the electricity, the automobile, the plane. Everything came out of that civilization. Everything, including our charity, our hospitals, our medicine. Everything came out of it. Now, that civilization is breaking up. Why? It would seem that Lucifer has been given permission to break it up, because men started breaking it up in the 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, and according as they broke it up, God turned away and said, okay, I'll create a new one. But he always waits. There's always a time lag. And we're in the time lag at the present moment between one state and another state. And therefore we're neither fish nor flesh nor good red herring, as they say in my native Ireland. We're neither Christian nor unchristian. We're in transit between 2 points. One was the ancient civilization that's dead. It's dead, completely dead. You have now the nations completely without God. When they gather together, they don't do that in the name of God. They don't know it, and they should. There's only one king of the universe, and that's Christ. They don't acknowledge Christ. His statue is not in the United Nations. And they don't do anything with his blessing. They are acting purely and simply out of self-interest. And that is the fury of the nations, as the Bible calls it, which leads them to their destruction. Now we instinctively know that we're headless. We instinctively know that there's nothing really between us and all harm except the good God. That there's now no protection for us socially, politically, civilly. That we are exposed, naked, and that we can be taken away by superior powers of state and of the world, and nobody will save us except God. We know that. Before there was a Christian civilization, of Christian kings, Christian empires, Christian powers, there were powerful men socially, politically, culturally. It doesn't exist any longer. There's no such thing as Christian civilization. It's dead as a doornail. There's now this modern civilization, the glamour of it all, the richness of it all, the fecklessness of it all, the dirt of it all, the impurity of it all, and the self-satisfaction of it all. Me, 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 me. It's always me. What's good for my body? What's good for my mind? What's good for my pocket? How can I be more beautiful? How can I remain ever young? How can you help me? How can you make me better? Make me happier? Make me richer? It doesn't. Now there's a lot of goodness, traces of the old civilization, love of neighbor and help of the sick, protection of the weak and the helpless. There's a lot of that. That's all remnant stuff. It's not official. There's no real official charity, official love, official compassion, official purity. Come on, there's not.
So our civilization, in a nutshell, is breaking down.
It's broken
because
down.
What had built it to start with, the Christian ideas,
is gone.
Are now disappearing.
They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. I mean, in what country in the world do Catholics, or Christians even, sway the parliaments? No, there's no place. There's no parliament really acting in Christian principles for the love of God and the kingdom of Christ. No, there isn't one. There were, originally, and not so long ago there were. That's all dead and gone. The world has turned away from God completely.
And so some of these symptoms, like let's say the increasing loneliness that people experience, is just a result of the breakdown of Christianity.
Yeah, it is. Well, we know, therefore, that the walls have been broken down in the city, and there are wild animals out there, and they're prowling, and they're devouring us. And there's no knocking, we've no protection. There's no protection. The very people supposed to guard us devour us. Whether it's our police, whether it's our FBI, whether it's our armies, whether it's the state, we don't know. Whether it's the corporate powers, we don't know. They're polluting our air and polluting our food and robbing our money with their taxes. I mean, we're no longer protected. The animals are loose and we've no walls. They're within the wall. There's no walls, no gates. The city is unprotected, and we know that. And that's our loneliness. And we don't know what to do about it. And those of us who have beliefs scan the scriptures and scan the sayings of holy men and listen to the appearances of Our Lady and ask what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. Is it going to happen soon? Is there going to be a change? Are we going to be delivered from this? When will it be safe to walk our streets? When will it be safe again to send my children to school? When will I have really solid trust in the priest when he comes and the bishop when he comes? That the priest won't fiddle with my son and destroy his virginity, or with my daughter, or the bishop will tell me the truth and not just steal my money and give me a lie. And when will the Pope give me real direction and be a real apostle? When will that day come back again? It will come back, but not nowadays. That's why we're so lonely and abandoned and lugubrious. We're not a happy race in any sense of the word. And if we pretend we are, then it's simply foolishness. We're not really. Deep down, we're very unhappy people. That's the condition of the civilization we're in. And there's no movement out of that so far. There's no light at the end of the tunnel, Bernard. There's nothing happening that would give you the slightest idea that there's going to be an upturn. On the contrary, even the finance people, the money men, will tell you this is a touch and a go. The market is going up, sure, but it can collapse like a balloon tomorrow, like a pricked balloon, like a paper bag somebody kicks. It can go down, and the economy of the world is shaky, and there's too much contention. Now we have Europe contending with Russia, and we have Russia and Europe and contending with America, and then we have America contending with them and with the Asia, especially with China, with the Asian tigers and those in the, what they call the Pacific Rim. It's all contention. It's contention. Getting there faster, making the bigger buck, having the bigger bang, having more pleasure, having more tourism, having more bronzed bodies, and having greater food supply. And meanwhile, Africa is languishing and being spoiled and polluted by us. I just saw yesterday an account of what company Shell Oil did in Nigeria. Simply stole the oil out of the ground and polluted the land, polluted the water, and left it at that. And the Nigerians are going through a terrible time with dictators now. But Africa, unfortunately, now is a place that we steal things from and we dump things in and let them go to hell, literally. So the world is in a bad condition. That's why the Pope has gone, what is it, 8 times to Africa? And his cries are so important. He said, it was there talking once, he said, why is it, he said, that I never speak to a man over 50 in this country? They all die young. They're killed or they die. I don't know if it was Zaire or someplace else, but it's a pathetic cry. And I have a favourite portrait of the Pope. He's sitting in the middle of an African village on an armchair. They brought an armchair for him, with a poor little man with his wife and 7 children, and chickens and pigs are on the floor. And there's the Pope of Rome in his white robe, sitting down talking with this poor black, who has nothing, and whose government doesn't give a hoot about him. And what is the Pope to do? Give him his blessing and pray that somehow or other he'll touch the hearts of those who are raping his country of its gold and of its uranium and of its coal and its lead and manganese and its silver and its diamonds, but leaving the people poor, poor, poor.
So we're living in a spiritual and even to a certain extent material desert.
Yeah.
And that leads us then to our next topic, which is going to be the Catholic devotional life, because that can be a source of nourishment in the desert in which we live.
Yeah, it is.
What does the Catholic devotional life do, and what is it?
Well, I'll tell you the function of why it's important even to talk. Why are we talking about it, brothers? In other words, why are we devoting one whole tape to it? I'll tell you why. You said, way back when we were talking there about an hour ago, you said that and we both concluded that the aim of all these changes in the liturgy and in the Mass and in the priesthood and in churches was to destroy, to liquidate, to get rid of the Mass, get rid of priesthood. Perhaps the biggest achievement of the enemies of the Church, of Lucifer and his surrogates on this earth, is that the way they have liquidated the devotion of the Church. Let me explain what I mean by that. You see, it's Cardinal Newman, by the way, who was converted, who lived in Oxford and was an Oxford Don, began very early on to say, I'm in the wrong boat. Well, what about the Catholic Church? He began to have the suspicion the Catholic Church had the truth. And he started inquiring. He spent one whole summer studying it. And in that summer, towards the autumn, he started going to Mass privately, because if they saw him do that in Oxford, he'd lose his job. He'd be expelled. So he used to steal up to London. And he stole down to an immigrant church on the East End, where there were sailors and their wives and workmen and labourers, mainly Irish and Italians. And he said that he used to sit back at the back of the church and watch all these people with their children, saying their rosaries, going to confession, praying to the statues, kissing the feet of the Sacred Heart, going up to Holy Communion, singing the hymns. And he said they all seemed to be a family. They all seemed to be gripped by the same spirit. They were all doing the same thing, and the children were perfectly at home. And they were all kneeling down and saying their prayers. And he said it was like a family. And he said, I suddenly realized, he said, that this is the center, the essence of Catholicism. It's not the cool, stately singing of hymns in grand Gothic cathedrals that have no sacrament at all, and with no candles, no Stations of the Cross, no statues of saints, no devotion, no little children lisping their Hail Marys, and no strong men confessing their sins, and women saying their rosaries, and Mass being celebrated with that fervour you only find in a Catholic Church. He said the essence was this devotion, and he said it's the holy familiarity of Catholics with heaven. That's the secret, and I'll tell you why. You see, from the very beginning, God made it clear, even in the Old Testament, which wasn't clear, only with Christ was it clear. He made it clear that this is a family affair. This is a family affair. There's a father and a son, and they have a family, in heaven and on earth. And the family is everything. And there's a mother now, added to it, the Blessed Virgin. And she's the mother of God as well as our mother. And that in a family there's great familiarity, familiaritas, and sacred familiarity, he called it. And that familiarity allows me to talk to my guardian angels, and allows me to talk to the saints, and talk to our Lord Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament, and talk to the Trinity, and greet the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. Not as equals, but as my God, and as my Father, and as my Holy Spirit, and as my Saviour. And this is the essence, this devotion. And when you find that that's crushed out of a parish, when they do away with the signs of devotion, which I want to mention in a moment, then you know that Catholicism's jugular vein has been cut. And this is where we get down to the brass tacks of it all. When you find that there are no stations of the cross ever, there are no novenas, there's no prayers to the holy souls in purgatory, there's no devotion to the Sacred Heart, the feast days of the saints are not celebrated. And people don't know it, and they don't live those lives. And Advent doesn't mean anything, and Christmas only means gifts for the children, and a lot of turkey, and a lot of food, and a lot of good living like that. And Lent doesn't mean anything, and Easter doesn't mean the joy it should mean. Then you know that devotion has died out, and the church is dead. Faith is dead. Because that's Protestantism, and it's Mormonism, and it's Judaism, and it's everything but Catholicism.
Now let's stop right here.
So it's very important.
I'm going to give you an example, and then you tell me if it's something that's happening across the world. In the parish, which is geographically closest to where I live, there was a new pastor appointed at the beginning of July. There had been actually quite a few devotions there. Like, for example, there was holy hours every Wednesday and Friday. This new priest, first what he did is cancelled all the Wednesday holy hours. Then he cancelled all but the first Friday of the Friday holy hours. People that went to them said that the few that he held is that he would even insult the people, saying, "This is old stuff, it's all repetition, get on with it." Is this the kind of thing that is happening in many parishes?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. There is this sudden rage. There's a rage and a fury against anything like that. I spoke previously about priests I know that had to leave their dioceses. The bishops wouldn't have them any longer. And it was all because they practiced such things. They insisted on devotions, on maintaining the feast days and sodalities and confraternities, and in honor of Our Lady and the saints and Saint Joseph, and in honor of Padre Pio, and in honor of Our Lady of Lourdes, and statues and processions. All that they didn't want, and pilgrimages. None of that. That's all old stuff and to be abandoned. That was the destruction intended.
If these popular devotions are the essence of Catholicism, then we are in trouble, because that's being extinguished.
It is, and it has been extinguished to a large extent. They don't practice it any longer. That's considered to be superstitious, to be useless, not to be modern. And I don't know, I go out to celebrations now with certain organizations like the Ancient Order of Hibernians, a very respectable organization. But there's no trace of devotion in it at all. No trace of devotion at all in it, in the chapters of it I've seen. And it is universal too. And that's why the rosary has died out. The families no longer recite the rosary. Families are not there in the evening anyway, and when they are, they're looking at television. So the essence of Catholicism is being stolen away like that. And the enemies who are within the church, who set out to destroy it, know well that if they liquidate all devotion, if they eliminate all devotion to Our Lady and Saint Joseph and the Holy Souls and the saints, and to the Blessed Sacrament, to the tabernacle, by removing the tabernacle first of all, and then not allowing any devotion to it, they have killed Catholicism. Then they're into a new, for instance, they're into things like they have now these new enneagrams, and they have other devotions, and the RCIA and Renew and all these various forms, which have nothing to do with Christian tradition, whatever. They're inventions, substitutes for devotion.
Well, let's take an example of this particular parish. In the bulletins now, there's less and less mention of devotions and more things like about coffee parties and handwriting analysis and that kind of thing.
That's right. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. It's secularization. That's what I call decatholicization. And when you find a priest doing that, then you either accept it and you're rid of your faith, or you revolt. You say, "Father, we want it back, or else we're not coming back."
Now,
that's the difficulty. That's the difficulty.
Is these devotions a feature that's distinctive of Catholicism?
Yeah.
Is there any other religion that has all that?
None. We're the only ones who have that. We're the only Christian religion that has that. and no other religion has anything like it. Anything like it whatever. It is utterly distinct. And when you find that not existing, when you find it extinguished or not there at all, you know that Catholicism cannot be alive.
And then we've just become like any other religion, basically.
That's right, that's right. You gather on a weekday if you want to, if you feel like it, and you sing a few hymns, and that's why you see the whole business of when they wanted to promote altar girls, it wasn't so much there's anything wrong with little girls in the altar. There's nothing wrong with it, essentially. It is that the emphasis is laid in the wrong way. It's not a matter of pride to be all dressed up. And by the way, for instance, the Bishop Gracias of Corpus Christi, Texas, he holds an annual award for the best altar girl of the year, and he has everything except a swimsuit exhibition. But they do everything else that Miss America does. And the girl there's a winner and a runner-up and a substitute, and they go through the same thing as the Miss America pageant. And that has nothing to do with Christian devotion. It's really worldliness.
Now, from what you've said, it seems to me then that what the Catholic devotional life does is it builds the sacred into our day-to-day lives.
That's right, that's right. It makes you familiar. It puts you on a familiar basis with the angels.
And otherwise then it's something that's very distant.
Well, nowadays, Bernard, I find when people come to see me and come to talk about religion, about their conscience, and hear their confessions, and I clean it up and that sort of business, the first thing I start asking them when they've done all that is, do you say a rosary? You find say no. Have you got a rosary? Some of them have, some of them have, most of them haven't got. Do you ever pray to your guardian angel? They say, who? They don't know who the guardian angel is. They don't know they have a guardian angel. They don't know they have one. Much less pray to him. They don't know that. And then the feast day of the saints. What is that? Do you ever pray to a saint? Do you ever get down on your knees? Most of them never knelt in their lives, by the way. Most of them never knelt down once in their lives. In their churches, in their schools, they never kneel. They never kneel. So kneeling, adoration, worship is something they never got. So they don't know what a saint is. They don't know what to worship God is. They don't know what it is to kneel down in front of the tabernacle. They don't know what it is to pray to St. Joseph, to celebrate St. Peter or St. Ignatius. They don't know what that means.
So there's a total loss of knowledge.
Total. There's no devotion. They never make a novena. They never say Hail Mary in honor of St. Teresa of Lisieux. That's all gone. That's all gone. That familiarity with the kingdom of heaven and its family is not there any longer. And you see, the difficulty is that if you don't have that, you're not on an equal footing with the supernatural. You're not really living a life. Whereas you should know all about the 9 choirs of angels, what each choir does. You should know which choir does your guardian angel belong to. You should pray to him for that. It should fill your life, because the angels are all around us. They sustain life, they sustain bridges, they sustain the bricks of this house, they sustain the city in which we are, and they keep the rivers flowing and keep the water in the ocean, and keep mountains from toppling on top of us, and keep fire from burning us. They are the pillars of creation. That's what they were created for.
So then another way to look at it is that when you live a life of the supernatural, of devotion, you are experiencing really the fullness of reality.
That's right. That's right.
Now modern man seems to have cut himself off from the whole supernatural dimension.
Completely. And he has no idea, therefore, what's going on around him. And then they get sudden ideas about the angels. They suddenly hear about angels. Or Michael Landon had a picture, their series, something about heaven. And he was an angel, actually, down on earth for punishment. And it's a very popular series. He's dead now, Michael Landon. He's young. He's the man who used to act in the Ponderosa films with Lauren Green. But people then got all excited about angels. But it died out quickly. It wasn't founded on any belief. Whereas Roman Catholics have a fully fledged theology of angels. And we should neglect them. We should praise them constantly, because they're always with us, and they will be with us from the time we're born, conceived and born, until we die. That's only part of it, because then there are saints, and then there's the vast series of devotions. Look, take one point, which is very important. I meet most Catholics now, and I say to them, have you a devotion to the wounds of Jesus? They say, the wounds of Jesus. I say, yes. First of all, they don't know how many wounds he had. So you tell them he had a wound in his right hand, in his left hand, in his right foot, in his left foot. He had a wound in his shoulder, in his right shoulder, and he had a wound all over his head because of the crown of thorns. And then he had a wound in his side where the soldier stuck a spear in to make sure he was dead, out of which came water and blood. on the cross. You explain all that, and then they say, well, what am I supposed to do? I said, well, you're supposed to insert yourself in the wounds. You're supposed to drink his blood and be united with him. And they find this, it's utterly new. This was never explained to them. They never heard this. And yet the protection from our Lord's wounds is capital for temptation, capital in life for getting graces, and it's capital for the presence of God. Without that, there isn't much sanctity. And there isn't one saint we know of who wasn't devoted to the wounds of our Lord. But that's devotion. And now people would laugh at you, the modern priests. A lot of them would say, come on, that's all superstition. And that means they no longer have a devotion to Christ, the person of Christ. And you see, Bernard, when you lose devotion, attachment to, and devotion to the person of Christ, physical and spiritual, his mind and his soul and his body, then you've lost your faith. You really have, because then you're not talking about a real person. And we have a real person, a real God, who is a human person, who is a real person, who is human and divine. And we have that. But if we lose that, if we never had it, we're not really Catholic. We're deficient, severely deficient. If we go along for a long time without that and have no devotion to him, we cease to be Catholic. We don't want his body and blood in the Holy Communion. We don't believe he's there. And that we lose the essence of what it is to be Christian. And we're miserable. We've lost it. We've lost it. We have lost it. That's the difficulty. So what can they offer? Nothing. There's nothing they can offer. And then the Protestants step in, and the Jewish chaplains step in, and the Baptist chaplains step in, and they have something to say. They have some devotion left.
But before, if ever you'd suffer a reverse in your business, or there'd be a death in the family, or whatever, you could always fall back on your devotions.
There was always devotion. There was always some saint to help you. Saint Jude, or the Saint Anthony, or Saint Bernard, or something. There were always the saints and the souls in purgatory, and your favorite saint. And then there were people who died, your mother and your father, and or brothers and sisters, or your friends, whom you could ask to intercede for you. So all that's gone, because that was deliberate, because it destroys the essence of Catholicism and makes it a worldly organization that's a stabilizing factor socio-politically and socially, but is no threat to the plans of those who will dominate the minds of our young children and dominate our minds. There's no threat to them in that. Besides, you see, Satan owes his death, owes his wreckage, owes his shipwreck. He owes it to our Lord and Our Lady. The Bible says, a woman to the devil, you will wait in time for her heel and she will walk on you. That's in Genesis 3:15. And he did, and she walked on him. And she is the one we all say, rejoice, Virgin Mary, you have crushed all heresies. You have walked on the head of the serpent. So he hates her and hates all devotion to her.
Now I would like to pick up again a topic that earlier we had said we would discuss, and that's the topic of Fatima. There seems to be an especially strong opposition to the message of Fatima. Why?
Because it is the best warning we have had of what's coming. Our Lady did reveal in Fatima to the three children, and therefore to us, to the Pope and to the whole Christian nation, to everybody who would listen, she did reveal that God is going to chastise the world, and that it can't go on getting more and more pagan and more irreligious. And Fatima is the record of that, and the third secret is the record of that. That John the 23rd, good Pope John, was supposed to reveal in 1960. He, for unworthy motives, decided not to. He decided to disobey Our Lady. God help him. God help him. Because how did he face her and her son when he died? How did he explain himself? Having disobeyed them, they gave him a mandate and he refused. And it was a mandate, it was an either-or mandate. Our Lady said, if this isn't done, there will be great trouble, there will be chastisements. That's either. Or either you do it, or there's going to be great punishment. He didn't do it, and therefore we're in the or, as they say now. We're in the alternative, and we're heading for trouble and chastisements. We know that now. Even the present Pope admits that. They all admit it, and Cardinal Ratzinger admits it. Everybody who's read the Third Secret and who knows Lucia knows that. But at the same time, look at the power of Satan. Since then, he has successfully, through the Pope, through the Vatican, he has suppressed Sister Lucia. They've published forged letters in her name. They've made her say things she didn't want to say. They put statements on her lips that she never made. And they have forbidden her to be seen by people. And they've forbidden for parades of Our Lady of Fatima statue in various cities in the world.
So when we read that Sister Lucy has said this and this and that. We can't necessarily believe it.
Not now. Not now. We know that lies have been published in her name. And she's now in purdah, as we say in India. She's now suppressed and kept utterly under wraps. But Christ will deal with it all in his own time. But in the meantime, she's suffering because she knows the truth. She knows what's going to happen, and she's not allowed to talk about it. She's not allowed to tell people, and people are not allowed to know about it. And they're told it's all myth, and it's all false, and it doesn't matter. And then the day it happens, what are they going to do? What are they going to say? What are they going to say in about 3 or 4 years' time?
Who are the people that are working so hard to suppress Fatima?
A whole bunch of Catholic prelates in Rome who belong to Satan. They're servants of Satan. And the servants of Satan outside the church in various organizations that want to destroy the Catholicism of the church and keep it as a stabilizing factor in human affairs. It's an alliance, a dirty alliance, a filthy alliance, but it's a very good alliance. And look what it has done so far. It has suppressed all mention of Fatima, kept it out of the news. Anything about the other big revelations like Garabandal or Akita in Japan or Batania in Venezuela or Naju in South Korea. Who knows about them any longer? And these are marvelous revelations of God's goodness and of Christ's will and of the coming chastisement. And it's so hard to get the news through because the church will not publish it.
And it seems like any priest that tries to promote it runs into all kinds of opposition.
He's fired. Some of the 42 priests I was telling you about that and now I'm trying to help were those who promoted these things, and they were called by the bishop who said either stop this or next Monday be gone. And they were gone. They were gone. So there is this animus, and of course, but let's be awfully frank. The devil, Satan, hates. But he must hate the mother and the child more than anything in the wide world, because that was his undoing. They are his undoing. And he can't be reconciled with them. He can never be in heaven with them. He never saw them in heaven. He's been condemned and he's lost. And he wants to take as many people with him as he can. And he's an angel. And he's totally dependent on Christ, because he only knows what Christ allows him know. And he does what Christ allows him do. So he hates them. And the mark of Satan is hate and lie and killing, murder. As Jesus said, he was, imagine Christ, the gentle Christ, the way he described Satan was very pithy. He said, from the beginning, he was a liar and a murderer. That's what he called Satan. He's a liar and a murderer. And he said, I saw him fall from heaven like sheet lightning. He fell as fast as that. Once he disobeyed, he went straight to hell like sheet lightning from one end of the car. The way lightning sweeps across suddenly in a nanosecond across the horizon. As fast as that he fell. He hadn't got time to put on his cap, as they say. He fell. And therefore he hates. And you see, what must increase his hate is this. We must remember this about Satan. He never saw God. He was never in heaven. He was like Adam. He was given a great being and given great pleasure and power and told, don't do certain things and do certain things. Like Adam. But he never saw God, no more than Adam did. Because if he saw God once, he'd be in heaven. So he was tested, and he failed the test, and he fell like sheet lightning from the east to the west, as Christ describes this fall. He said, I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning from east to west. That was Christ's vivid image. And boy, was he an orator. So, if you've ever seen sheet lightning go as fast as that, you know how fast that is. That's how long it took for God to dispose of this rebellious angel. As fast as that. Once he made a major error. Now, therefore he has this frustration. He was within touching distance of divinity. And he was so ambitious, and he was so beautiful, and so brilliant. He was the most brilliant and intelligent of all God's creatures. And he failed through pride and vanity. And now he will never, never see God. He doesn't know what he's like. He doesn't know what he's like. He never saw an angel in his glory. He never saw anything. He's a poor, twisted bit of angelic trash.
So now this leads us now to another point, that what we're experiencing, which we have experienced from the beginning of time, is a spiritual battle, and devotions are our weapon to protect us in this battle.
That's right, they are. They're the things that give us the juice, they give us the armor, they give us a sword, they give us strength. And if you ever, as Catholics have found this out, and if I'm sure you've found it out, if you want to resist temptation, the only thing that helps you is devotion. call on the angels and saints and call on our Lord. Because you can't resist temptation, whether it's sex or money or power or what, or anger or whatever you're tempted by. You can't overcome it except by devotion. And there's another thing to it too, and it's this. On earth, as we are now, we are supposed to be already participating in heaven's life. Now, supposing you are in the state of grace, supposing you do go to communion, and you do go to confession, and you do go to Mass, and you keep the law, and you keep yourself clean from sin, and when you sin you go to confession, etc., you still would not be living the full life of the Trinity unless you're talking to the angels, unless you're talking to the saints by devotions, and talking to Our Lady, saying her rosary. You're not living a full life. You're not living the life of the Trinity. And you're not speaking to the Holy Ghost. You're not keeping them company. That's our life. Even on earth, we're already participating. We are members of that. We're already in heaven in that sense. All that happens in death is that if we can go to heaven straight away, God removes the veil, and then we're fully fledged members of the family, enjoying everything they enjoy. If not, we've got to go to purgatory. But even there, we know we belong. We're part of the family.
Now, you've talked about removing the veil. So what the devotions also help us to do is to see the truth and reality more clearly.
That's right, they do. They make me think. They make me realize what the angels are for. They make me think what he suffered in his passion. And if you were to go through, say, the chaplet of St. Michael, through each of the 9 versions in honor of the angels, and follow what they mean and find out what an angel is, and pray to him for that reason, pray for his qualities, the enlightenment that comes from that about the Trinity and about sin and about yourself and about consolation and solutions for your everyday problems, by the way, come like that. Because then you become part and parcel of them, and you become a willing recipient of heaven's direction. And that's what we're supposed to do. Long before we die, we're supposed to be like that. We're supposed to live that life. Instead of living a barren life, reciting a certain amount of hymns, standing to attention, and fulfilling certain financial obligations, which is not Christianity at all. And then, for instance, there is no way I know of how you can be fervent in your devotion to the Blessed Sacrament, how you can receive the Blessed Sacrament in Holy Communion, receive that worthily, unless you have devotion. There's no way, because you can't be cold about it. You are getting the body and blood of our Lord. What does that mean? How are you going to appreciate that? Not with reason. Not with you can't reason yourself into that. That's devotion. That's devotion. And only the angels and saints and Our Lady will teach you that devotion. They're the only ones who will.
Now, there's a statement that you've made a while ago in a private conversation that really has stuck in my mind ever since, and that was that when you were in training in the Louvain in Belgium, there already was some modernism there in the 1950s.
Sure,
and you said there were 2 characteristics of some of these modernist professors that were there, and that is that they were all highly intelligent men, and secondly, they had no prayer life whatsoever.
None, no devotion at all. And they would mock, and not mock gently usually, but they would mock those who were very devoted. And actually it was a mixed gathering of the nations. We had people from everywhere, from east, west, north and south. We had Orientals and Occidentals, we had South Americans and North Americans, we had Europeans of every type, brand and description, and blacks from Africa. Huge people from Rwanda were in these huge Hutu, I think they're called, Watutsis. They're enormously big men. And we had small little pygmy men, too, priests too, all studying. We were all postdoctoral studies. And what I noticed was that, it's amazing, that the modernists had no devotion at all. And the Latin Americans and the blacks from Africa and the Asiatics and the Irish couldn't understand this. And the Spaniards and Italians either couldn't understand it. Why haven't we got a devotion to the Blessed Virgin, to the saints? They'd laugh at that. They consider all that childish and superstitious. And they were the men who later became very prominent as heretics and as liberation theologians and as rebels against Rome and rebels against dogma. They were typical of that. Then if you took a man like, for instance, like Karl Rahner, the big theologian, I'm sure you've heard his name. Karl had about as much devotion now as my boot. He had no devotion at all. None at all. He was a cold, rational Austrian who had rationalized everything and gave so much misdirection and indirection to people. He corrupted people's lives so easily. And he was a heresiarch, not recognized as such in his lifetime. But the typical, the the quality of the mark of him was a total lack of devotion. He had no devotion, no real devotion whatever, at all. And those who hadn't, we always found they were rationalists about everything. And their subsequent lives turned out like that too. They were useless as priests. They were just ambitious. Some of them left the church, some of them didn't, some of them stayed, some of them went. But it was quite clear that they had no devotion and didn't want to have any devotion.
Now, how do devotions come into being? Does a committee sit down and strike them up?
No. The Holy Ghost starts it. The Holy Ghost, our Lord appears to Catherine Labour and starts a lady does and starts the miraculous medal. Our Lord appears to Margaret Mary Alacock, a nun in a convent, and says, I want devotion to my Sacred Heart to be established, and so on and so forth. And Our Lady appears in Fatima and says, I want renewed devotion to the Rosary and to the first Saturdays. No, they're started by the angels and saints and by Christ Himself and by Our Lady. Started like that. They never started. They don't start spontaneously. Our committee doesn't sit down and say, okay, now let's devise a new devotion. That doesn't take place like that. It's always under the impulse of the Holy Ghost.
Now, intelligent observers of Catholicism, and let's say one example is the late Sir Kenneth Clarke in England, have observed that Catholicism's devotions, from just a purely psychological point of view, contain an infinite amount of wisdom and good common sense.
They do.
And it seems like there's, for every possible problem or situation, there is a devotion. There's nothing left uncovered.
Nothing. There's nothing left uncovered. He's quite right. There are these psychologists and psychiatrists, and I've worked with many of them here in New York. They all insist on devotion for their people, and they insist on confession for their clients. They say, I can't heal you unless you go to confession, unless you say a rosary, unless you have devotion to the saints. And they all, by the way, we find that people who've gone through trauma. I was talking to a young lady, for instance, who had been raped and had an abortion with a child and gone through all that awful misery. The only finally healing has come from confession and the rosary, devotion to Our Lady. She's turned over a new leaf in her life, and she's able to face life. Before she was suicidal. So yes, it has a big, deep psychological effect. In fact, a lot of psychiatrists will recommend the rosary even though they don't believe in it, because they say the repetition is and the thoughts are calming and soothing, and it's true, they have that effect. But what really happens is people get very close to God and Our Lady. That's what really happens.
Now, we have discussed about the apostasy that is occurring within the church.
Yes.
How is a family to practice their devotions? Because it doesn't seem that the parish is really giving them any direction.
There's where there's a new, that is the big thing that I drum home to people, and we must all drum home to everybody, is this, that today all the safety nets are gone. When I was young, Bernard, there were safety nets all, it was very hard to go wrong, because there was always somebody to catch you from falling. Either your parents, or the teachers, or the cops, the local cop, who knew everybody, or my companions, or the families of my companions, and then there was the community. There's no such thing today. And therefore, and by the way, the worst thing then, my children have got to go to school, and my children have got to go and to dances and proms and mix in with people at the local gallery, or the local whatever it is, where they have all these games. And if I don't have the family rosary, if we don't have the family going to Mass together and going to confession together, if we don't have prayers together, then there's not going to be any life, and there's not going to be any devotional life, and they will lose it. If they don't learn it from you, they'll never learn it from anybody. They'll never learn it again, ever, if you don't do it.
So the prayer life has to be practiced in the family now, at home.
It's now the obligation of the father and the mother. It wasn't before. They can be blasé about it because the nuns did it, and the teachers did it, and other families did it, and it was common in the parish. There was a parish. Nowadays parishes are not for that. Parishes are there for collections, and parishes are there for other social movements, but not for devotion. They don't practice devotion at all. It doesn't practice. So the parents must do it. And if any parents are saying, well, my children, they're really not very religious, I always turn them and say, that's your fault. That is only your fault now. Because the children are not going to get it anywhere. You have to give it to them. If you're not giving it to them, you're falling down in your duty. And it's true. But so the position of a parent now is totally different from what it was in my day. There are no more safety nets. And if they don't do that, and by the way, no parent can say they don't know what to do. They can find out very easily. It's awfully easy. There's so many helps nowadays. This year, 1995. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, no. We were all caught unawares. Now it's different. You can find out everything you need about homeschooling, about home prayers, about education of children in religion. But it's all written up and all studied by very zealous people. They'll come to your house and explain it to you. There's a whole service in that regard, if you want to find out. If you want to find out. But it takes a special effort. And the only thing I would say to parents, and we should all say to parents, is that if you don't do it, nobody will. And if nobody does it, and you don't do it, you're going to be blamed for it. Because you're their parents. It happened in your watch. It's your fault. The child can always turn on you in eternity and say, you didn't teach me this.
So what would you recommend then to parents who don't really know how to go about setting up a program of devotions for their family?
They've got to find out from somebody who does. They've got to contact people, find out, write to some. That always means if you read some Catholic newspapers, you'll find names and dates and places and addresses and telephone numbers. You can do it. And then it's very hard in the normal cities of Canada and the United States not to be able to find the right type of Catholics. You'll find them if you want to search. You'll find them. They're there. And you're educated enough to be able to do that. You're not a complete primitive. You can read and you can call, telephone, you can travel, you can ask questions. You can find out if you want to find out, but you must want to. Because nobody's going to say to you in future, do it. Nobody's going to correct you. The child above all won't do it. But the child is glad to be free of any constraint. So unless you do it, nobody will do it. And unless you do it willingly, you're not going to do it at all. So you have to apply your mind to it. That's the terrible obligation of parents nowadays. They have this dreadful obligation that parents before hadn't got. They had an obligation, but nothing as strenuous as they have now, because the outside influences are very, very bad on the child. So that the parent has this terrible obligation, but cannot say, I didn't know what to do. Oh yes, you did. Or at least you could have, if you had searched. Yes, you knew. You could have known what to do. You could have known what to do. And they always end up, at the receiving end in confession, they end up saying, yeah, I should have known. I knew really. I knew I could find it, but I was too lazy. I was too distracted. And myself and the wife were having a good time. Or my husband and I, we were thinking about, we used to go to the Cayman Islands, we used to go to Virginia Island, we used to go to this and that. We hadn't the time, we didn't think, and the children went off on their own way.
Now, are there any general principles that you would recommend for families who are setting up a plan of devotions?
Yes, there are. First of all, they've got to decide about the Mass. They've got to say where they go to Mass, who's their priest, who do they go to confession to. That's the first thing to decide, where they go to Mass. And they've got to find out, is the Mass valid? Is it a valid Mass? Is it a real Mass, or is it a fake? And they've got to find that out, and they can find that out by searching. Again, nobody can give the answer, because nobody knows their priest or where they are. So they've got to find out themselves. The first thing to find out is that. Secondly, they've got to find out how, depending on how old the children are, what's the damage? What's the damage really done to the children? Are they really damaged? And what age are they? If I have a boy of 16 that can't say the Our Father, there's damage. And if I have a daughter, or a son for that matter, of 12 who doesn't know anything about God or Jesus or Nazareth or the Passion or the Crucifixion, or doesn't know the prayers, doesn't say prayers at night, and has no knowledge of it, and then I have a problem. I really have a problem. I'm at fault. I'm at fault. And so on and so forth. And if I have grandchildren coming from, and the wave of paganism has reached on that yet, I have a lot of responsibilities, and I'm responsible. I am responsible. So the first thing is to find out about your own family. That's the first thing. Check on it all. They must. You can't let it go. You can't. There's no such a laissez-faire. You don't let it go. You are responsible, and you will be held responsible by Christ. He will ask you, why did you do this? They were your children. You had time, from the time they were yay high. You could have influenced them. You didn't. You were having beer with the boys, and you were having a good time with your wife, and you didn't want to bother about it. You were too lazy, or you said you were too tired. You weren't too tired to play cards, or you weren't too tired to go up and have beer with the boys. You weren't too tired to have that affair with that woman the night after work before you came home, or this affair with boys, because you were a pedophiliac. So he'll catch you at every hand's turn. So the first thing is to find out about your Mass, your priest, and where you go to Mass. And then secondly about your children. What's their condition, if you have children? Or your wife. What's the relationship? Is it purely self-advantage, or is there do you do any good, you two? But then as far as devotions, you want to find some good priest who will instruct you if you don't know the devotions. You find a good priest who will. And there are good priests still. There are people, and there are then organizations of good Catholics who are very fervent and keen. And you can find, through them, you can find an awful lot. If you search.
I find too that there's two great things that are really helpful in setting up a plan of devotions, and one of them is that in any traditional Roman missal, they have, almost in every case, a relatively long list of prayers that you can use to get started.
Sure they have.
The other great thing is that there seems to be almost an infinite variety of prayers and devotions available, so that one can vary them throughout the seasons and day by day.
You need never say the same prayer twice for about 10 years. Really, there's so many prayers, so many options. You can be really variegated, different. But you see, Bernard, in order to do that, you have to believe in eternity. You have to know that you're going to eternity. You have to believe in God. You have to be an adult and know that now this is no rehearsal. This is it. You'll never have this life again. It's all over after this. See, for a long time when I was young, I'm sure everybody else, you think that life is infinite. I mean, when you're 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, you still think that life is open to everything. You know, that it's not. It's closing in slowly but surely around you. And by the time you come to the age of 50, 55, 60, you know those walls are towering over and closing in on you. By the time you get 70 or 75 or 76, you know you're hemmed in a small alleyway and there's no exit except that way. You can't turn back. And then you know it's no rehearsal. You know then that anything you do now is unrepeatable. You can't get back to that and recorrect it, redress it. You must do as well as you can do it now, because you won't be able to go back. This is no rehearsal. This is it. This is your only chance. And that takes adult thinking, and we don't want to think like that, because that's a dreadful option for us. So we're inclined to be very difficult to get to in that sense. So we must be very careful to lay our foundation of devotions very, very strongly. And because if we do, we'll nourish our life on earth, and we'll begin to live the life we will live in heaven. That's the principle.
So the principle is that one must put eternal things first.
That's right.
And then the devotions will follow naturally.
They follow naturally, and you've got to make an effort. Nobody's going to do it nowadays. There is no church devotion any longer. The priests and the bishops are not pushing this any longer. They have lost devotion. You have to find out yourself. Go find out, because God will say, why didn't you?
Thank you, Father Martin, for participating in these 3 interviews.
It's been something quite distinct.
Dr. Malachi Martin, ex-Jesuit, former exorcist, and one-time advisor to 3 popes, is currently a best-selling author. As a premier investigator of clandestine politics and unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals, his novels offer rare insights into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network, I didn't know they had one, under Pope John XXIII, Martin helped extend the church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil. It was followed by The Final Conclave, Vatican, 3 popes, and the Cardinal, The Keys of This Blood, The Jesuits, and apparently many others. He's a very prolific author. To give you some idea of how he is reviewed, Forbes magazine said, "No spiritual journey is complete without a Vatican page-turner by Malachi Martin." Sacramento Bee said, "It is to Martin's credit that his real-life fictional cardinals have flesh, blood, and bone, sometimes the heart of a South Chicago ward healer." The Dallas Morning News said, "In biblical times, they would have called him a prophet." Publishers Weekly said, "It is impossible not to be impressed with Martin's profound knowledge of men, issues, and history." I could go on and on and on and on. For 30 years, as a Catholic priest, Dr. Martin did exorcisms. So from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Well, good morning there, Art. How are you?
Oh, I am very well, and I am so honored to have you here.
No, I'm really privileged to be talking on this vast network. It is really universal.
It really is universal now. It's
know
amazing.
I heard you describe it from north to south to east to west.
Oh, yes. Covers a lot of territory. I'm not, my background, Doctor, is not Catholicism. I'm not Catholic. My wife is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to stumble and bumble, and I hope you'll bear with me.
I doubt if you could stumble and bumble in anything. But anyway, we'll take that as a simple statement.
And take this also as a simple statement. Many years ago now, you can tell me how many,
yes.
The movie The Exorcist came out.
Yes.
It was the first of its kind, really, major movies, and it scared the hell out of me. Be honest with you. And as no movie, even with all their horrible little monsters, ever has since. And I'm not sure why.
Funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? I find that very curious. I really do. Even more than any of the Dracula and the Frankenstein films.
Even more than the movies with Alien, where monsters are popping out of people's bellies and all sorts of horrible things.
Yes.
And I think the reason is because I viewed The Exorcist as real.
Yes, I think so. And it did touch on a chord, the existence of demons, which could, on occasion, inhabit the body of some human being. I think that might be the element, and to set also, that particular picture was set in Washington, real lifetime Washington, and you had real live-looking characters undergoing these horrible contortions and distortions. So I suppose it did. The fact is, Art, that at the back of our consciousness, at least in, I was going to say in the West, but then I know it's the same in India, it's the same in China, it's the same in Japan, and in Latin America. At the back of our consciousness, there's always a fear of the evil one.
Yes. Well, there may be a reason for that. The evil one. Now, let me start there by asking you, is there a difference between possession by the devil and possession by a demon?
Yes, there is. You see, the mythology or the legend or the doctrine or the teaching, whichever you want to regard it as, it holds that there is a major evil spirit called Lucifer. And there is another one called Satan. And they are accompanied by, or they are among, many, many smaller demons. And these do attack and possess human beings in their will and their intellect. That's the general sort of picture you get from books and studies and doctrine and teaching about the devil and about evil. And I think what I was saying was that I think at the edge of our consciousness there's always the fear that perhaps indeed there is such a thing. If we don't believe it. We Catholics do hold it, and Christians in general do hold it, but there's a consciousness, there's some evil spirit at work. It could be in our world, and we're afraid of it. And that it can, according to the belief in many parts of the world and in many parts of history of man, there is the possibility of being possessed, of one's body being dominated by such an evil spirit and used for nefarious ends.
Doctor, is the devil a fallen angel? Is that correct?
That's the idea. They are all fallen angels. The idea is that once upon a time, 1/3 of the angels of God revolted against him and were condemned to hell and became demons.
What was the purpose of that rebellion, Doctor?
The purpose of the rebellion was simply the ambition of one spirit, Lucifer, the son of the dawn, that's what his name means, the light bearer or the son of the dawn, who said, I will not serve. I will be equal to God. And he was opposed by one spirit who said, who is like unto God? And that's the name of Michael, Mikael, who is like unto God. And there was supposedly this huge battle between the spirits, and the demons lost. And Michael and those fighting for God won. And forever the fallen angels, those who rebelled, are condemned to hell and condemned to be evil and to promote evil amongst human beings.
How do we, human beings, fit into the picture? It's almost as though the war is over human beings.
Yes, it is over human beings. The teaching is that once upon a time God envisaged the world inhabited by men and women and served by angels. But when Lucifer and Satan and the other demons, then angels, were asked to collaborate and cooperate and serve human beings, especially one particular human being who would be God, namely Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, they said, no, we are angels, we are superior to these material beings. We haven't got their limitations, and we don't die, and we haven't got material bodies, we are pure spirits. So they were destined originally to serve human beings, and they refused.
Doctor, how old were you when you became a priest?
I was 33.
33.
33, and that was in 1954.
And when did you first encounter, as a young priest, how did you encounter anybody who was possessed? I know you have done, how many exorcisms have you done?
I've done thousands of minor exorcisms and about a couple of hundred major ones. Major ones in duration and in intensity are difficult, very difficult, and they're far fewer than the thousands of exorcisms you do every year. Exorcisms against various ailments like, for instance, persecution, complex, where you're really being obsessed by a devil or a demon, or alcoholism, or is the human ills. The list is enormous. Now, I first of all came across it in Cairo. That was the first time that I assisted at an exorcism.
Cairo, Egypt.
Cairo, Egypt. I was there. I originally started off as an archaeologist, and I was an expert in handwriting, ancient handwriting, about the time of Abraham. That's about 1700 BC. That's about, 3,000-something years ago.
Yes, sir.
And I was roped in one evening because an exorcism which was taking place in the poorer quarter of Cairo, the assistant to the exorcist, there's always an exorcist and an assistant, the assistant had fallen ill, and I was asked to substitute. And that was my first experience.
Well, it is my understanding. Again, I'm operating from total ignorance here, other than the movies that I've seen. And
yes.
It may be all wrong. But my understanding is the Catholic Church does not lightly undertake to do an exorcism.
No.
How does it decide?
It decides this way. All right, so somebody comes to the church authorities and saying, look, my uncle, my brother, my wife, my sister, whatever it is, they are showing very funny signs. And there's usually in every good, well-run diocese, there's an exorcist, that is a priest appointed by the local bishop to deal with this. So the first thing you do is examine them, get them examined by a doctor, and find out, are they physically sound?
Certainly.
You see, there are ailments like La Tourette syndrome or Huntington's chorea, or a simple tumor in the brain, which produces phenomena, produces events in a person's life that look very like possession, but are not. So you must first of all satisfy yourself that there's nothing physical, no physical basis. Then one or two expert psychiatrists, usually people who don't believe in God, by the way, because they're skeptical, must tackle you and find out, are you just plain loony, or is there something they don't understand? And
sure.
They come back with a report saying, well, the pattern is normal, we can't explain it. Then the church authorities generally say, okay, let's try exorcism. And in the first 20 minutes, believe you me, in the first 20 minutes, everybody at an exorcism ceremony knows whether it's genuine or not. It's quite clear.
In the longest or the hardest exorcisms, how long typically might it go on?
It can go on for the classic one in the United States was about 2.5 years long.
2.5 years?
2.5 years, yeah. It's been written up very recently by a simple reporter who simply chronicled the entire thing. But I've assisted at ones which went on for, 17 weeks.
My goodness.
We measure it in weeks. Sometimes it's only a week. Sometimes it's only hours. It depends. It depends on the tenacity of the demon in possession. It depends on the antecedents of the person. It depends on so many factors you just can't predict. You go into it blind in that sense.
You said, you said demons. So the majority of possessions are by demons.
That's right, they are. All true possession is by demons. Now, see, there's a distinction between possession and obsession. Obsession is where somebody is being bothered continually by, for instance, cases I have in hand at the present moment are people who are bothered continually by appearances of animals with human faces bothering them, or pressures on them at night when they want to go to sleep.
Yes.
And funny faces and funny things happening to them. And you finally, when you rationalize it all and had the person examined physically and mentally, you come to the conclusion there are objective events taking place, and they are being bothered and obsessed by a demon, and then you set about chasing that demon away.
Of those that have gone past the medical doctor and
Yes.
the psychiatrists,
Yes.
what percentage would you say turn out to be actual cases of possession?
My experience would say about 80%.
80%.
80%.
Then I would also ask, you said examined by 2 psychiatrists who
Right.
do not necessarily believe in God.
That's right. Generally, I've always tried to use the services and the skills of psychiatrists who will tell you I'm an atheist. You know, I really don't believe practically in God.
Really?
So, well, they're not influenced, therefore, by any prejudice.
So then there is a good use for even the atheist.
There is, although I must tell you that I've only found 1 or 2 psychiatrists who wanted to assist at an exorcism, and generally,
I bet.
one of them I wrote about, Dr. Hammond. He simply gave up all psychiatry
He did.
once he went into the real thing. Yes.
My question was going to be, how many people who thought they were possessed were diagnosed, in your opinion, incorrectly by psychiatrists who might tend to, because of their own prejudice, want to claim this apparent malady as their own territory? So how many never made it to you because they were incorrectly diagnosed?
A very great number, especially when we come down to a thing called MPDs. It's an abbreviation used by psychiatrists for multiple personality disorders. That is, say, let's take the name Hilda, and Hilda says that she becomes Mary in certain occasions, then
Right.
she becomes Joan on other occasions,
Right.
and she becomes Geraldine on third occasion, multiple personality disorder. And for a long time, MPDs were simply analyzed as MPDs. And then, under certain circumstances, they began to find out that it was much more than that. It was a case of demonic possession. And that has to be very carefully distinguished, because you can make a dreadful mistake and think a true MPD is possessed, or vice versa, that a person really possessed is an MPD.
Well, then I would ask, I guess, can a person be possessed by more than one entity?
Oh, yes, and the same demon can possess 3 people at the same time.
Oh, my.
It all depends. The variation is tremendous. And nobody, you see, Art, this is a very dirty, unhealthy, inhuman, insalubrious, wicked, and unnatural process and event, and nobody should touch it with a barge pole except somebody trained, and even then to be very careful, because it's highly dangerous. For instance, if you start any nonsense, real exorcism, and a lot of people don't know the difference between that and therapy, the difference between that and prayer, healing prayer, deliverance prayer as they call it. But if you start something like that and don't finish it, you're going to have trouble for the rest of your life.
Well, I was going to ask you about the danger to yourself, and I will do that when we come back. Dr. Martin, stand by. We'll come back to you in a moment. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, are you there?
Of course I am.
Good. Good.
Into everything. I'm fascinated.
Doctor, is there now, or is there going to be an Antichrist?
Whether there is now is a question. There is going to be an Antichrist, and I think the best thing we can do is talk about his public appearance.
All right.
Because he may already be in existence. For me to say he is in existence would immediately provoke the questions, where is he and what is he doing?
Yes.
And I want to avoid that.
Yes.
But he will be manifest publicly within a reasonable amount of time. Most people who are 20-something or 30-something will come across Antichrist in their life. I'm 76. I may not.
How will we know him?
We will know him by two main qualities. First of all, he will arrive at a time when we as a race have what looks like insuperable problems. Supposing we discover we have really insuperable environmental problems.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Supposing we find we have insuperable health problems, a disease,
yes,
wasting nation after nation. That's the first thing. He will have solutions for those problems. He will have wise solutions that are real solutions. And number two, the result of his intervention and the results of his solutions will be such that people will say, you must be God. And he will accept that attribute.
He will accept that.
Yes, he will accept that. Those are the three marks of the Antichrist.
Well, you've already done it to me. You're already giving me chills. I've been a talk show host, Doctor, for about, in this incarnation, 13 years doing this program. And in the last several years, Doctor, I've begun to observe something that I just picked a word and I began to call it the quickening. And
it's a very good word, Art. It's a very discerning word. You must speak from experience.
Well,
you must.
I speak from watching the news of what man is doing by the day, yes. Doctor. And by this quickening, I mean socially. I'm watching these horrible things happening. Yesterday is just an example. In Sacramento, a man was holed up and killed his two children in front of his wife, and then in front of his wife killed himself. This kind of senseless, mindless, unbelievable behavior socially.
And it's not isolated, my God.
I know, it's not isolated. Politically, Doctor, I look around and I see no sense to what is going on. We have lost our way.
We have lost our way. There's no doubt about that. Could I stick in something at this moment, Art? Could I make a remark?
You may indeed.
There is, in Scripture and in tradition, and by the way, I'm a Roman Catholic, so I'm not sort of dependent on the Bible as Protestants are, and that's their choice. But there is a thing called the mystery of iniquity, and it's a very constant teaching of the Bible and of religious men and women, and it's this: that evil is allowed from time to time to so dull the senses of men and women and to so disturb the equilibrium of their minds that they do real crazy, mad, bad things. Mm-hmm. And here is the point that gives me a chill. I'm 76, and I noticed that in the last 20, 25 years of my life, the incidents of such disequilibrium, the incidents of that seem to be much more frequent than when I was younger.
Yes.
Much more, there are much more shocking things happen, and it's not that we're getting to know them. No. The world was connected at that time. Communications were slower when I was young, say when I was 25 or when I was 20. But all the news got around. But we never heard such a plethora of shocking, unbelievably violent, unnatural happenings to ordinary people. So the mystery of iniquity seems to be pressuring, and the idea in the teaching about the mystery of iniquity is that there is a darkness, a mental darkness that closes in and makes ordinary people do the most extraordinary and shocking things.
Well, that's one part of it, a horrible, scary part of it, but also you mentioned the environment.
Yeah.
I've been monitoring stories lately, Doctor, about the ozone, about deformed frogs, which are said to be an indicator species. I have had people on from various disciplines that you may not agree with who call themselves remote viewers, to prophets, to Native Americans, and frankly, they all tell a very similar story with regard to what they think is immediately in front of us in the next few years.
I happen to agree with them. I happen to have gone further in my thought than merely agreeing with them. I think there is a case of radiation. I think that we are being radiated in such a way that it distorts the chemical balance of our system, our mental system. And that slowly but surely, a vast section of the public is being dulled, doesn't see what's happening.
Yes.
Doesn't realize what is being done to them.
These slowly boiling frog.
That's right. I mean, the frogs thereby. There was one example of a frog reported here in all our papers in North America, of a frog with one eye in its head and the other in its mouth.
Yes, I know.
The distortion, the complete ruination of nature.
I'm afraid I can tell you more, Father, from the north central part of the United States, across to Vermont, to Montreal, even in Japan now.
Yes.
Deformed frogs with 4 to 6 legs, as you pointed out, eyes in throats, missing eyes, and I could go on and on. Horrible deformities. Something's happening.
Well, and then, by the way, we should also add things we are not told in public. The deformed babies that are born in a section of Europe which is also covered by the Chernobyl explosion, but also simply happening, deformations of adults as well as children. And they're not reported widely.
Doctor, a report 2 days ago from London of an abnormal amount of deformed fetuses in Britain. Britain is experiencing more radiation, ultraviolet radiation, as a result of depletion of the ozone right now than are we.
Sure. Then, by the way, there's a thing called we're touching a sacred cow when we touch on it, and that's nuclear energy.
Yes, sir.
I'm firmly convinced from the evidence that, and the evidence by reputable scientists, these are not crackpots. They're men who have engaged in Nobel prize activities in chemistry and in physiology and economics, and they can point out the effect of radiation on the human frame, especially on those parts of the brain that deal with moral and ethical judgment. And it's a bit frightening because it means that the rise in criminality, the distinct rise in criminality, recidivism, constant crime and doing, and horrible crimes with no reason at all but simply cruelty, is some deformation of nature in itself. And I'm afraid it's on the increase, not on the decrease.
Is it reasonable to ask you when a human being is possessed by a demon, what is the purpose of the possession of an individual?
The destruction of that individual's soul to such a point that it must end up in hell. Hell being a place, a location, an existence which is totally separate from God. the belief is that everybody was created to be happy forever, and God wants everybody to enjoy heaven, the joys of heaven, the perpetuity of heaven, the peace of heaven, and the ecstasy of heaven. The demons, excluded from that and barred from it because of their rebellion, want to make sure that as many human beings as possible don't attain it. And that is done by possession, and possession is a funny thing. It's a funny operation. It never starts suddenly. You don't wake up in the morning and say, gee whiz, I'm possessed. You know, it doesn't happen like that. It's like any addiction. It's like anything that happens slowly. It's bit by bit. Bit by bit, I cede control of my will and my intellect to a demon. And one day, the possession is complete.
Is this a fight, Doctor, between an individual's will and that of the demon?
Well, usually, to be more accurate, it's a fight between the will of the exorcist and the will of the demon.
Well, I guess I meant before you or somebody like yourself has met up with this possessed individual, as the process of takeover is underway, is it a fight between the person's...
Yes, it is, between the person's will and the demon intending to possess. Usually the tendency or the attempt to possess is through deception. For instance, we have, in the northeast corner of America, since 1975, we've had a huge increase in the following type of possession. A young man, say 30-something, 40-something, a young woman, will come and say, look, when I was in college, when I was studying, when I took up residence as a doctor, a lawyer, whatever it was, I made a pact with the devil. I needed money. I needed a position. And I asked him to help me, and he did, but he took over my will and my mind. Now I want to get rid of it. How do I get rid of it?
Well,
we have an increase in that phenomenon, which I never thought we had. Some of them don't even believe in God. Some of them are Jewish, some of them are Buddhist, some of them are Christian, some of them are Protestants or Catholics. There's no profile of the possessible person.
Once you have issued such an invitation, is there any way to go back?
If it has been taken up, then your only recourse is exorcism that we know of. There may be other recourses. We don't know of any recourse except that.
Are there cases in which a possession is not obvious?
Yes,
I would imagine there are many where the spirit has simply won and is in firm control. I would think that the people who come to you are those who are sort of in the middle of a giant battle.
That's right. When you find some, the typical things of somebody throwing themselves on the ground or cursing and spitting and protesting and defecating, urinating and all sorts of protest. What they're doing is protesting, saying, help me.
Yes.
Help me. The perfectly possessed, we call them the perfectly possessed, are those that are completely at peace. And I've known several of the perfectly possessed, and I avoid them like the pest. And you know them only by almost accidental means. Sometimes they're perfectly normal, by the way, and they've got great business property. They're married, they have children and wives, and they put down responsible jobs. There's nothing wrong there. Now and again, just now and again, it's as it were, a veil is drawn aside, and you see somebody you don't know at all. You just don't know this person, this man, this woman. And there's a completely alien look, a completely alien attitude, and they breathe alienation. And you know then, if you have a nose for it, you know then that they're perfectly possessed and there's nothing to be done about it. The first man I knew like that was called Beedham, John Beedham, and it was a frightening experience because I had known him for years.
In other words, their pact, their deal, they are at peace with and comfortable with their deal.
Right. That's right. And they have passed through the usual Satanist rituals too. The three Satanist rituals: the power of inflicting pain, the power of hating, and the power of burning fire. Fire is part of the Satanist and the Luciferian development. And they've passed through all those with flying colors.
Doctor, I want to circle back for a second.
Sure.
You scared me quite well. You said, and this was going to be a major question for you this morning, I talked to you about the quickening.
Yes.
I didn't even get to all the facets. To
Yes.
me, it's many, many things. But you said there was a huge increase
Yes.
in the number of possessions, and I was going to ask you that. To me, that just adds to the pile. That is true. There's more now?
It's about, since 1975, when I really started in earnest exorcisms in the United States, it's about 800% increase in frequency.
Oh,
in
my.
frequency. And it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And the one part of the phenomenon is this, Art, that now, for the first time, exorcists and psychiatrists are working closely together. And I work with psychiatrists. I do the spiritual side of it, and they do the psychiatric end of it. There's always a psychiatric preparation and follow-up on after an exorcism.
You mentioned that one psychiatrist simply gave up psychiatry.
That's right. I gave him a code name of Hammond. That's not his real name. But he was very, very skeptical about it all. And finally I said, okay, doctor, look, if you insist, but you must have some protection. He wasn't a Catholic, by the way. But he was a very honest, sincere man. I didn't mean but. He was. And once he went through it, that was it. He would never touch another possessed person. He would never touch psychiatry ever again. He went off and did something else. He was a qualified doctor and became an only MD. And confined himself to that.
Doctor, how frequently do you think psychiatrists who are treating patients, or what percentage of their patients might indeed, instead of suffering psychiatric problems, be suffering some form of possession?
Well over 50% of the cases I have observed.
Wow.
Well over 50% are really possessed by demons, and of course nothing can be done about it. They're diagnosed as schizophrenic, or as MPDs, or as whatever, and there's no succor for them. There is no succor or help for them at all.
When you have done your job, and when we come back from the top of the hour, we'll talk about what an actual exorcism is like. I guess I want to know. But when you have done your job,
yes,
and it's all over, and the demon leaves,
yes,
where does that demon go?
well, let me gently but firmly sort of put in a corrective there, Art, from the point of view of an expert. The demon has been deprived of a place, a location, a human person, in which to exercise power. Therefore, they're confined to where they originally were, which is hell. They go back merely to suffering, because their suffering is intense and perpetual and non-stop. They have had a chance of exercising power outside of their tortures, and indeed the evil they inflict is a way of their getting their own back in some way or other, even though it doesn't relieve their pain.
So they are punished for their failure.
That's right. They're punished. And that's why in the Gospels, for instance, you have the evil spirit saying to Jesus, no, don't send us back to hell. Send us into these pigs. Do you remember the swine of Gerasene?
Yes.
And they rushed over the precipice into the water and drowned themselves. They could possess something. There's a sort of relief, a temporary relief in not being condemned purely and simply to suffer in hell. And therefore they want something to inhabit. And Christ himself said that, and St. Paul says, and St. Peter, and a lot of things in the New Testament say that the devil goes around seeking whom he may devour, like a lion, whom he may possess. And I must tell you that the enormous increase, is about 800% over what it used to be in our small area, because it's only a small area we do, the northeast corner.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a huge increase. And here's one more thing to say, Art, which may sort of provoke a whole string of questions. Possession of the real diabolic kind is generational.
Generational.
Aha, it's generational.
Passed on.
It's passed on by training. And it's a dreadful thing when somebody comes in who are perfectly respectable, good, normal American families, and they have reared their children to be Satanists and to accept possession And they would, unless they stopped themselves, pass it on to their children. And it's been going on for well over 200 years.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. Relax. You've got 8 or 9 minutes. I need 8 or 9 minutes after this. And we'll be right back. And when we come back, we will ask you about that, and we will ask you about an actual... All right, let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Malachi Martin. For those of you who just joined, Malachi Martin, ex-Jesuit, former exorcist, one-time advisor to 3 popes, presently a best-selling author, as a premier investigator of clandestine politics, unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals. His novels offer rare insights into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network under Pope John the 23rd, Martin helped extend the Church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil. It was followed by the final conclave, Vatican, 3 popes and the cardinal, the keys of this blood, the Jesuits, and many, many more. Born, by the way, in Kerry, Ireland, in 1921. He has done many, many exorcisms, and that is generally what we're talking about right now, and possession. I'm trying to understand possession. And we left off last hour talking about the fact that it apparently is generational, Doctor, generational possession.
Yes. Yes, it's... Let me explain that. It's not that possession is passed on with semen, passed on with genes. No. It's that the same demon inhabits the members of the same family for generations. Consensually. He is nourished by them and kept by them and satisfied with them. The children are trained in it, and they perpetuate it in their children. It has gone on for generations. It's generational. And sometimes unwillingly, we have cases in hand, for instance, of daughters to whom their mother attached her familiar, her evil spirit, and then we have the job of ridding them of that. And it takes time, and it's painful and anguishing.
How does a person know? Does a person know? I mean, is in the mind or the soul of the possessed?
Yes.
Is there always knowledge of that possession?
There is, but it can be limited knowledge, and it can also be inhibited knowledge. Some of them can't even tell you about it. Some of them can. It depends on the particular type of demon. There are many types of demons. Some of them are quite intelligent. Some of them are very stupid. Most of them are specialized in one thing and one thing only, and that's all they can do. And it's a reflection of some gift as angels which they had, now distorted as demons. And in these matters, as in everything connected with it, go to the experts. Don't try and do it yourself. Yes. And then do not... there's a big confusion out which we should clear up for everybody, and it's this. There are many healers and deliverance experts, and many people will undergo lengthy prayers and incensings and various ceremonies. But the truth is this, the horrible truth is this, that if there is a demon in your life and he dictates your behavior, at least in one province of life, one area of life, he can only be expelled by direct confrontation, by somebody with authority to expel him. Now, so when I say him, of course, spirits have no sex. They're not male or female. I just use him in the generic sense of the English word. But it's the confrontation. It's not a prayer. Gee whiz, it was a prayer to be very simple to get rid of them.
All right, this is something I want to ask about, if I might for a moment, Doctor.
Sure.
I had a call a couple of weeks ago from a woman who said that she had been in bed, believe this, with her children one night, and she was attacked, Doctor, attacked by some sort of demon or spirit that was actually waiting upon her, actually trying to sodomize and rape her, and she was unable to speak, unable to move, unable to utter anything. And in the middle of this attack, the phone rang, the answering machine came on, somebody's voice began speaking, and whatever it was left. Now, she said that the only way this thing would leave, and she had been attacked many times, was if she audibleized some sort of something, and she said, I sat there and I prayed and I asked God to cast off whatever this was, and it would not go. And my question was, and I pondered after the call, it was a very serious, very scary call, and I pondered afterwards, if God hears our prayers, those cast silently forward, then why would God not hear a silent plea, a scream, as it were? Why must something like this be audibleized?
There are mysteries about this entire situation to which we have no answer. But there are laws. He has set up laws governing the existence of man and woman, and one of them is that audibilizing something does make a difference. And it can be as simple as this, that the attention that a demon requires of the possessed person, or the person they're going to violate, can be, that possession can be distracted. Their will can be diverted, their mind can be diverted from being, as it were, hypnotized, being held by some audible voice message from another normal human being. And God knows what grace of God that voice brings with them. But that it does happen, that audibilization does have an influence, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
And there's no specific answer as to
no specific answer. And Art, there's the biggest problem is, who is possessible? And people are always asking me, am I liable to be possessed? And we have tried to create a profile of the possessible person, but we have found that neither sex, nor education, nor color, nor race, nor education, nor riches, nor poverty, nothing makes a difference. It's apparently, to our mind, it's random. A random choice. I know very naughty people who are not a bit possessed, they're just very naughty men and women. And then I know people who are not naughty at all, but lapse in one thing, and they do undergo possession.
Knowing the nature of humans, if somebody has made, in effect, a pact with the devil, is it not more likely that those cases of possession would more frequently than not be the rich, the powerful, those who have attained great material success or wealth?
You would think so, Art, but
you would, yes.
De facto, no.
No.
Poor people, people with very little social resonance, people occupying very obscure positions in the social ladder. Everybody is susceptible to some ambition, something they want, either for revenge or for self-satisfaction or for self-advancement, and everybody is liable.
So the pact could be something as simple as the wanting or the wishing of a mate or the attention of somebody of the opposite sex, or
that's right, to get married.
To get married.
Get this man, to get this woman.
Yes.
You see, for instance, if I could do this now, I want to take the following example, but with great care. Do you remember Susan Smith?
Yes.
Drowned her 2 children?
Of course.
Now, for an exorcist, the pattern is very clear. The children were in her way.
Yes.
Of her ambition, whatever that ambition was. It concerned a young man.
Yes, it did.
And an exorcist could say about that, it was obvious that they were used as obstacles, they were used by Satan to possess her will and make her commit the grievous sin of matricide. Because she was convicted of that anyway, so I'm not accusing her of anything that she's not convicted of.
Of course not.
But that would be read by an exorcist as a typical example of possession of the will of somebody to commit a very evil act just for the sake of doing evil, because that's the whole point of the demon, to do evil for the sake of evil.
Should somebody like you have consulted with Susan Smith?
Well, if I was asked to, generally we people, we're very chary about intervening at all, and there's enough work on our plate to keep us going. But, yes.
Can somebody, doctor, of any faith be possessed?
Yes, of any faith. Doesn't matter. Of no faith at all.
Would a Catholic priest perform an exorcism on a non-Catholic?
Yes, he would, and we do. We do. Now, it's much more difficult because you can't call on their faith. Except faith, they generally emerge from an exorcism, a successful exorcism, with tremendous faith in God. Not necessarily Catholic faith, but faith in God.
Speaking for the layman,
yes.
There are many people walking around listening right now who are no doubt scared to death because at one time or another in their life, they have probably, in a moment of despair,
yes.
or a moment of need,
yes.
said, I'd make a pact with the devil if I could just have
yes.
so-and-so. And they're probably thinking at this moment, there's a pretty good chance they may be possessed.
You can't be possessed without knowing it. And you can't be possessed against your will. You may wish all day and all night for the devil to come and sign a pact with you, as it were, a Faustian principle, like Mephistopheles in the play of Goethe. But it can't happen without your knowing it, and without you willing it fully, finally fully, bit by bit by bit, so that you needn't be afraid that you're possessed and you don't know it. No, that doesn't happen.
Well, are there not, though, no doubt, many people who have achieved success or achieved that goal for which they made that dark wish, that moment, and they certainly must wonder.
No, they know.
They know.
They know. They know. They know full well. And that's the darkest secret of their life.
The dark, indeed.
That sets them apart from wife or husband or lover or mistress or brother or sister.
And you say you have seen these people. You know these people when you see them.
Oh, yes, you do. You meet them in the street. You meet them in cocktail parties. You meet them at dinner parties. You meet them at meetings and conventions. And, of course, I must tell you that I get out of their way. I have enough of it. I don't want to confront them. I don't want to have anything to do with them, unless I have to professionally.
Doctor, Catholic priests, how many Catholic priests are capable of or do within the church exorcisms?
Nowadays, Art, unfortunately, a minimum. As you know, in the last 25 or 30 years, belief in the devil, belief in evil incarnate, in an evil spirit, belief in hell, belief in the demons, the existence, and the activities, say, of Lucifer and of Satan. They're distinct demons, by the way. People often confuse them, but they're distinct demons. Belief in that has flagged, has got very weak. And the result is that when we started doing a lot of exorcisms here in the northeast corner of America in the 1970s, we finally had to go to Rome and ask permission, because the local bishops, some of them didn't believe. So we went to Rome and said, look, these people, we need authority, because, by the way, nobody can do an exorcism without being given authority. And it must be a bishop gives authority. So we had to go and get special permission from Rome to do it, because we couldn't get it here. Now, some bishops do believe, some bishops don't believe, some priests do believe, some priests don't believe. Most of them want to have nothing to do with it. They know little and they want to know less. That really, and some bishops, some cardinals we know, say, look, don't bother me. You have all the authority you want, but don't tell me a thing about it. I don't want to have anything to do with it at
Possibly
all.
The source of the hear no evil, see no evil.
That's part of it. That's part of it. Because if you have to take into account that so-and-so, this political leader, this particular borough leader, this particular CEO is possessed, it does complicate life, Art. It does complicate life. If a big surgeon, a big psychiatrist, is is by way of demonically possessed, it makes a huge difference.
Can a person of faith be possessed?
Can any person of faith be possessed?
Can a person of great faith be possessed?
No. Without their renouncing. The time comes when you're asked to make a change. You can't be possessed against your will, and if your will is strong in your faith, you can't be possessed. You can be obsessed. You can be bothered. You can be harassed.
Yes.
And harassed terribly. And the major portion of cases that occupy my daily dealing with this are cases of obsession and harassment. And it's terribly distressing.
What about the demographics of possession? We saw The Exorcist. Can a child be possessed?
No, except unless in exceptional cases you have children born and quickly developing at the age of 4, 5, with a will as strong as a person of 25, really.
Mm-hmm.
And they can undergo possession, but it's rare. It's very rare. They can be harassed and obsessed, and that's usually generationally on account of the parents, on account of an aunt, on account of an uncle.
How, let's see, what's the right word? What word am I looking for? In a generational case of possession, does the parent actively teach this child in the dark? Why is it?
Oh yes, they assign the child to their demon. They're satisfied with that. The demon becomes what they call a familiar of theirs. And they give it a name. They call it Philip, they call it George, they call it John, they call it James, they call it Mary, whatever. And they assign the child to it, they teach the child to do obeisance to it. And they make the child participate in ceremonies, Satanist ceremonies.
Wow. There's a lot of that going on in America today?
A lot. It's very hard to say a lot. That it goes on continually and sustainedly in certain areas, yes. And whether it's Boston or whether it's Montana or California or New Mexico, the place doesn't matter. The place doesn't matter. I must confess to you that there is a lot of very impressive generational cases are found or have been found, not all, but a lot of such cases have been found amongst old American families.
The old traditional...
Yeah. The old
originally came over on the Mayflower kind of American families?
That sort of business, yes. That sort of business, yes. It's a murky story and has never been written up properly, mainly because, well, it concerns family genealogies, and it's hard to write that up and get it published, and then what's the point? But you come across generational possession and harassment, but possession too, in such families, such old families, whether they're Dutch Reformed or whether they're Puritan or whatever.
I suppose getting it in print, one reason might be the truth, Doctor. All right, back now to Dr. Malachi Martin. And, Doctor, you're in, I haven't even told everybody, you're in Manhattan, aren't you?
That's right. I live in Manhattan, Upper Manhattan.
Doctor, as a young priest, how did you first, what was your first exorcism, and what was your reaction to it?
Well, my first exorcism was in Cairo, Egypt. And I was a young priest, and I was an archaeologist. I was lying on my belly or my back in caves on the Sinai Peninsula, copying inscriptions dating from about the time of Abraham, about 1600 or 1700 BC. That's about, 3,000 years ago, more than 3,000 years ago.
Long time ago, yes.
And an exorcism was going on, and I didn't know it. When I came back down by plane and checked into Cairo, because I came down every couple of weeks to get a bath and to eat properly.
Yes.
Because we lived on goat's cheese and black coffee when we were up digging. One of the priests was telling me that he was engaged in an exorcism and his assistant has collapsed, which is not uncommon with young assistants, because in your first exorcism, if you've never done it before, the impact is so great, sometimes you become totally incontinent. It scares you.
To the point where you can't move and can't speak and can't help.
And everything, all the portals are loosened. You have diarrhea. You vomit. Because it's so repellent. It's so shocking.
So it's not for the weak of heart?
No, it's not. And I'll describe in a moment exactly what is the repellent part about it.
All right.
But so I was asked to assist, so I did. And apparently I had a very strong constitution, still have. And I hadn't got that effect. It had a disgusting effect. It always has. That was the first time. It was a very sticky exorcism. In general, if you want to understand what an exorcism is like, and what's really the essence, the difficulty, the horror of it is this. You must imagine, say, a common scene. It's a room. It's always within a room, within a house. It's in a room. There's nothing on the walls, no nails, no pictures, nothing that can move. If the windows are there, they're barred with shutters. You don't have glass around the place that can be shattered.
All of this is prepared.
All this is prepared. And you have the person in question is either violent or not. Most times not violent to begin with. Mm-hmm. And there's either a bed, an iron bed, or a chair, or whatever. You have no table, but you have an exorcist with an assistant, and he has assistants there. The assistant is a priest, and then he has several other people, usually men, dressed in clothes that can take a lot of hardware, and they carry everything in their hands. They have to have a candle, and they have to have holy water, and they have to have the priest's prayer book, etc. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the point. I said before that people undergo a psychiatric examination, undergo a medical examination, and finally people say, okay, let's try exorcism. Mm-hmm. And I said that within the first 20 minutes, you know if it's a real case of possession, and then you're into it, and you can't withdraw. You can't simply say, okay, boys, let's break up and see each other next Monday. You can't do that. Once you started, you've got to finish it.
Or else what? Why?
Or else you are pursued by that demon.
You are pursued. The
yes.
exorcist.
That's right. And everybody in that room has troubles. And the troubles can be extraordinary. I mean, I've seen assistants trying to hold somebody down and dropping the person and looking at each other because the possessed person starts telling one man what the other man did to his wife.
Oh, boy.
Well, yes, yes, we've been through that, too. And sometimes it's a lie, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's an exaggeration. Anyway, but after the first 20 minutes, what happens? In that 20 minutes, the following happens. Now, the temperature of the room may change, there may be a horrible smell, there may not be a horrible smell. All those are incidental things. The olfactory experience or the heat and the cold experience. But here's the real point. At a certain moment, if it's really an exorcism, mm-hmm. and if we are in the presence of a possessing spirit or a threatening spirit, demon, everybody in the room, the priest and his assistant and the assistants, they know, and I can only call on some experiences of people listening to me, and you yourself, Art, you know there's something in the room that wants you dead, but dead. I mean, I've only been twice in my life threatened with real death, but really threatened. Once was in Czechoslovakia, and once was in America. And it's a horrible feeling knowing that unless something happens, you are going to die. Now!
Yes.
And that's it's like an invisible animal with claws, and it wants you dead. It really wants your life's blood. It wants you extinguished.
Has it happened, Doctor? Has an assistant or an exorcist or anybody present at an exorcism ever been killed?
Well, no, but they have died of heart attack. They've died of some form of internal health attack. None of them had been killed, exactly, except in one case. I wasn't present at it. There was a case in America where the person was flung out a window. and defenestrated and killed 8 stories down.
Well, out a window or a heart attack, it's dead.
It's dead. But the point is that the experience is everybody in the room suddenly knows. You don't even look at each other, you know. Especially if you've done exorcism before with the same team. You know, this is it. We're now in that presence. And the point is this. Here's the point I want to drive home. It's a confrontation, not a series of prayers, of pious wishes, and of deliverance and healing invocations. No, no, no. This is a confrontation between the exorcist's will and the possessing demon or the harassing demon. And thereby, then, there comes the conversation. Because the exorcist has to find out the name, what the demon calls himself. If we want to speak about himself, it's not himself or herself, as we all know. But anyway, what their name is. And the name is usually a reflection of their function, what their function is as an evil spirit. And you have to get them to admit that. There are certain rules. You never answer a question put to you by the possessed person. You always fling a question back at them.
How do you know when you are speaking with that demon?
It is impossible not to know it once the person starts talking. It is impossible not to know. You know. Everybody in the room knows. And it's not a change of voice. Sometimes the voice is a big change in the voice. Sometimes it's a small change. But there's something, the manifestation of the spirit, when it's cornered by an authorized exorcist, is palpably clear, like the nose in your face. Everybody knows. And there's no deception about it. And it has this bone-chilling effect.
So it's like a war.
It's a war. It's a war.
Once it begins.
It's a real confrontation. And this is where people make a mistake about treating with evil spirits. If they think or suspect or know that they're being bothered, they attempt to take it on themselves, and you can't do it. You have no authority.
Well, I was going to say, this is one of those don't try it at home things. In other words,
that's right.
You don't sit by a bed and attempt yourself, not knowing what you're doing, to say a nice little prayer that this spirit will leave the body.
You can do that if you want to, and it's okay to do it, and it does relieve the pressure and the tension, blah, 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 but it does not dispossess a possessing spirit. It does not. For that, you need authority. And this is the difficulty that Buddhists and Jews and non-Catholics sometimes come to us and say, we've been trying exorcism and it doesn't work. And one would laugh if it weren't so pathetic at times. Because they must have it's only the authority of Christ can get rid of them, can get rid of the spirit. And that's what takes place. And then that can be long or short. It can be a long game of cat and mouse, trying to trap the demon, trying to get it to concede, and then it lapses into complete silence or violence.
Doctor, we hear of successes at the end. The story usually ends well. Are there failures? Are there times
There are failures where it's total failure. And that is calamitous, because then that means the person goes ahead possessed. It means that the exorcist has sacrificed something for nothing. Because let me explain something to you, Art, which is very hard to explain, but there are parallels, analogies in life that helps. When you do exorcism, you give something which you can't get back. It's like, for instance, any parent who has reared children will tell you, oh, I gave them so much love.
Yes.
And they're not talking about money or food, but they're thinking about what they gave of themselves. You give of yourself in love and affection and devotion and planning, etc., etc. And you can't get it back. And no parent wants it back, really. Similarly, with an exorcism, the exorcist gives, a little part of him dies, put it like that, and goes away and waits for him in heaven.
Little slice of death.
Yes, a little slice. And, for instance, after a bad exorcism, I mean a long, unhealthy one, you don't eat very much for a couple of weeks, and you don't sleep very deeply either. You can't. You can't. You've been locked in combat with a very, very insalubrious, unhealthy, anti-human, heating spirit that has communicated with you.
For those not of faith, are there, during the course of exorcisms, actual physical manifestations? in or near the person or around the person or in the room, as in the movie? Do things ever move? Do you actually...
Oh, yes, things move. If there's anything movable in the room, it's going to move. If there are nails on the wall, if there are pictures, if there are windows that can be broken, they'll probably be broken. If there's something which is weak, unbreakable, it can break. It can move. So you want to have a very bare situation completely. And even then, the exorcist is not free once it's all over. I've been flung out of bed. I've been knocked off stools and broken my shoulder by the demon to get his own back, just to remind me he was there and to make me pay a price for the damage I did.
This is like going to war. It's very much like going to war.
What is a war? What most people don't realize is that there's a spiritual war on, and as St. Paul says, it's a war with the spirits. It's a war with the forces of evil, the invisible forces that want men's souls.
Are there times as a priest where even the very best of men, doctors, sometimes fear war reasonably? Does a priest sometimes fear entering this war when you know you are about to meet up once again with the worst?
Yes, there's always that fear. And a very old exorcist gave me advice years ago in Ireland. I mentioned this to him, and he said, "Okay, but listen, learn to measure your love of God by the amount of fear in your heart," which is a very profound statement.
It is, yes.
Because it depends on how much you love God. And if you really love Him as Father, as Savior, and as final end of everything, and as the beautifier, and as the creator of nature, the creator of all beauty in our lives, it can expel fear. But if you nourish fear, fear can grow and not quantitatively, but it can equal or surpass the amount of love you have in your heart. And then you're in danger, because that fear is going to make you despair. That fear is going to make you timorous. That fear is going to make you vulnerable. Love is the only thing that can cure it. Love is the only protection we have.
You mentioned there were priests who do not believe that people are possessed.
That's right. That's right.
Do they carry that belief because of fear, do you think, for the most part, or?
No, the cases I have known are priests whose faith has been diminished. See, faith is not a quantum, like a bank balance or something in your pocket or clothes you wear. It's a dimension of soul. And that dimension can be greater or lesser. And it can be diminished by infidelities, by sin, by fecklessness, by carelessness. It can be increased by virtue. It can be increased by good actions. It can be increased by the grace of God. But it's usually because of the lack of faith. When they think that there's no such thing as evil, really. That it's okay, do what you like, just don't frighten the horses. But there are laws, though. God has laws, and He doesn't allow them violated. You can violate them, but you're going to pay the price. And one of the prices is that you slowly but surely edge towards that region of human existence where the demons are dominant. And they will satisfy you. They'll give you a good life. But you end up their prisoner. They're a prisoner.
Is there ever a case where the person who is possessed dies in the course of the exorcism?
Yes, it has happened. And it's caused untold trouble because there's usually a lawsuit. But that's why we are very careful as regards the medical condition of the persons that we exorcise.
What has been? You say there's a lawsuit.
Well, I mean, the husband or the wife or the boy or the friend or the son or the daughter sue the priest.
Sue the priest?
Yeah. For having put their relative through an experience that caused them to have a heart attack. cause them to have a coronary, whatever. It has happened.
What would happen, Doctor, to the soul of the person who would die under such circumstances?
Under those circumstances, we must say we don't know. There's always the chance. You know the old story between the bridge and the water? This man was pursued by his enemies and living in sin, and he tried to jump over a bridge and swim into the water, but they shot him.
Yes.
But before his body hit the water, he had repented. There's always this. You never know. You just never know. I just wouldn't like to be in that position myself.
Has that happened to you?
Yes, it has happened to me. It has happened to me, and it's very distressing. And then I've been asked to go see people who are possessed by their husband or their wife or their brother or their sister, and come away empty-handed. They simply told me to go to hell. Literally.
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 Well, that would be one pretty good sign, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just not something you do to tell a priest to go to hell.
It's very discouraging. Very discouraging, and they do it with great hate. Great hate.
Well, as I say, wouldn't that be a very clear sign?
It is. It is, Art.
And so if you are told to go to hell, to get out of here, I don't want anything to do with you, which I can imagine more than not you might be told, then what do?
Well, you go away and you pray. But, you see, for instance, if I go into the greengrocer and I find the milk he's supplying me is rotten, and say, listen, this milk smells highly, he can say, listen, buddy, get the hell out of here. That's one way. That merely means stop bothering me. But if somebody tells you in the way that it does happen now and again to an exorcist, please go to hell. Because that's where I'm going. I want to be with the prince. Now I'm quoting a certain case to you. Then it chills your bones. Because you know you're up against somebody perfectly possessed who just is waiting to die and go home to his master.
Have you ever wondered, Doctor, about your own heart, about your own constitution going into one of these?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And my heart specialist has always warned me that there's a danger there. And I know there is. There is. But, you see, when you're over 70, you know, the amount of good you can do in this world is limited because you're no longer 20, 25, 30. And therefore, whatever good you can do, you do if you're wise. Because one day soon I'm going to take the high jump.
As we all shall.
As we all shall.
So, even today, if you encountered it, you would still do it?
Oh, yes, I would. Oh, yes, I would. Because the commiseration, the human compassion, and the pity that the Holy Spirit puts in your heart impels you, because they are miserable, and they make appeals to you, unless they're completely possessed.
Doctor, hold tight, relax. Well, all right, there are stations that are just joining us now. You have missed 2 very important hours, and it's going to be impossible to catch you up, but we'll try. Malachi Martin, my guest, is an ex-Jesuit, former exorcist for many, many years, and one-time advisor to 3 popes. He is now a best-selling author as a premier investigator of the clandestine politics and unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals. Dr. Martin offers rare insights in his books into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network under Pope John the 23rd, Martin helped extend the Church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil, followed by the final conclave, Vatican, 3 popes and the cardinal, the keys of this blood, the Jesuits, and others. He has been reviewed by many. Forbes said, no spiritual journey is complete without a Vatican page-turner by Malachi Martin. Sacramento Bee said, it is to Martin's credit that his real-life fictional cardinals have flesh, bone, and blood, sometimes the heart of a South Chicago ward healer. The Dallas Morning News said in biblical times they would have called him a prophet. He just described in great detail what exorcisms are like. Doctor, are you there? How you've held up through great exorcisms. How are you holding up this morning?
Very well indeed. I mean, this has been an exhilarating experience, Art.
All right, I have a lady who would like to speak to you. She sent me a fax, Doctor, and I called her. She sent me the following.
Yes.
Art, please help me. If I'm not possessed, then I'm being harassed, tormented, used, abused, sodomized, all of it. I believe my mother promised me to her evil spirit. My family is an old American family. I converted to Judaism 30 years ago, and she sounded so much like somebody you described that I thought I would bring her on the air for a moment. Her name is Eva. Eva, are you there?
Yes.
You're on.
My name is Eva.
Eva? All right, Eva. I'm sorry. You're on the air with Dr. Martin.
How do you do, Dr. Martin?
Good morning, Eva. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Yes, thank you.
Good. If you are in that condition, if you think you fulfill all those conditions in your life, you should apply to the local bishop, the bishop of the diocese in which you live. I don't know what that diocese is, and I don't need to know.
San Francisco diocese.
San Francisco, oh, yeah. Well, there may be a difficulty there because a lot of the clergy in San Francisco have given up any belief in the existence of evil, above all in the existence of evil spirits, and I wouldn't at all be surprised if the Archbishop of San Francisco is among those.
Yes.
I do not know, Eva. I don't work. I love San Francisco. I've been there several times in my life. I'd love to live there.
Don't bother. I don't choose to be here.
I know. I know. Well, that's what happens with most of us. Our place of living is imposed on us. But in any case, you have to apply to the local bishop for an exorcist.
Now, you say that a person who is truly possessed is aware of it and has made a deal.
Well, put it like this, yes. With conditions and restrictions, that's true of anybody who's possessed, partially possessed.
Is it a straightforward deal?
What's that?
Is it a straightforward deal?
No, it's never straightforward.
Never straightforward.
No, it's never straightforward. You're always at the heel of the hunt in the matter. But you think it's straightforward, but it isn't.
Oh, no. What I mean is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes.
In a way, speaking with you is a dream come true.
Uh-huh.
And it's also a bit.
Thank you very much for saying that.
A bit of a nightmare.
I know, Eva. Well, apart from anything else, I promise you that when I say Mass this morning, which I shall after this broadcast, I'll give you a first intention in that Mass.
There was a time when I would have just laughed at that, but
I know.
I have tremendous respect for it now.
You've acquired wisdom.
My concern is for my grown married children.
Oh, boy.
And my grandchildren. I'm afraid to people that I become attached to or involved with, and that does include my family.
Yes.
Bad things happen, and I'm really afraid to be around people. I'm thinking of a few deaths in particular, and
I know.
Stuff happens.
Eva, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and my heart goes out to you. It really does.
What can she do, Doctor?
She must find a good priest.
Doctor, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
One other time, I was listening to a talk radio program, and a woman was on who all you had to do was call up and say your name and your age or something, and she would sense these stuff about you. And I called.
Yes.
And I gave my name and my age and so on. And she said, there's a very strong presence of a man who's been with you for about 10 years, and you really need to do something about that.
And was it accurate?
Yeah.
It was accurate.
Yes, and I didn't follow it up. It's really taken me close to a year to be comfortable with actually saying that.
I know. I would be chary if I were you of any freelancer in this whole matter.
No,
it's terribly serious. You see, there's no doubt about it. A demon can have information about one without any reference to God at all, without any reference to our safety.
I've already learned that.
Yeah, they can know things. You need to be under the protection of God, and you need the authority of Christ to get rid of any harassing or obsessing angel in your life, because you don't sound as if you're possessed, but you do sound harassed.
Yes, sir.
And obsessed.
Yes, sir.
And that's the commonest form of demonic activity today.
Now, explain this to me. I, at one time, was even fairly unfriendly about the Catholic Church, but there's been so much movement now that you'd have to decide to... There are so many factions.
Yes, of course.
Which is good, to my point of view.
Yes.
You say, give myself up to the authority of Christ.
Yes. Through an exorcist.
That doesn't mean to accept Christ as a savior. It just means to acknowledge the authority that Christ would have in this matter.
That's right. But I must be frank with you. Once you admit Christ as having authority in this matter, and once you benefit by that authority, you'll find that he lives in your heart.
Well, he was a Jew.
Eva, we are out of time and we must go, but I think the upshot here is seek the advice of the Church of an Exorcist.
What I'm saying is that I don't eschew Yeshu. I just don't want to leave it on that note. I am not, this much I accept about Christ the man and what a wonderful, important man he was. So.
Well, yes, you want to put it like that. But let's leave it at that, Eva. But I'll be praying for you. That's a promise.
All right. Doctor, I just got the following, and maybe you can tell me the kind of person that this came from. Dear Art, your present conversation with the priest is not without dangerous complications and consequences. I don't have to tell you just how many minds are listening to you on the radio. Minds that can be in turmoil, minds unknowledgeable of the subject and the danger. I beg you to end this conversation without delay. This is somebody who is afraid of what they're hearing.
Yes, I can imagine that it would, to certain minds, represent a danger. But it can suggest things to people, and I'm sorry if it does. There's no suggestiveness in what you're saying or what I'm saying, but the outlining of a reality in our lives, the presence of evil, is surely something that we must admit and acknowledge and not be blind. So I appreciate their fears, but I think they're ill-founded.
Doctor, during the course of an exorcism, what things or messages do you typically hear from a demon? In that process, in that war, in that confrontation, what do you hear?
You hear, if you lay yourself open to it, you hear reproaches about your life, your past life and your present life. If there's anything to be reproached, he'll throw it at you like mud. Then you also hear, if you allow it to continue, an exorcist must control everything. You hear a lot about what it could be like if we weren't bothered about details like religion. You hear a lot of deceptive suggestions and of peacefulness, and let everybody think and do what they want to do, the message. Then in the extreme cases, you get total blasphemy.
They go after you. They try to challenge your faith.
Of course. and it's very subtle, and you mustn't be shook by that. You mustn't be shaken by that. You must be able to deal with it, and never answer a question, never take up something shoved at you. Always be in control.
Yeah,
always give command.
A priest is also a man with faults, with guilt, with all the things, perhaps fewer than the rest of us, but things that can be thrown into his face to make him weak.
That's right, they can. And they can shame him, and they can weaken him. And for that reason, he needs to be virtuous. He needs not to have sin on his soul. He needs to have cleansed his soul in confession. He needs to be clean. If he's not clean, the demon will know it.
Is it possible, as in that movie, The Exorcist, that the demon can move from the possessed to the exorcist?
Yes. That's the danger. That's the danger. You can't have any truck with this unless you're in control.
Do you remember doing exorcisms in which you weakened?
Yes, I do. When I was momentarily shaken, yes, by the shocking things said to me about God, about the angels, about heaven, about human beings, about human love above all, and the contempt, and the despisement, and the ridicule that human love is accorded by the demon when he really talks is something frightening. It's something frightening. And you realize then that all human love is useless unless it mirrors the love of God.
So human love by itself is insufficient.
It's insufficient. It can be ridiculed and mocked and imitated and reproduced falsely. When it is an echo of divine love, then it's divine.
Speaking of false things, Doctor, is it possible or probable that a person taking drugs is more susceptible to the possibility of possession?
Yes. In fact, there's a twist to that I'd like to give to it. You can, through exorcism, be rid of a drug habit. Because in many cases, not all, I'm sure, but in many cases, the lapse into a drug habit, the adoption of a drug habit, is the result of satanic influence, demonic activity.
What
you can get rid of it.
What if you were to give out sort of a general piece of advice to people who are wondering about possession, what signs do you look for? If in your life there is some imperative coming out of left field, not of your choice, but commanding you, urging you to do something, to yield, to be controlled, and know that that can herald demonic activity. For instance, let me explain something to you. We heard a lot for a long time, we still hear a lot about transcendental meditation, and the essence of it was that you made your mind blank. Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And you channeled. The difficulty, Art, is this. If you do that, you are sitting duck.
You open
the door and say, come in. And the same thing with the Ouija board. And the same thing with many channeling activities.
It is not necessarily the board itself, that's just cardboard, but
right.
When you use it in that manner, you're issuing an invitation.
That's right, and you're saying, the door is open, please come in, whoever you are. You can't do that with impunity. You can't do that with impunity. And many a case we're dealing with today started with a simple thing as the Ouija board, used as a plaything. But it got serious.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are spiritual seances of the same kind. Channeling. Waiting for the spirits to talk. Oh, they talk.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, we talked about earlier the quickening. You talked about an increase in possession or exorcisms of 800%. 800%. In what span of time have we seen this increase?
since about 1969 to 1989, in that time. It's a funny thing. A lot of things have happened in that time in the world and in the Church of Rome, my church, about which I've just written that book, Windswept House. And a lot of it is negative. There's a lot of negativity. And there's been a lot of bloodshed in that time, by the way. And there's been a lot of environmental damage. And surely Lucifer, who wants the death of the human race, will use any means, especially radiation, to destroy human hopes and human life.
When we come back after the bottom of this hour, I would like to ask you whether we are approaching the final days. I want to ask you about the rapture.
Okay.
Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin in Manhattan. Doctor, in your second set of tapes concerning the storm and inside the Vatican, you had pointed out that we are going to be chastised. This is from a gentleman in Beaumont, Texas. That we're going to be chastised. You said it can't be mitigated. There will be catastrophes, calamities, natural disasters. Great sections of humanity will be leveled. This is part of the third secret of Fatima in 1917, July 13th. But you implied this would be more in the distant future. Then in the deserted vineyard, you said very clearly, this will occur, you believe, in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yes. Yes. The time seems to be foreshortened as regards to what they call the chastisements, these punishments that are going to come upon us, and they indeed are starting in a remote fashion. But I expect them. One can always be wrong. In spite of my reputation, I'm not a prophet art, but I expect them between now and 2000. But not definitive, not the end of the world, not the coming of Antichrist, not the final judgment, not the rapture.
A great change. Like a great change, however.
A very great change. And, the old song, Keep Your Eyes on the Skies. I would keep my eyes on the skies from the beginning of this winter until the end of spring 97. Because depending on what happens in that time, we will more or less have a prognosis for what's going to happen between now and 2000.
How many human beings do you think will make it through this change?
A good majority of the present human beings that are alive, but in great misery.
In a world where perhaps you don't want to live, that sort of thing.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
A lot of misery.
There are many, many people who want to speak with you, Doctor. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Yes, this is a doctor. I'm a former seminarian. I would rather not give my name.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right.
That's quite all right.
A wonderful program, Art, and Father Malachi. I think one of my spiritual directors was a friend of yours.
Namely?
Father Menard.
Oh, yes.
Ernest J. Menard.
Yes.
And I was a seminarian with the Premont Detentions in L.A. for a while. But I wanted to talk, first of all, would you tell Art something about the 3 days of darkness when I'm done?
Yes, I will, briefly.
And I wanted to just mention, I wanted to talk about how I was a youth minister after getting out of the seminary. And we were asked by the bishop to go to Ogden. And we were told why the bishop wanted us to be in Ogden. And we did a retreat for 110 Hispanics. And dozens fell on the ground frothing. And I realized that I was not prepared for that. And so I fasted for about 3 days while we were doing that retreat. And no ills happened. But later on in Oregon, I met somebody who was heavily involved in New Age and occult.
Yeah.
And I got an inner word that says, get out of the room fast. And I was trapped between, it was a real small room and crowded and couldn't get out without making a scene. So I waited a couple minutes. And that night, I had my first out-of-body experience. I was basically grabbed by a demon. Mm-hmm. And I've had occasional out-of-body experiences since then, and basically they are stopped by the name of Jesus.
That's right. It's the only means at that stage. Get free of it all as soon as possible.
Yeah, those people who are involved in out-of-body experiences.
Dangerous, Doctor. Thank you for the call.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous. Any truck with that, and you're into what they call you're onto the middle plateau, and that's a very dangerous situation.
Doctor, 3 days of darkness.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. There are going to be 3 days when there's a great darkness over our earth, and during which it will be dangerous to be abroad, to be outside your home, and even in your home it may be dangerous.
3 days without sun?
3 days without the lateral light we're used to, yes. Without that. But it's like everything else, when it takes place, they will endeavor to give it an astronomical and geophysical explanation.
You know, so much of what you're saying this morning, my audience knows. You might not, because you're in Manhattan, where I presume that you've not been able to hear me.
Yes, I've heard everything you said tonight.
Well, tonight, yes. But, Doctor, in just the past week, I don't know why, I asked the audience,
yes,
if one day you arose and the sun did not come up, what would you conclude? I just asked them that general question, and...
what was the answer?
The answer was, many answers were flippant,
yes,
but many answers were they would conclude that the end has begun, or that a change is definitely upon us. It was just, it's eerie to me that I even asked that question.
I know.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Where are you calling from, please?
From Fort Myers, Florida. How you doing, Doctor?
How you doing there? What's on your mind?
Okay. It's something that's been worrying me, how a lot of leaders, religious leaders like the Pope and Mother Teresa, and even, political, like Boris Yeltsin is, very ill.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, is that like a big sign that it's coming now or soon?
Yes, it is. That these main leaders or apostles or leaders in the world are ailing. It means, for me, it's an indication of the end of an era, the beginning of a new era.
Well, he's right about that. Mother Teresa, of course, is ailing. The Pope.
Yes, the Pope is ailing very much, very much. In fact, within 12 months we may have a new Pope, for all we know. And Boris Yeltsin is ailing, but he's not the only one. There's something happening, and in human history, if you look at it really cohesively, you'll find that no era ends with a plonk like that, and the next one starts. They always dovetail. And our past era is now dovetailing with a new era, which is a bit frightening, quite frankly.
Many things are beginning to happen. Volcanoes erupting, the ozone thinning.
That's right.
Animals beginning to mutate. It seems like all of this is increasing in its occurrence, increasing rapidly.
It is, and Jesus said about his own generation, he said, this generation, he said, can tell me in the evening what tomorrow is going to be like. It reads the signs of the weather, but it cannot read the signs of the times. And we are like that. We don't read the signs of the times very well.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me on your show, Art.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I am in the Bay Area, California.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions for, is it Father Martin?
Yes.
I am, Art, I'm an attorney, and I've also been a Christian for right around 17 years.
Yes.
I've been studying demonology almost as long.
Yes.
And I have two questions for the Father and a couple comments, if I could.
Go.
Yes.
First is, what is the, well, let me preface this and say you have mentioned a couple of times that it's when you do exorcisms, there's a conflict of the wills and driving the spirit out.
Primarily the wills.
Yes. So what is the basis of your authority to cast out a demon?
Christ.
Okay, you've been a little bit weak in referencing that, and I would go beyond
I didn't mean to be weak at all.
The blood of Jesus is what...
I didn't mean to be weak at all. It's Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's good. The second question is, I am denominationally speaking, more of the Protestant tradition, and I would ask you, can a non-Catholic, without the Pope's authorization, do exorcism?
I've never come across one yet.
Okay.
But it may be, but I've never come across it yet. They come to us, even though they remain Protestants, they remain Methodists, and Lutherans, and Mormons, and whatever, or Jews, or Muslims, or Buddhists, but they come to us for exorcism.
Okay. Well, I'd like to proffer that you're speaking to somebody who's done a number of exorcisms. Just
good.
Through my life, I'm not a Catholic, and I don't have the Pope's authorization, but if it's okay, I'd quote 2 scriptures, Art, for the benefit of your audience to support that.
Have they succeeded?
Is that okay if I do that, Art?
The question was, have they succeeded?
Oh, yes. Yes, I ministered to a young lady last June. She had multiple nightmares every night. I mean, not just bad dreams, real nightmares. And we went through about 2 to 3 weeks of deliverance sessions and drove out 20-some demons, many of them manifesting and speaking and telling us where they're from. And
Doctor, is there a danger to what he is doing?
Listen, in my book there is, but if he's protected, he's protected. And you may have some protection, sir, of which I do not know. It must ultimately come from Christ Jesus in my book.
That's what I affirm.
But if you have that protection, fine and dandy. God bless you. I'll pray for you.
Thank you,
and
Father.
Hope you go right ahead.
You sound like you
can't expel these demons except in His name.
That's affirming to hear you say that. I would like to just read 2 scriptures, Art, that are, one of them is one of my favorite verses in this area, another one that just...
I would prefer you don't do that.
Okay.
I thank you for the call, sir, but it is possible then, Doctor, that somebody, a lay person, could successfully do an exorcism?
That's right. He must therefore have been granted the authority of Christ Jesus. He must have been. And that's not impossible. It's not necessarily absolutely metaphysically necessary to come through a churchman, through an ecclesiastic. Normally, in my life, it always has. But if somebody else can do it directly with a gift from the Lord, more power to him.
Doctor, there was a recent movie. I don't know if you're a movie goer. It was called, I think in its final version, Prophecy. Its working title during production was God's Army. It was with Christopher Walken. Are you aware at all of that movie?
I know. I heard about, read about it. I didn't see it. I don't go to movies very much.
It basically imagined a second great war between heaven and hell. Is such a thing possible, some second great war between heaven and hell? Or is it simply, yes?
Yes, there is going to be one final clash. One final clash. And we're on our way to it, but we're not there yet. We're on our way to it.
How close to it do you think we are?
Of course, Art, you and I know, as sensible men, it's very hazardous to guess at timings.
Yes.
The one thing that's difficult are dates and times and hours and places. But, given what is happening to the nations, given the existence now of the New World Order as a fact of life, and not a theory, and not a plan for the future, and given the rising sea of very disturbing things happening, men and women, negative things, we are approaching a point when something has to give. And it would seem to be on a global level, and it would seem to finally involve spirit, morals, ethics, finally the final battle. So what time? Well, I think that we're going to enter in these remaining years of this century, we're entering a period of severe chastisements, severe hardships throughout the cosmos, throughout our earth. And I think that into the new century, the 21st century, we're heading for a lot of confrontations and ending up in a short time with that final battle.
Doctor, with changes, earth changes, with things that will occur, it seems so unfair because when these changes begin, clearly those in third world nations, underdeveloped nations, will suffer and die at a disproportionate rate.
I do not know that, Art, for sure. I think that where things will be really bad will be in our overcrowded western cities, our big cities, say Mexico City with 30 million,
yes,
or Atlanta, or Los Angeles, or New York, or Chicago, the big urban settlements. I think there's where the real suffering will take place. Now, I think that the people living in Patagonia, the people living in Tasmania, the natives, as we call them, we're natives too, but we always refer to the others as the natives. You know?
Yes.
With our post-colonial mind, we still say that, Art, you know. And I remember always making my British friends uncomfortable by referring to them as native British, but there was no thing as native British. Only the natives were only in Africa, for the British, at that time anyway. But the suffering may be more intense in what we call civilization. Maybe much more intense, because we are more dependent. I mean, Art, look, think what would happen to New York if the water supply is cut off and the electricity and the gas.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's obvious, very clear. What has been your toughest, your hardest exorcism as you look back?
It was in the Bronx, New York, in 1983. And it was a young priest.
A young priest?
Yeah. Who was possessed. And it was long drawn out. It was bloody and disgusting and took a heavy toll on everybody involved.
Can you tell us the manner of the possession? How would a priest be possessed? Was he himself doing an exorcism?
No. He yielded piece by piece by piece.
Oh.
Because it's never sudden. It's never sudden. It's just a little bit here and a little bit there. And he yielded to temptation. It wasn't sexual temptation either. It was pride and arrogance. And then this mystery of choice comes in, the selectivity. As I said before earlier in the broadcast, Art, there's no profile. We try to create a profile. There's none. Some men who are very naughty are not possessed. Some men who are possessed are not very naughty in their lives. They're not crooks. They're not evil in that sense, but they are possessed. So, but why he yielded, God only knows. It's free will, of course. But it was a very distressing thing and involved a lot of people, involved his whole family, involved his whole parish, involved the local bishop.
Wow.
And it was very distressing. And he emerged from it, but he succumbed after a short time. He died.
He died.
He was cured. He was saved, but he died, and he came out of it utterly white. And he was a young man with a big shock of red hair. And a young man, he was a young priest. But the rot had started very early on in his family. He had never told anybody anything about it. And it was the most distressing thing I've been through. It really was the most distressing one.
How did you come out of it?
I came out of it with a little bit of me dead, quite frankly. Something I can't get back until eternity when God rewards me, I hope. But something in me died.
It takes a little piece of your of what, Doctor? Your faith of.
No, it takes a little bit of. You know, Art. Look, we're both adults. You know what vitality is.
Yes.
And what verve, and as the French call it, sens d'attaque.
Yes.
The power of tackling something.
Of course.
When that's diminished and diminished and diminished, then that's what I speak about, little bits of you departing. Little bits of you die. It's a sacrifice you make. You can give, the analogy I use was children to whom you give love. You can't get it back.
Of your life essence or energy.
Yeah. You can't give it to somebody else. you give something which is of your very soul, and we willingly do it as parents or as parish priests or as counselors. But I know sufficient number of psychiatrists and psychologists, and I know they expend themselves for the sake of their patients, and they can't get back what they give. They get money, sure, yes, but that's no substitute at all.
So then when it happens to a priest or somebody of great faith or a service to God, it is harder, it is deeper,
It is. And, that's, if you were to get close to the present Pope, that's what strikes you about him at certain moments. The complete draining of his spirit. I remember I had to convey a message to him once. He came home from a 10-day tour of the Far East. And
Doctor, we're at the top of the hour. Are you constitutionally capable of another hour?
Yes.
All right. The following comes to me, as you might imagine, unsigned for a good reason. Doctor, I'm going to read you something. I'd like you to react to it, if you would.
Certainly.
Dear Art and Dr. Martin, in 1991, I made a pact with anyone that could get my girlfriend to come back. The response was by Satan. At that point, my eyes literally rolled back, and I heard only 2 words, 1 year. 1 year later, she broke up with me for no good reason. Several months later, I was asleep, had a dream that I was looking at myself in a mirror brushing my hair. When I looked at my eyes in the mirror, they turned totally black. The person was me, but the soul behind the eyes, evil. At that point, I knew exactly who it was, what I wanted, and how it got there. At this point, I was awake, tried to get up and turn on the lights, but was physically pushed back down to a prone position and could no longer move even a finger. To make matters worse, the bedroom door slammed shut, and I was cut off from the light in the hallway. What happened to this person?
This person accepted possession and was possessed and infested, and the demonic power took over. I'd love to know what happened subsequently. There's no doubt about it. It's a genuine. Everything there is genuine, unless it's copied from a book. But it's a genuine. They're genuine phenomena.
These things really happen. Doors slam
they really
shut.
happen. They do. But you see, the point is this: that if you go to a doctor and tell him that, he sends you to a shrink.
Sure.
But it doesn't help to go to a shrink with these things at all, unless the shrink knows what he's talking about and sends you off to an exorcist. And apropos of that, remember you also got a letter or a fax from somebody asking you to cease and desist from this conversation.
Correct.
I now know my reading of that is that their lifestyle is disturbed by being told the truth about demonic possession and harassment. To get back to this particular gentleman, I would love to know the result of, he won't tell us this time, perhaps some other time he will, tell us what happened to him subsequently. Everything that's there sounds absolutely genuine. Has happened, is chronicled, is known to have happened to others, and is genuinely the effect of demonic infestation.
All right. One other, Doctor. Could you tell us, please, more about what you believe may be seen in the sky? You said keep your eye on the sky. Between now and next spring, what should we be looking for? And then, as a matter of fact, before you answer that, also he says, can we obtain Dr. Martin's books?
Yes, they can.
You have many books. You've been a very prolific writer.
16, and I have one at the present moment called Windswept House, which is about the present condition of the Church of Rome and of the present Pope, and what's going to happen shortly to both. Because people may not realize it, because of the flourishing condition of the Church, apparently, we are in deep crisis in the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm a priest. I say Mass every morning. I baptize babies. I hear confession, etc. So I'm a traditional priest. But I know we're in deep doo-doo, in deep trouble. And this book is about, that's my latest book, but it's the 16th book I've written.
It's called Windswept House.
That's right, published by Doubleday.
Doubleday. So your books are generally available in bookstores?
That's right, they are, or in paperback. This one is still not in paperback. It will be next year.
What, Doctor, are ghosts?
Ghosts?
Yes, sir.
Genuine ghosts are visitations by people already dead who are allowed by God to visit the living for some reason or other, usually known to the person visited, but not admitted by them until they wake up. There are some cases where what we call ghosts is demonic infestation of a house or a city or a street. It does happen.
Have you had occasion where you have exorcised a spirit or a ghost or
Yes.
whatever it is
Yes.
from a house, from a
in a house,
structure?
yes. In a house, yes.
Yes.
Going from room to room and expelling the demon. It must be done. I'll be doing that in December in Washington, D.C.
You are in your 70s.
That's right.
Again, I ask you, concern about yourself. Does there not come a time when physically you should refrain from doing this?
Yes, and I have refrained to a large extent. It's nothing like the febrile activity of my 40s and 50s and 60s. No, I haven't. Then I've had open heart surgery and 2 heart attacks. So, simply the nature of things has imposed a certain restraint on me.
Were either one of these heart attacks associated with exorcisms?
One of them was.
One of them was.
Yes, the bad one. But that's the price you pay. And Art, we're only here for a short time.
It is true. It is true. All right, let's go back to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi. Where are you, please?
I'm in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Fairbanks, Alaska. Yes, sir.
What's on your mind, sir?
Say again?
What's on your mind?
I have a question for you. I used to be involved in magic before I was a Christian.
Uh-huh.
And summoning demons and all that kind of strange stuff.
Yes.
The question I have for you, though, is now there's a person up here who is infested with them.
Who's in touch with what?
Demons. I mean, you can actually see it because some of the stuff he does.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, as a Christian, should I even attempt to cast them out or just leave them alone?
Oh, that's a good question.
It is. Unless you have special authority, don't touch it with a rod. Don't touch it. Keep away from it. Protect yourself. Don't attempt to deal with it.
Is that clear enough for you, caller?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's stronger than you. It's more intelligent than you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good morning and stay safe. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi. Good morning to both of you. Art, like I said, I'm sorry I hadn't been listening this morning, but I am taping it for later listening.
Where are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Where are you?
I'm in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Excuse me. Name is Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Art, I got a question for you and also one for Dr. Martin.
Yes,
if I remember correctly, if you want to jog my memory here, you said that you had a story about a Ouija board which you would not dare tell.
That's right.
Okay. that's all I wanted to know about that. But
that's all I'm willing to say.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Martin, it's a pleasure and honor to speak with you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I was listening to Art's show earlier, and I believe Sunday night you had a Dreamland thing where you had a seance. Is that correct, Art?
I have a recording. I didn't have a seance. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. But I had somebody on who had conducted a seance, and in the course of that, there was the sound of babies crying. Yeah. And I played that on the air. Yes, indeed.
I recall, I believe a woman called in and said she heard a female voice in the background as well.
Yes.
But nonetheless, Dr. Martin, my question for you is just very simply, what is the role of a seance in the act of demonic possession? And
the role of the seance is chiefly this. It lays you open to invasion. Because the essence of a seance is the sitting or standing or lying down, it depends on what physical posture they take, and trying to communicate and to commune with the spirits. And that means opening the channels of your mind and will. And if you do that, you're sitting duck.
A sitting duck. All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hi, this is Rita.
Yes, Rita.
I have a question. My sister-in-law that lives with us is mentally retarded.
Yes.
And I feel that sometimes what I see coming out of her is like a demonic thing. What happens is, if you ask her who her friend is, and you ask her in a certain way, she'll say, my friend is Satan of the Black Mountain.
Mm.
And if my daughter knows how to get her going and just get crazy. And I just wonder sometimes if...
Has she always been like this?
Well, not from the start of my marriage to my husband. See, he told me, he said, she's evil. And
well,
she has evil ways about her.
Has she always been retarded?
As far as, yes. As far as, he knows she was born that way. And she's got, like, the mentality of a 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the doctors have said. Now, I've seen her as normal as you and I. I mean, I don't know how you are, but I mean...
Yeah, you can presume we're normal.
Yeah.
But I mean, my daughter pretends to vomit, and she'll just go off.
Yes,
and I'll tell her, I'll say, will you stop? You know, just sit there and stay calm. Ignore her, you know, if you can't do it.
Doctor, it brings up an awfully good question. A retarded child, is that an easier target for possession?
No, it's not. It's not. There has to be collaboration of the will for possession.
Doctor, I wonder how many people in mental institutions all across this country, instead of being mentally ill, may be possessed.
I've only gone through, with a psychiatrist, I've only gone through 2 mental institutions, let's call them that.
Yes, sir.
And over 50% are obviously possessed in those 2 places.
So then even in the case of a child like this lady's child, you would recommend, based on what you heard, that perhaps she sees somebody like yourself?
Yes, somebody, authorities do something about it. But it's very hard to judge a case like this at this distance. But from what she says, it looks like that.
All right, ma'am.
It looks like she could be possessed.
It could be that she could be infested, yeah.
Yeah, because, I've talked to a priest. See, I'm Catholic.
Yep.
And I've talked to a priest, and they think I'm crazy. What I see is I can't get her to open up or to be this way in front of anybody. But it's like the sheep that is the wolf that's under the sheepskin.
Yeah, I know. You're being very much more accurate than you know in describing it. You must find a good priest.
And I've talked to priests that say that they wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Of course not. They're afraid of their pants.
And they
is that most priests, doctor, or a majority of them?
Unfortunately, today, a majority. Because, you see, now when they're training in seminaries, they're not given any formation whatever. They're given no formation, no theological formation, and no instruction. And then, a lot of the professors in seminaries, a lot of the trainers, a lot of the bishops don't believe in the devil.
How?
And that's great PR for him, because it means, as you know, during the war, the successful spy was the one nobody knew was a spy.
Well, how can, a dumb question from a layman, how can a priest believe in the Almighty and not the other force? I mean,
because actually, Art, it's a very telling question, and it's an intelligent question, because overall their faith has weakened. I said before to you, it's a dimension. It's not a quantum. It's a dimension. And overall it has, and if you, I have done this, I've probed people who don't believe in this, and I find that their belief in the resurrection of Christ Jesus, their belief in heaven, their belief in hell is all shaken to bits, sometimes non-existent.
Can I ask you about a very sensitive question again regarding the fallibility of priests? In America, in the church, there have been too many stories, Doctor, of priests after their vows of celibacy who have then...
Pedophilia.
Yes.
There have. There's no doubt about it. There is a plague of pedophilia. Now, by the way, look out. There are 55,000 priests in the dioceses of America. And of that amount of 55,000, about approximately 2 to 4% have been found guilty of pedophilia, have been pedophiliacs. It's still too much. And there's no doubt about it. There's been a plague, and it's been worsened because of the policy of bishops to cover things up. Whereas, if you find a pedophiliac, priest or layman, you go to the nearest precinct and report him, in my book.
Yes.
But they didn't do that. They covered it up. And they transferred the man to another parish with more little boys and little girls to be violated. And therefore they have had a very severe amount of trouble. And by the way, since 1985, the church in America has spent well over $500 or $600 million in out-of-court settlements.
Oh, my.
And that's the money and the dimes and the nickels of the faithful.
Is it, Doctor, because of the church's attitude about it? In other words, they feel that there's been a breach of faith and they want to work on that breach of faith instead of letting it become a civil matter? Or is it just a plain old cover-up?
No, Art, it's more complicated than that. There isn't a network of homosexual priests. We know that now. Unfortunately, there is a network, and they cover for each other. So that's a complicating factor. It's not a wide network, but it does exist, number one. Number two, as you know, for any ecclesiastic in the Catholic Church, there are only two evils, bankruptcy or moral scandal.
Yes.
These are the two things they're afraid of.
Yes.
They're not afraid of anything else. And therefore they try and cover anything up which breeds scandal, because that destroys prestige and finally stops money, stops people contributing.
What are your feelings about vows of celibacy?
I'll tell you something. My experience is as follows: whether as a chaplain in the U.S. Air Force, which I was, or as a parish priest, which I have functioned as, and as a priest now dealing with people, there's no doubt about it that a priest who is a celibate, a real celibate, not just a eunuch,
a real celibate, yes.
Many who take the vow of celibacy are really eunuchs. Somebody has put a chastity belt on them and thrown away the key, and they're looking for the key. And sometimes they find it to be rude and lewd about it. But genuine celibacy makes you so specialized that people can confide in you.
Yes.
And they know you belong to them and them alone. And they know you're not going home at night to your wife. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you're not sharing anything with anybody. Your heart belongs to Christ as a celibate, if you're truly a celibate. But celibacy is it's a gift, by the way. And it's a rare thing, the practice of celibacy. There are a lot of celibates who take that vow. But the practice of celibacy does make a man very special, because he's uniquely devoted. And by the way, I don't know if you've found this out, but the biggest psychiatrists I know, the biggest surgeons, they're practically celibate.
Yes.
They really are.
But there's a price, and that...
there's a huge price. There's no doubt about it. And if that's where good celibacy comes in. If you are really a celibate, you don't dry up like a fig and become hard and emotionless and insensitive to human feeling. Do you understand me?
Yes.
It's such a difficult thing to attain. But if you do attain it, boy, people find it so useful, so practical, so helpful.
And some of those who don't end up perhaps as pedophiles or other...
That's right. And as abrasive characters, because they're frustrated beyond belief.
All right. I'm sort of sorting through the faxes and questions that I'm getting. Dr. Martin,
yes.
Another one I want you to listen to here.
Sure.
Dr. Martin, I went to Brophy College Prep in Phoenix, the premier Jesuit high school in Arizona.
Yes.
Since I've left there, I've been tormented by a will that is other than my own. I've been forced to commit acts that I would never have dreamed possible myself. I have no control over them. I want to do otherwise, but I can't stop. I feel I've been violated spiritually. I've had my mind and will taken over by other spirits. I know I have felt a force in me driving me to do other than I want to do. I am not a Jesuit. I am more or less of the new spirituality that's out there. I feel I have been tormented by demons and have been possessed. I need to know how I can stop it. I want to have faith, but I'm scared. I believe each individual holds God within himself, but I'm so afraid of losing control to these others again that I can't hold any faith at all. What can I do?
Go to the local priest and bishop and get an exorcist.
An exorcist?
Get an exorcist. Yes.
How hard are they to find today?
Not so difficult. In certain places they don't exist, but in other places they do. And the first place to go to is the diocesan chancery or the local parish priest.
All right, good advice. Mr. Bell, this is Catherine from the Gulf Coast area of Texas. Would you please ask Father Martin this question? Father John O'Connor not Cardinal John O'Connor,
Yes.
said because the energy loss from a true exorcist is so great that a Catholic exorcist lives only about 15 years after he is deeply involved in this. He further says the hatred from the demon is so horrendous that it literally drains him. Yes?
Yes. But there are exceptions to the 15-year rule.
You must be one of them.
Yes, I am.
How do you feel? Why do you feel that you have been so blessed?
I don't know, Art. I just don't know. I take it as it comes. I didn't expect to live this long. I really didn't.
Surprised, huh?
Surprised is right. If you had told me that one day would be 76, I would have horse laughed.
Horse laughed.
Yes.
I would like to ask you about something we've dealt with on this program several times. I know your background is in archaeology.
That's right.
So therefore, there have been many who have speculated and talked and thought about the pyramids, the Sphinx at Giza in Egypt.
Yes. Yes.
There is some work going on that may result in the opening of some secret passages below the Sphinx.
Yes, I've read about this. I'm not au courant with it. I don't know how far they've got. I don't know really what's being done. But I know there's something being done of that nature.
Would you be surprised if there is something very ancient found there?
No. See, the soil of Egypt and of Palestine in general preserves things because it's dry. And I'm convinced that one of these days we're going to find the most extraordinary things, like, for instance, a copy of the Bible coming from pre-exilic times, that is before the Babylonian captivity. That's about 580 BC, which would be tremendous to find.
And if we did, what would you imagine might be within that would cast doubt on much of what we believe?
It wouldn't. It would confirm.
It would confirm.
It would confirm, because I'm certain that we have a proper tradition, but it would be lovely to have a manuscript from that time, from the time of Isaiah.
Do you believe that the Ark of the Covenant will be found?
Personally, I do, but I have no objective scientific grounds for saying so. I think it will be found.
Well, as you know, this new tunnel, archaeological tunnel that has just been reopened again.
Yes, caused all the trouble.
Yes, many believe that the Ark of the Covenant is close.
It may well be. As I say, I have a feeling that we will find the Ark of the Covenant, that God will allow us to find it. But I have no archaeological reason for saying that.
All right, one more and then we'll go back to the phones. Joseph in Seattle wants to know, do you have any comment about the numerous sightings and encounters of and with what are being called extraterrestrial beings and their relationship, if any, with demons, angels, and the quickening process?
The only comment I would make is that some of the so-called or so-defined sightings of extraterrestrials sounds like demonic activity, but I have never examined the thing closely and scientifically and professionally, so I don't know. But some of it sounds very like demonic activity and nothing to do with extraterrestrial beings, if such things exist.
Do you rule out the possibility of extraterrestrial beings?
No, I do not. We just don't know.
Would the existence of them in any way shake your faith?
No, it would not. Not the slightest way. It would expand my consciousness. For instance, when Columbus discovered America, in that sense discovered America, it was a mind-opener for the Europeans.
Certainly was.
It was a mind-opener. I mean, it revolutionized the whole of Europe and the whole of the world. And they found it impossible to believe it in the beginning, because they believed there were two-headed men and giants and misshapen creatures outside Europe. They didn't know anything better. Then they suddenly found out that there were generations of people living outside of Europe that had lived and died for hundreds and hundreds of years. So revolutionized, and they didn't lose their faith. They on the contrary, they expanded it. I have an inkling, I don't know, but from the data so far assembled, I've a feeling that there's no extraterrestrial life within our galaxy.
That may well be.
I think it's outside our galaxy.
That may well be.
But that's only my own assessment.
Yes, sir.
I'm not an astronomer.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hello, Dr. Martin.
Yes.
It's about 5 years ago, I had in a weak moment,
yes.
I had a suicide attempt.
Yes.
It seemed like there were forces in the house that saved me.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Vancouver,
Canada.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, about 6 months before that, we were doing a bunch of, not Ouija, but the same sort of thing in the house.
Yes.
And it seemed as though there were forces.
Yes.
And it seemed as though I was saved. But I've had nothing but bad luck since this time. Can you tell me...
Well, if you have dabbled in the Ouija board seriously, and if you've dabbled in any... It's occult, there's no doubt about that. You're dealing with occult forces. Then you may have some attachments to you that you don't like, spiritual attachments in your spirit, and you want to get rid of them.
Yes.
And you want to get a good priest who can get rid of them for you. It's very hard to get rid of them yourself, but a good priest can do that.
I'm not a Catholic or...
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. You're a human being.
All right.
You were redeemed by Christ, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not.
So seek proper help.
That's right.
Doctor, the nature of suicide.
Yes.
What happens to a soul that commits suicide?
Well, you know, it's called Satan's eighth sacrament, suicide. There are 7 satanic sacraments, apparently, but so suicide is the 8th one. What happens is briefly this, that by my own hand, I cut myself off from leading a life according to God's will, who is the master of life and of death. And by doing that, I violate a fundamental commandment of His, which is do not kill yourself. It's a fundamental law in my nature. And I thereby enter the gray area where I can never see the light again, I can never be with God, I can never have happiness, and I suffer the torment of being separated from the one thing that would have made me happy, would have made me, beatified me forever, God and His beauty and His truth and His heaven.
What about those people that suffer physical maladies that are terminal and horrible and simply...
I know.
And simply want out. And I've thought about this and talked about it on the radio as a talk host over many years, and my position was always sort of, whose life is it anyway? I'll be in control of my own life. Nobody will tell me what to do. My wife told me, Doctor, don't do it. Even if you're suffering, you are meant to go through this, and if you don't go through it, something terrible is going to happen. So, and those words have rung in my ears for years.
I know, and they ring in my ears now that you've said them, and I won't forget them. They've been said to me on other occasions by other people for other reasons, for the same reasons. I don't know. I really don't know, Art, in the whole of human history that I have read and talked about and inquired into, I don't know of any explanation justifying human suffering except the sufferings of Jesus Christ on His cross. If I can identify with His sufferings, in spite of my cancer, in spite of my arthritis, in spite of my AIDS, if I have these things, if I can identify with His sufferings, I can merit a greater place in heaven. I can merit a greater closeness to God. And I know in my soul what I want is God's beauty and truth.
So then to avoid it by taking your own life, is to exclude yourself from his company.
That's right. That's right. Now, I do not exclude at all, Art. I must tell you this much. I do not exclude that, for instance, if I proceed to take cyanide or something, some suicidal act, I do not exclude that before I die, God can touch my heart and make me repent of it, even though I can't undo what I've done.
In other words, redemption always possible even in the last second. But
yes, I don't exclude God's mercy, but you're running a terrible risk.
The numbers might not be with you.
That's right.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from California.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
But thank you for the opportunity to speak with Dr. Malachi. I had a couple of questions. But first, I was very concerned about something that you said. You had stated that something about the draining of your spirit.
Yes, that's right.
I didn't really understand.
All right. Let's try and explain that again. In the course of an exorcism, your spirit is drained, or a piece of you is lost forever. Is that about right?
That's about it. You give out something you can't get back. Otherwise, you're no good. You're not effective. It's like the love you give your child, or your wife, or your husband, or your country, or a cause. If you really give love, you don't get it back.
Does that help you, caller?
Well, I just wanted to humbly say that there is that one infinite spirit of love that is inexhaustible.
That's right. That's right.
But the question that I had, in my studying of metaphysics, and I do stay within, the matrix of Christian principles.
Yes.
But I come to realize that throughout Christendom that there is much phenomena to be studied. From the Appalachian people who handle serpents and drink poison in the name of Christ, and glossolalia in the church, stigmatas, and these exorcisms and apparitions,
So your question is?
Well, I just wanted him to comment on that. And another question that I had was
yes?
Is not the revelation, in your thinking, a prophecy of mass exorcism?
Mass exorcism, I never heard of that. I don't think it's possible.
Too bad.
It's just not possible.
Too bad. Because we could use one.
Well, we could, Art. We could, but this is one-on-one. One-on-one.
It's always one-on-one, isn't it?
It is finally one-on-one. There is such a thing as a demon sharing several people. And you can get rid of that demon and exclude that, but it's not a mass exorcism. You're still concentrating on one damn spirit.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, this is Thomas in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Thomas.
It's an honor to speak to you, Father Martin.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Yes, I just finished reading your book, Hostage to the Devil.
Uh-huh.
And I thought it was one of the best books I've ever read. It was fascinating. And in one of the chapters, you spoke about a professor who was one of the leaders in parapsychic development and astral travel.
That's right.
And I was wondering if that has any connection with what is widely known now as remote viewing.
Yes, it has.
And if there's any demonic possession related to remote viewing.
Yes, there is. There is a demonic possession related to it.
In the process of doing what these remote viewers do, and it is very interesting, Doctor, because there was a Nightline program.
Yes.
And it turns out our own government, for 20 years, has been involved in remote viewing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What is a person doing when they remote view? It's not exactly an out of body, or is it out of body? And they are subject then to all kinds of things, as you are when you open other doors with Ouija boards or whatever.
I'll tell you what it is, Art. Really, what is at stake, and it's very volatile. It's like nitroglycerin for the soul. It's this: there are latent powers in us all.
Yes, I believe that.
The Nazis in the death camps, seeking to develop the perfect mind control, developed means, they found means of developing these latent powers. When we conquered Germany, we imported not merely physical scientists, rocket scientists like von Braun and the others.
Right.
We also imported the doctors who had gone in for mind control. And that some of those mind control methods were used in the special forces of the USA. And they have found that in certain cases they produce the very traits that you find in possessed people. But it does give remote viewing, makes it a reality, and remote action a reality. And the Soviets in their day and the Nazis went much further than we ever went. We learned from them. But it's highly dangerous because you probably heard me say, and it went by your ear, Art, and I didn't emphasize it, I spoke about the middle plateau.
The middle plateau.
I mentioned that once. That middle plateau is the plateau on which evil spirits work. And they use every paranormal power that they can, that's latent in human beings and can be evinced, can be used. And it's very dangerous and volatile. It's the nitroglycerin of the soul. It can blow it up. And it's a very dangerous thing because you let loose something amongst human beings as a group that's destructive in the extreme and completely immoral. There's no ethic, there's no moral, there's no rule at all.
No, I believe that as well. But it is real, isn't it?
Oh, gee whiz. It's real. That's the difficulty about it. It is real. And I know people who teach it.
So do I.
Yeah. But not for me. Thank you very much. I'm a coward. I run. I really do, Art. I have nothing to do with it. And I want to stay with the devils or with the angels.
You know, circling back, I can't get it out of my mind. There are these people who have comfortably made a deal and are living with this deal.
Oh, yes, and they expect to go home to Satan.
Oh, yes. Are there more and more of these people? You see them, you know them?
More and more. There are more and more appearing to be there, anyway. And it's very hard to get away from the impression that there are more disciples than there ever were before of Lucifer. Lucifer in particular, not so much Satan. Lucifer.
Listen,
yes.
Doctor, we are at the end of another hour.
Okay.
Are you willing to stay for the final? All right, back now to Dr. Malachi Martin, who is my guest. Doctor, a couple quick questions before we go back to the phones.
Yes.
Doctor, was that movie, The Exorcist, based on a real case? I meant to ask you that.
Yes, it was. It was based on a real case, but it was highly Hollywoodized. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Because the reality was very different. It was a landmark case, actually, way back in the 1950s, and it was a genuine possession case of a young boy. They made it into a girl. The Exorcist movie itself.
Yes.
But it was a landmark case and was written up only 2 years ago with the actual thing, the actual history itself published by Thomas Allen. And he just simply wrote it up as a reporter. It's fascinating stuff.
I believe it was in the St. Louis area, wasn't it?
That's right, it was. It was. And the actual telling of this thing, the history of it, is much more fascinating than the book. It's much more fascinating. It's an amazing thing. But it was a landmark case.
Was there a loose connection to the real case?
Yes, there was. There was a loose connection, but it's very loose altogether.
Nevertheless, I shall never forget the end of that movie. You mentioned there was a case of somebody going out a window.
That's right. There was.
Where was that?
That was in Washington, D.C.
Resulted in a death?
Yeah. It is equivalent to defenestration.
Doctor, there was another movie that I saw once called The Seventh Sign.
I never saw that one.
No, it doesn't matter. It talked in the movie about the guff, the place from which souls come, new souls imparted to new human beings born. And it theorized that one day that guff became empty, and there were no more souls, and it began the end of all. Is there an endless supply of souls?
Well, put it like this. God can go on creating souls as much as he likes. In that sense, there's an endless supply. But they're not just hanging around someplace, like in cold storage, waiting for bodies. You know, that's a bit of fancy.
Yes, no doubt.
It's a bit of fancy.
All right, well, this following is not fancy. It's awfully serious. We're drawing a lot of serious comments, and I'm going to read this to you and get your reaction.
Sure.
Dr. Martin, I've recently been fighting suicide.
Yes.
I was at a point where I gave up on life because of my sexuality.
Yes.
I'm gay. I've known that for a long time and have never wanted to be that way.
Yes.
I once gave up and came close to suicide and tried to invite forces toward me that would help me attain the goal.
Yes.
Now, however, I don't want to die, but I find myself being compelled to this route very often. I feel something is pulling me to kill myself. How do I deal with it? I know the Catholic Church condemns homosexuality, but am I really as evil as these forces that are driving me to kill myself? How do I overcome it?
The answer is that you are not as evil as these forces would have you believe. And the persuasion that you are evil is merely a means of getting you to despair and say, what's the point? Let me kill myself. You need a good confessor. You need a good advisor, as well as perhaps some therapy. But therapy won't cure this. It's a question of asking God's mercy and getting it, and getting absolution for sins, and starting the long process of cultivating friendship with God. It can be done, and a good priest will help you, and there are good priests.
All right. On behalf of a lot of people out there, I'm going to ask this. If someone wanted to try to ask you, Father, a personal question, is there a way to do it by writing to you, or is there I know you have a web page.
I have a web page, but perhaps they want to make it more private than that. In that case, they can address a letter to me at the following address: 217 East 66th Street, New York, New York, 10021. That will be confidential. I may never answer, but I usually answer all my letters.
Well, that's going to be a chore. That's going to be some chore. That'll keep you busy.
Yeah. But
217 East 66th Street, New York, New York, 10021.
That's right.
All right. In addition, you do have a web page, and I presume somebody could send you email?
Yes, they can.
All right. That web page is linked on mine, so a lot of my audience will know my web page. You can go there and link immediately to Dr. Martin's. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
My name is Father Seraphim. I'm a member of the Russian Orthodox Church. And,
yes, sir.
Hello, Father Malachi.
Hello, Father. How are you?
Very good. We've been hearing an awful lot. I'm a member of the Russian Church Abroad, which is Old Calendar, and very opposed to the ecumenical movement.
Gotcha.
And with the Balamon document, accepting basically was against unionism, but
yes.
A mutual acceptance of both the Roman Church and the Eastern Church of Sacraments, both ways. And the Patriarch of Constantinople, as you well know, is trained at the Oriental Institute by the Jesuits in Rome.
That's right.
I was wondering if you have any insight. Both he and Pope John Paul have both expressed that their desire is for the Church to unite, the two, as they say, called the two lungs of the body of Christ to unite by the year 2000. What insight do you have in this?
Well, I'll tell you, Father, I didn't get your name. Father what?
Father Seraphim.
Father Seraphim. Father Seraphim, I wish I had better news for you in this matter. I can tell you exactly where we stand in the matter. Bartholomew, both Bartholomew and Alexei of Moscow, but talking about Bartholomew as the head of the of Constantinople Church, have both stressed that at the present moment there's nothing in sight. There's no union in sight, for the simple reason that basic questions are so outstanding that unless there was a miracle overnight, we have no solution to the problem of jurisdiction. There's great goodwill, there's no doubt about that, and I expect, Father Seraphim, that within a few years we will have general permission to communicate each other. I think we will have. De facto, at the present moment, there are Greek Orthodox that share Catholic communion and Catholics that share Greek Orthodox communion.
Correct.
With the connivance and the agreement of local priests and local bishops too.
Right.
But that should be done, though, officially by the heads of Orthodoxy and the head of the Roman Catholic Church. We are pretty far from that. I think, between you and me, Father Seraphim, I'd rather be realistic about it.
How does the Pope see the Ballamon document, which effectively was against unionism, but did accept on a unilateral basis, it did accept the validity of both churches and their sacrament.
Oh, it did. And by the way, we didn't even need that document because we have always accepted the validity of Orthodox sacraments. My God. For instance, when Greek Orthodox are dying and they have a Catholic spouse or a Catholic, I absolve them with the Greek priest. We both work together.
Doctor,
yes.
I'm a layman's question for me, and we deal with this all the time on the air.
Sure.
Over all of human history, so many men have killed so many men in the name of their Creator.
That's right. They have. We know that. We know that. We're just coming to this realization, but we still do it. To a large degree.
Yes, we do.
We still do it, and it is an aberration. You had, for instance, in the First World War and the Second World War, you had the example of French chaplains to the French armed forces, invoking God's grace for victory over the Germans. And you had on the German side, German chaplains invoking God's help for Germans to have a victory over the French.
Exactly.
It becomes at a certain stage ridiculous, and it's counterproductive. This is a stage through which religions have gone, and I think they're now getting to the stage of saying it's all foolishness. There's no such thing as God sanctifying killing or industrial slaughter.
That's what I always thought, and I think that has moved many away from faith.
It sure has, and it has disaffected many Catholics and many believers, both Jewish and Muslim and Christian and Catholic.
All right.
It disaffected them, and it's our own fault. It's our own fault. It's not God's fault.
I suspect much. Yes, indeed. I suspect much of what occurs on Earth is free will and all that.
Sure.
Western Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Yeah, good evening, Art.
Good
morning, I guess.
Good morning, everybody.
Bob from Pocatello.
Bob?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning, Father. Art, we thank you for getting some balance in your show. And
glad it pleases you. What is your question?
Well, yes, Father Malachi, thank you very much. I'm not of your faith, but...
That's all right. You believe in God.
Understood. And we, according to Scripture, give thanks for the good works of all men. And
sure, agreed.
Do you feel that essentially that people? I know I got a book written by a man named Courtney Brown, which who was a guest on our show and read it. And in that book, the question is this, and let me throw the question out before I give the background. Are people sometimes deceived in believing they are following truth and light when they might not be? And let me give you, for instance, in that book, he said that the good spirit that he thought was Christ was a translucent being, but at the same time, he said the purpose of his visitation to this man was to write the book, and at the same time he renounced the time of Christ in there, the name of Jesus. And I wonder if you could expand on that as to why the name of Jesus. There's no other name under heaven wherein mankind might be might be glorified, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, the only thing is that Christianity holds there was one Savior. His name was Jesus. He was born in Nazareth. He died in Calvary. And he was the Son of God. And that in his name, all men can be saved. All men and women can be saved to be expansive, as we modern are now, although all men mean that. But the point is this, that that's the essence of Christianity. And there's no other name given to us as that of a Savior, the universal Savior who is God and man. That's about as much light as I can shed on it.
A question that has always bothered me, and maybe you can answer it. If I understand correctly, a child that is not a Christian, who becomes an adult and dies without Christianity, may not go to heaven, may not...
may well go to heaven, too. It all depends.
On?
It all depends on the child's will, what he or she does with her will. Put it like this, not crudely, but put it as bluntly as possible. Art. If a good Muslim, or a good Jew, or a good Mormon, or a good Buddhist lives their life according to their lights as best they can, if they really avoid sin, and they can get the grace of going to heaven, but that grace comes to them through Jesus, even though if they don't know him. So no, they're not excluded from heaven.
It may be that answers a question I've long had. I always was under the impression that if one is not baptized,
one can't go to heaven. No, that's not so.
It's not so.
That's not so. The equivalent of baptism, the cleansing of sin, and therefore the being pleasing to God, can take place through the grace of Christ.
There are many paths.
There are many paths. The only thing is that it's difficult to avoid sin. It's difficult to be a good man, a good woman. It's difficult. The grace of God is necessary. And how many men and women achieve that, God only knows. But they're not excluded from heaven just by not being Christians. They can get the grace of Christ by living their lives as they should.
All right. That's a good answer. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Good morning, Art and Father Martin.
Good morning, sir.
First of all, I'd like to say that a man like you I'm sorry. I was just trying to be complimentary.
Where are you, sir?
I am calling from Valparaiso, Indiana.
All right. I presume Valparaiso. You have a question.
Yes. I've had a problem since I was a child, and it has to do with what I consider in the harassment category.
Yes.
They seem to be wolf spirits. And I'm wondering if you have any type of familiarity with these type of things. I've had a recent experience, but I can spare you that if you don't have a lot of time.
Well, that depends on Art, really. He's the boss of the time here. But I'll tell you something. This is not an unknown thing. You're not telling me anything new.
Okay.
And it can be dealt with.
A wolf spirit. What does that mean, Doctor?
Well, it means that some demon is taking the form of a wolf. That's all it means.
Is that all that it means?
Oh, yes. They take the form of wolves or of dogs or snakes.
When I was a child, I used to watch the Late Late Show, and I was very frightened by like Wolfman movies and things like that. Do they take advantage of fears?
Of course
like
they do.
Those?
Of course they do. But there must have been some. I don't know your history, so we haven't the time. But there must be something in your background, either generational or your parents or yourself.
I am half French.
Well, that's still les Français sont aussi bien, tu sais.
One quick thing. A person that claimed to be a seer had said that there was a person that was with me, and when I was at the place that she had said that, there was nobody with me, and she said that this was a large person. Could that have been a guardian angel? And that's the only other question that I have.
It could have been a guardian angel, but by this time the guardian angel should have announced himself.
Is fear an open door?
Is what?
Is fear
Yes, it is.
an open door?
It is an open door.
Surely you cannot go into a room to perform an exorcism with fear that overcomes your ability to deal with the fight ahead. Now to my guest, Dr. Malachi Martin, in Manhattan, where I suspect the sun is probably beginning to come up.
Well, it's not quite up yet. There's a little bit of rain and rain clouds here.
I see.
But it's a good morning, though. It's a
Not one of
morning,
the three not one of the 3 days of darkness somewhere.
No. It's just simply good old American rain. You know, and it's probably the tail end of some hurricane or something out in the Atlantic.
All right.
It's still, life is good.
Life is good. Life is great. Doctor, a couple of facts questions. Do possessed people tend to cluster together or associate with each other?
Yes, they do.
Are there people in high government positions, such as mayors, councilmen, even presidents, national leaders, in your view, who are possessed?
I have known leaders, without saying at what level, municipal, state, or federal, who I have known who were possessed. Yes. I don't say which country even, but yes, certainly.
Are there things, Father, that in the course of a exorcism have occurred that you would not ever talk about publicly?
Yes, there are. There are. Things connected with somebody's personal shame, things that are very derogatory to a country or a race, and then a third category of things which are forms of blasphemy that hurt you to know.
That hurt you to know.
Even to know it hurts you. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. It hurts you to know it, so I just know. I wouldn't tell anybody.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Where are you, please?
From Tahunga, Reverie, California.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Art. Yeah,
Yes.
Good morning to the world, really.
That's right.
I'm wondering whether or not a person can be possessed, first part of this question, and not have any fear. Does that mean it's a complete...
Not of any fear. Not of any fear of what?
Of anything. Of virtually feeling that from the earliest days of my recollection of my walk onto one side of the hill or the other has allowed me to experience something that I've always had a notion that may be playing with the dark side.
Yes.
But I wonder if it's possible to have a possession by, as you say, one generation to the next with a spirit or a demon that has to be not considered really that malevolent. Someone more like.
Well, you may not consider it so. The question is, can you be possessed and be in effect comfortable with that? Is that your question?
Yeah, something like if my family went back to the Borgias.
All right.
Those who are perfectly possessed are quite comfortable and don't want to change. They're very comfortable.
You could have 4 children and love your children.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
And love those things in life, certainly, yes.
Yes, but you'll hand on something. Because, look, my friend, I will probably never have the pleasure of meeting you, but I know this much, that if we were to meet, if you meet anybody, if you have some interchange with anybody, even on the telephone, even by this radio satellite that is linking us now, you modify the person morally. You've modified me already, and I've modified you. And art has modified me, and I've modified you. There's always... We human beings are not machines. We receive indelible impressions from each other, even at a distance. And therefore you influence everybody according to the good or the bad in you. And therefore you can't simply say that I can afford children and love them. It says you can, but you're going to give them something that you wouldn't give them if you weren't possessed.
You understand exactly what you're being told, don't you, caller?
Yes, I do. But doctor, you sense. Do you go by sense or do you go by
a knowing?
You know or understand.
It's a knowing, caller. That's not hard to answer.
It's a knowing.
All right. I would say to that person, just being a layman, seek somebody out, eh?
That's right. That's right, I would.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, is it myself?
That's you.
Okay.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Wenatchee, Washington.
All right.
And I had a question, but I just was kind of really thrown off by something. Father Malachi, is it?
Yes.
Okay, pronounce it right. When you're talking about there are many roads to salvation.
Yes.
Am I interpreting that right?
No, I didn't say that. There's only one Savior
maybe Art said that.
and one salvation.
Actually, I think Art said it.
Well, we were talking about people not of the Christian faith, and I said there may be many paths.
Many paths.
But really, there is only one. It's just that it is possible, and the discussion was centering around whether it's possible for somebody not of the Christian faith to be saved, to go to heaven as we all would wish, and the answer was yes.
The answer is yes.
In the way you live your life.
And the
Is there a
mechanism
scripture reference that I might look at, or?
I beg your pardon?
Are you basing that on a scripture reference?
No, I'm not basing it on scripture reference because scripture doesn't contain all the truth I need.
Okay.
I'm basing it on the teaching of the Church.
Of the Catholic Church?
Of the Catholic Church, yes. I'm a Catholic priest.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that. I was thrown off, and I thought, and if there's something, I don't mind you believing whatever you want. No problem at all.
Well, you should. You should really mind what I believe. I'm really mind what you believe, too. I want you to believe the truth, and you want me to believe the truth.
Well, I guess maybe well, whatever.
You're not indifferent to my salvation. I'm not indifferent to your salvation. I want you to be saved, and you want me to be saved.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because hell is a nasty place.
I can't be feckless and say, do what you like, believe what you like. No. I want you to believe the truth. And I say that with great love.
Yeah, I didn't want to mislead anybody. When I said many paths, I meant for many people around the world, it is possible to achieve salvation without
formally a Christian. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yeah.
I can barely hear you, ma'am. Where are you?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, all right.
Good.
Yeah, I was wondering if if you talk to people about God and they get meaner, what's that mean?
All right, if you talk to people about God and they get meaner or they get angry, what does that mean?
It does happen, all right. Sometimes it depends on the person, though. Sometimes people may think you're just preaching at them and they get angry. They don't want to be preached at. Others, because they don't believe in God and they've shooed away from it and they don't want to be reminded of it. There can be various reasons why they get mean, and they shouldn't be mean. They should not get mean.
If there is a particularly violent reaction, then it might have more meaning, mightn't it?
That's right. It might have art, yes. It would, if it is a particularly violent reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Catholic, I often met that in my youth. When there was much more prejudice against Catholics. I get a very violent reaction from people. But people are funny,
They are. There was a TV show named that, I think. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Doctor and Art.
Yes, where are you, ma'am?
I'm in Southern California.
Okay.
My question is, excuse me, what are your thoughts about multiple personality disorder?
MPDs, as we call them.
Yes.
I'll tell you, the experience I've had working with psychiatrists is that the cases we've come across, over 50% are not what traditionally called MPDs. They are a question of multiple demonic possession.
And how would that be determined which?
Only by exorcism, by trying exorcism. I'll give you one case, concrete case, and I'll do it fast out. Okay, it's a woman, grandmother, engaged in certain rites, Satanist rites, affecting the life of her grandchild and her own daughter. and doing it in the name of Isabel, one of their personalities, and then suddenly switching to Hilda, and so on, multiple personality. But we decided that it was too Satanist in its tone, and we should try exorcism. And having tried exorcism, we found she was possessed. She entertained these demons.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Doctor, is Satanism growing?
Put it like this. The incidence of Satanism, both the clergy and the police find, seems to be on the increase. Seems to be.
Yes.
It's very hard to know. It seems to be. Is it that it's becoming more open, more flaunting? We don't know. But certainly the incidents are much more frequent nowadays. And you never know. It's very hard to tell.
You put that together with an 800% increase in the Northeast where you are in exorcisms.
There does seem there's a special influence. Now, I should, but it's not relevant perhaps, but I should tell you the attitude of the Roman Catholic Church for a long time has been that this is especially, it's a time of history, especially in which Satan, Lucifer, has special liberty, which will end with the year 2000. But it's a part of inner Catholic law, that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, this is Betty in Kansas City.
Hello,
yes,
Betty.
Hi. Doctor, did I not understand you to say earlier in the program that many of the young priests nowadays don't believe in a hell?
That's right.
You know, I am the wife of a Baptist preacher.
Yes.
And for years now, my husband and I have had the theory that so many times we hear the love of God preached, but there's no the old-fashioned hellfire and brimstone.
I know that's gone.
Yes.
From Catholic pulpit.
That's why we're in such trouble today.
I know it is. I agree with you, ma'am.
Yes.
Doctor, it's real, isn't it?
It's as real as the nose on your face, Art, and it's not as beautiful as your nose. Just to make a joke to relieve the tension. Because I shouldn't be making physical references, but it's an expression in Ireland where I grew up.
My nose is an open target. Don't worry about it.
No, it's like as plain as the nose in your face is a famous phrase in Ireland. They're always saying it. It's as plain as the nose in your face that he.
Of course.
But yes, it's real. It's real. It's too real for words, and it's very, very off-putting. I don't want to end up there.
Well, you know, I've received. I haven't read them all, but I've received a lot of, but not a lot, a few. Angry, very angry faxes.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
How dare you, Art, expose the audience to this old-fashioned, put the fear of God in them, hell and fire and brimstone. You know, people very angry.
Oh, they are. I know they're very angry. And as I say, my reading of the really, really, really angry ones is that this disturbs a way of life. This manifests a weakness. This tells the truth about the way they live, and they don't like that to be reminded of it.
Enough said. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir. Where are you?
Kentucky.
All right.
Got one real quick question for Dr. Malachi. Would you please make some kind of comment or explanation about the Witch of Endor and Saul and Samuel?
There's no doubt about it that the function of the Witch of Endor was what we would say as a channeler. If you know what channeling is nowadays.
Oh, yes.
That's what she was doing, and she was used by Satan to give Saul a sense of despair so that he finally did commit suicide the following day, instead of trusting God.
When you speak of channeling, there are many means of channeling. Isn't the Ouija board just another channeling avenue?
Of course, that's what it is.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Yes, Art, good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm in Memphis, Tennessee. This is Billy.
Hi, Billy.
Doctor, I'm quoting from Mark 16. It's a bit familiar passage to you. And he said unto them, Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believes and is baptized shall be saved. He that believeth not shall be damned.
That's right.
And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils.
Yes.
It just said that the requirement where is there to believe to cast out devils. What do you base your premise on that you have to be of special authority to cast out devils?
I'm not saying that you have to be that. We've just had a man talking to us about an hour ago who has none special authority of any church, but he does cast out devils, he says, and there's no reason to disbelieve him. And I've known the singular case of one or two men and women who were able to do it, but they're very rare. In my church, the habit has been for a long time, for about 1,400 years, to do it under the authority of a bishop, because the bishop does represent Christ.
Put it this way, Doctor, as a normal course of events, you would not ask your auto mechanic to perform brain surgery.
That's right. Thank you. That's exactly it.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, this is Scott from Wichita.
Yes, Scott.
Yes, I've got a question I'd like to ask the father there, please.
Yes.
The Pope that we have now.
Yes.
Is there any comment that he has made on the one that is to be? He is to predecess. In other words, is he uncomfortable with the next Pope? And then after you answer that, I got another question.
Well, I doubt if he knows who the next Pope is, so he couldn't be uncomfortable with him. You know what I mean? He doesn't. I doubt if he knows who the next Pope is.
Okay. One other real quick question, sir, please. A very good friend of mine here that lives in the same building that I do. We talk about what you've been talking about this evening, or this morning, rather.
Yes.
There is two particular demons that I don't know what the names of them are, but he has stated that he has seen one that attacked his wife.
Very quickly, caller.
In a sexual manner.
Yes.
There's one for men and then one for women.
Yes.
What are those names, please?
I don't know. I only know the name of two demons. One is Lucifer and the other is Satan. They're distinct demons.
Doctor, we're coming to the end of the program. It has been incredible.
I want to thank you very much for having me.
I want to thank you very much for being here. It has been absolutely incredible. And perhaps one day we will do it again. If not, this will certainly stand as the definitive program we've ever done on this subject. And
I tell you, all you've got to do is to call me and tell me, and I will come to you. I'll do your show again and again and again. It's too much of a privilege to expect it, but I will do it whenever you ask.